بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله جميعا وأهلا وسهلا بكم في اليوم الثاني من الدوري السعودي للرياضات الإلكترونية في لعبة روكيت ليج. اليوم الثاني منتظرتنا أشياء كثير وأشياء حماسية، والكل ينتظر المباريات الأقوى والحماسية. لكن قبل كل شيء مجهزين لكم شيء تفاعلي جميل جدا مع الجمهور هنا الحاضر معنا في الSAF أرينا. فقبل كل شيء أعزائي الجمهور، أكيد وجودي هنا غريب شوي. انا ويني؟ انا المفروض اني معلق، لكن لا اكيد وجيه قاعد يتمرن، قاعد يجهز، عنده مباراه مهمه الان. اعزائي الجمهور حياكم الله واهلا وسهلا بكم من وين ما تشوفون ومن تتابعونا. الان عندنا شو ماتش في البري شو مع الجمهور، تفاعلي بين الجمهور شبه المحترفين مع صناع المحتوى اللي عندنا، وايضا المعلقين والمحللين والمقدم وجيه. بنشوفهم بعد شوي ونعرف فيهم ونرحب فيهم. لكن هل انتم جاهزين لهذا الشو ماتش؟ هل انتم جاهزين لهذه المتعه الغير متوقعه والمفاجاه معنا؟ اكيد انكم جاهزين. اهلا وسهلا فيكم مره ثانيه، وخلونا على طول بالبدايه نرحب ونقدم ونحيي مع بعض فريق المحترفين. اهلا فيكم. طبعا انتم تم اختياركم تكونون معنا في هذا الشو ماتش امام، تعرفون مين انتم؟ قدامكم صناع المحتوى، المقدمين والمحللين ما عندهم سالفه الصدق. فكيف هذه المباراه بالنسبه لكم؟
مباراة حلوة حتكون، بس ما اتوقع تكون صعبة.
تكون سهلة الصراحة، ما اتوقع بياخذون جيم.
امامك وجيه.
شرب المويه اسهل.
شرب المويه وجيه، يا ساتر. طبعا زي ما كلكم تعرفون اعزائي المشاهدين بيكون وجيه، لكن مين اللي معاه؟ هذا اللي نكتشفه بعد شوي. ونتمنى كل التوفيق للاعبين شباب نيمو نيزك وزياد. طبعا ما شاء الله عليهم، يعتبرون لاعبين ممتازين سيمي بروز في المشهد الحالي في روكيت ليج. فنتوقع تكون مباراه سهله بالنسبه لكم، الا اذا صار فيه توتر او اي شيء. كيف جاهزيتكم واستعدادكم؟
الجاهزية صراحة يعني ما توقعت انها تكون في مباراة اصلا اليوم صراحة يعني.
لا جاهزين الصراحة، ما يحتاج اصلا نستعد.
ما يحتاج تستعدون اصلا.
ما يحتاج نستعد الصدق.
قدامكم وجيه، ليش تستعدون يعني؟ طيب يعطيكم العافيه وبالتوفيق. خلاص استعدوا واجلسوا وتفضلوا، وبالتوفيق لكم ان شاء الله في المباراه. طبعا اعزائي المشاهدين خليكم جاهزين، لان الان انا بقدم الاساطير المحللين اللي اتمنى صراحه ان الشباب يرحمونهم اليوم، لان عندهم وظائف ما يبغاهم يتركونها. المحللين والاساطير وجيه ونورمال ومستيريس فواز، رحبوا فيهم، اهلا وسهلا فيهم.
يحييك يا هلا وسهلا.
كيف حالك نورمال؟
الحمد لله بخير وبنعمة.
الحين انت ما انت معلق، انت بتلعب في المباراه هذه. فواز،
يا هلا والله منورين.
هل تتوقع اساليب التحليل بتفيدك قدام الاساطير؟
ما راح اشوفهم شيء ان شاء الله.
ما راح تشوفهم شيء، يا ساتر يا ساتر. تصريحات قويه. وجيه تفضل.
انا زاد فضلك، انا سمعت ان في واحد قال شربت مويه، واحد قال بنفوز. انا ما راح ارد عليهم، صح انهم قريبين مني هم كاخوان وذا، لكن ترى بالميدان ما راح يعدون، وادري انهم يسمعوني فما راح تمشون.
يا ساتر يا ساتر، تصريحات قويه من عند وجيه. كذلك نورمال، حاسس ان انت بتقول شيء بعد.
الكل مستهين فيني لان لاعب كيبورد، لكن تطلع الحقيقه الحين.
يا ساتر، متوعدكم يا شباب. نورمال ووجيه وفواز هم المحللين والمواهب اللي معنا، لكن اليوم راح يبينون لنا احترافهم. اليوم راح نشوف ادائهم كيف راح يكون امام زوارنا اللي معانا حاضرين في الدوري السعودي للرياضات الالكترونيه في روكيت ليج. يعطيكم العافيه يا شباب، وموفقين ان شاء الله. موفقين، تفضلوا. طبعا وجيه غني عن التعريف، ونورمال وفواز. المباراه هذه يعني قويه.
فعلا بتكون مباراه حماسيه، بالذات اللي ضدنا ترى ما هو اي مستوى، لكن بعد المباراه بنجيك يا نواف.
طيب يعطيكم العافية يا شباب وشكرا لكم. مباراة والشوماش بتكون بين المحترفين نيمو ونيزك وزياد أمام وجيه ونورمال وفواز. المحللين لليوم راح يكونوا اللاعبين، وخلنا ننتقل الآن للمعلقين. راح يكون معاي في التعليق روقان وريفن أو محسن.
يعطيك العافيه يا حبيبي نواف، وبرضه يعطيكم العافيه الشباب اللي حضروا معنا وجاهزين لليوم انهم يحاولون يقدموا لنا متعه، مع ان احنا قاعدين نشوف يعني قوه يمين يسار. ايوه 3-0 هذه بدايتها. احنا بنشوف الميدان وش بتسوي. 5 ايام راح يلعبون باذن الله. راح نشوف الشباب الجمهور اللي حضروا يبغون يعني تقدر تقول يواجهون متعه، وباذن الله ان فريق الخصم يعطيهم المتعه هذه.
انا صراحه من ضمن الناس اللي ما اتوقع نورمال بيسوي شيء لانه لاعب كيبورد. انا من الناس المستهيفين انه لاعب كيبورد، فما اتوقع بيسوي شيء قدام نيزك وزياد ونيمو صراحه.
ممكن تعطيهم افضليه بشيء ان حرفيا يقولون اصحاب الماوس كيبورد اخطبوط، هذا الادمي تقول له اخطبوط. فمتحمسين ونشوف ايش بيسوون، خاصه ان نتكلم عن فواز هذا لاعب من اللعيبه المحترفين، وكان عنده دور قبل كذا بحيث انه يلعب حتى في الدوري السعودي، فنفس هذه النقطه تقدر تقول عنده افضليه، يقدر ياخذ راحته في الستيج. اما بالنسبه للشباب اللاعبين عندنا نيزك في المنتصف، هو برضو عنده نفس التجربه هذه اللي صارت. اما الشباب الباقيين انا اتوقع انها اول مره لهم وبيكونون جاهزين انهم يخوضون التجربه هذه. ولا
نيزك وجهه مالوف علينا دائما نشوفه. وعندنا نيمو ترى من اكثر اللاعبين اللي يعطي وقت باللعب، لاعب يلعب اللعب بشكل جدا مبالغ فيه، فما اتوقع يعني لاعبين زي وجيه نورمال يعني عندهم اشغال ثانيه غير اللعب، فما اتوقع انهم يقدرون ينافسون.
والله ايش رايك نواف؟
والله انا برايي اخيرا شفنا شو ماتش في الدوري السعودي، فشيء جميل مره. هذا عاد اختصاصي. فمتحمس مره للمباراه هذه. اتوقع نيمو ونيزك وزياد بتكون زي ما قال لهم شربة مويه، الا لو وجيه فجاه طلع له مهارات 2016 فما ادري الصراحه.
لو تستبعدها الرجال عنده سلسله الوصول للسوبر سونيك، فبسم الله بدينا الجيم الاول للبيست اوف 5 وهذه اولها.
ما طولوا
نيمو على طول
ما بداوا يسمون بالله حتى، وعلى طول المباراه بدت بالجيم الاول هدف سريع من فريق المحترفين.
تتكلم ان ايش صار هنا في الكيك. المفروض انهم يكونون متنسقين مع بعض، العيال كول اوت الو، ما في شيء، ما احنا قاعدين نشوف اي شيء.
وجيه قاعد يمنتج في اليوتيوب.
انا اشوف وجيه ونورمال رايحين نفس البوست، يا ولد واحد يروح مع فواز الكف. طيب
ما عندهم ولا تنسيق الى الان، هذا اللي قاعدين نشوفه. بس تتكلم انه باقي تونا في بدايه الجيم، بيبدون ينسقون بينهم ونشوف فيها اكيد ماستريوس لازم يظهر الان، اللي دائما يقول هذا الطور صعب، انا ابغى اشوف الصعوبه ايش بتصير وايش بتسوي فيها.
فعلا يعني صراحه انا متحمس مره الصدق اني اشوف لاعب الماوس كيبورد نورمال كيف بيكون اداء، لانه هو الوحيد اللي يلعب ماوس كيبورد يمكن في الدوري كامل هذا الميجر هذا. ما في احد، اللاعبين المحترفين كلهم يلعبون كنترولر، فشيء جديد وغريب يمكن للبعض انه ماوس كيبورد. فهل راح يفرق معاه هذه في هذه المباراه ولا؟ خلينا نشوف.
ما ندري، انا ابغى اركز خاصه صدق زي ما قلت على النورمال، وثاني شيء على وجيه اللي قاعد يحاول يضيع حاليا. اتكلم ان عندك خبره واسعه، وين اللعب؟ لازم انك تظهر حاليا، بس انه نقدر نقول عنده لاعبين او ضده لاعبين بيقدمون مستوى رهيب اكيد.
انا صراحه يعني ما اتوقع من فريق صناع المحتوى احد عنده شيء يقدر يسويه الا فواز. يعني فواز
صح.
ممكن اكثر واحد من بينهم يعطي اللعبه حقها، عكس نورمال ووجيه دائما نشوفهم في سعودي ليج مشغولين مو فاضيين اللعب، مشغولين دايم.
اي صح ما شاء الله عليهم.
عكس الفريق الثاني عندنا نيمو. يعني نيمو ترى هذا من اللاعبين عيال اللي كل سيزون تقريبا يلعب فوق ال 2000 جيم عادي طبيعي عنده.
حتى نيزك يشارك في بطولات قريب، مشارك في بطوله الدوري الخليجي اللي كانت هنا ضمن البطولات السنه عندنا.
يعني نقدر نقول عنده تجربه اصلا حتى انه يواجه في الستيج، مو نفس بعض اللاعبين والشباب اللي متكين يعلقون ويحللون، يعني ما هم فاضيين للشيء هذا زي ما قلتم. واللعبه يبغى لها تركيز، يبغى لها حرق. ولكن خلينا نشوف نيزك ايش بيسوي هنا. يا عيني عليك، وش الولداش هذا اللي صار فجاه؟ غلط غير متوقع نهائيا. يا مستريس ايش تسوي؟ تكلم عن ان زيرو بوست خلاص ما عندي ايش يسوي شيء.
بس لو تلاحظون العيال هجت معهم بالبدايه بالكيك اوف، بعدين خلاص داركوا الوضع صراحه. يعني يشوف المنافسه حاميه.
صح صراحه، يعني هو خطا الاول في اول ثواني في الكيك اوف، بعد كذا عوضه بشكل كبير. فوالله شيء جميل قاعد نشوف تطور واضح عندنا في صناع المحتوى. تدخل
سويها
زياد ممكن دبل يكمل معنا يزك، لكن كره طالت
وجيه تحسب له صراحه، ما توقعت منه فعلا.
تكلم ان قاعدين يحاولون ايش ينسقون لعبهم الى الان، ولكن ما اني قاعد اشوف
فواز
عبد المستان اللي هو وجيه وفواز قاعدين يحاولون يقفلون. نورمال وينك يا الموسيقى كيبورد؟
نورمال خليه يجي يعلق معنا يا شباب، جيبوه يعلق.
والله مالك فيها نورمال، تعال معنا بالله، خليني العب بدالك.
يا رب لك. لا شوف هنا لاحظ معي والله صراحه دفاعات وجيه وفواز فعلا يعني
إيه،
دفاعيا
جميلة.
قاعد يحافظون بس يحتاجون هدف.
اوه
ساتر.
اوه يا نيمو
حلو هذا.
يا عيني عليك.
والله علقها.
هذه
والله
باور
علقها.
صارت فيها
الصدق هذه صعبه على اي لاعب مو بس
والله إيه.
مو عشانهم صناع محتوى يعني.
بعيد
والله صعبه والله.
استغل لمستها في الارض انه يعطيها باور مو طبيعي.
إيه،
117 جميله مره.
بالضبط فواز باك بورد حتى وما معه بوز قام يصور ما يمديه حق الكوره والله سريع.
اهم شيء انه قاعد يصور. هذه لازم تركز عليها.
ما بدأ ينط حتى.
لا زلنا بنتكلم عن لعبكم بعد المباراه هذه. فتونا في الجيم الاول لا زال عندنا برضه دقيقتين. العيال ضروري يثبتون الان لعبهم مع اني قاعد اشوف فراغات في الدفاع بشكل مو طبيعي حاليا في اللحظه هذه واخر 30 ثانيه تقريبا من الدقيقتين الاولى او من الثلاث دقائق الاولى قاعدين يضيعون في لعبهم. فضروري انهم يركزون. يا عيني عليك انه يستاهل يا مجنون. ايش اللعب الجميل هذا. والله اني ما توقعت ترى صراحه. انا قلت من الجمهور جايين طلعوا ما شاء الله لعيبه ومحترفين.
قولوا فعل الصراحه نيزك
عليه.
قال قبل المباراه ان احنا جاهزين ما يحتاج نستعد للوجيه.
ايوه صدمه.
قولوا فعل والله. دبل من اول مباراه مجنون والله
بدايه مره قويه بالنسبه للاعبين المحترفين يعني.
اوه الفيك
يا ساتر. والله حلو الفيك الصراحه من زياد وكمل معاه. الان لاحظوا بالباك بورد تغطيه حلوه من صناع المحتوى لكن هذه مرتده ما اتوقع يعني يستفيدون منها. الصدق احس انهم شوي ضايعين
شوي يا رجال ضايعين كثير. خل عنك الصدق يعني
زملاء مثل لازم نعزز
ولا جول صفر. هذا اللي صادمني. والشباب ما شاء الله شغالين مع انه ترى في غلط بسيط بس عادي ما عندنا مشكله. احنا عارفين اللعيبه وعارفين الجول وعارفين كل الامور هذه.
اعكس الالوان الفريق
بس اللي تركز عليه انهم شادين حيلهم حرفيا قاعدين يلعبون ان احنا بصمتنا لازم ما تروح خاصه في البطوله هذه. اتكلم على نهايه سيزن يعتبر جميل جدا ومبادره حلوه انه يكون في شو ماتش مع الجمهور صراحه.
بالضبط صراحه والجمهور صراحه مسوين شغل يعني زي ما قلتوا انتم. كاتبين صراحه صناع المحتوى مو بلاقين اي فرصه يهجمون عليهم ماخذين راحتهم مره اللاعبين
نهائيا.
شباب اتوقع هذا مو خطا هذا تعزيز عشانهم يعني نعزز الوجيه.
صح
نسميهم انهم هم محترفين. ما عليه
عشان لا يزعلون بعدين.
عشان لا يزعلون علينا.
من حقهم وفجاه ما تشوف في تعليق ما تشوف نورمال ولا هذه يعني توجع شوي.
ما نبغاهم يتركون وظائفهم يا شباب. لازم نعزز لهم شوي. ارحموهم يا نيزك زياد
يا ميستيريوس.
اوف ونيمو والله كلوس
يلعب لحاله فواز.
كلوس ميستيريوس
وينكم يا وجيه نورمال.
فواز ترى على فكره ما ادري اذا اعطانا حقه ولا بس ترى لاعب بطولات اصلا يعني.
ذكرت الشيء هذا.
هو ما زال لاعب بطولات يا ساتر.
اللعب من طرف واحد.
كتموهم والله
اللعب من طرف واحد. انا قاعد اشوف
نشوف فواز يحتاج النجده من وجيه ونورمال.
ترى ما استغرب فجاه وجيه يقوم يروح عندهم يحاول ينازع بينهم. اتوقع يسويها.
انا خايف يفصلون النت على اللاعبين المحترفين.
يسويها وجيه حركات.
يقوم يفصل السلك. لا تكفى وجيه لا تسويها. الان 4-0 حاليا واللاعبين المحترفين ما شاء الله عليهم ما هم متوترين داخلين بثقه. 4-0 نتيجه تعتبر شوي كبيره لكن ما عليه يعني
كبيره مره والله مو شوي كبيره.
هذا مقطع يوتيوب.
هذا هو اللي قاعد يصير. بس صراحه قاعدين يحاولون يجارون لعبهم الى الان ما هم قادرين. يعني تتكلم بست اوف 5 بتلعبها كامله لا زلت على نفس لعبك. يا عين عليك سيف يعتبر جميل ترى
والله ما فيها وجيه.
لا زال ان مثل ما كنا نقول بست اوف 5 فعندهم فرصه. الحين انتم شفتم لعب
بست اوف
5 ايوه عندهم فرصه يشوفون اللعب كيف.
والله احسبه بست اوف 3 والله.
لا اذا ما رجعوا 3-0 يعني حتى هذا اللي بيصير عليكم السويب ما شاء الله. شوف ارلسيس بلم الشيطان
تندر مشارك بالارسنال.
ايوه فشيء كويس يعني.
لاعبين شغالين على
انا
نفسهم صح.
توقعت اللي سوبر ورانك وذا طلعوا ما شاء الله واصلين.
لا واصلين 2000 نقاطهم يا ريت
تقريبا كلهم يجيبون فوق ال 2000 كل سيزون.
لا بس نتكلم عن الشباب وجيه ونور الفواز يعني مو مره فاضيين اللعبه.
ركز لي على وجيه مسوي دور مشكله. عندي
وجيه
ضعيف عندي مدري ايش.
لا الكنترول
اليد ما تشبك.
بدل الاعذار.
الشاشه ناقصه الهيرتز يعني مو مره على شيء. حبيب وجيه لا ما عندنا الحركات. يلا ركز الجيم الجاي وجيه ليتس جو. طبعا انا لاحظت شيء في روح رياضيه من نورمال قاعد يعني يسلم عليهم
قاعد يحفز اللاعبين معي.
والله
شكرا
قيادي نورمال ما شاء الله. من وين هذه الحركات شكلها يعني صراحه جاي وجاهزين ومتحمسين. عجبني انا انه ما فقدوا الامل.
بالضبط المنتل موجود لازم الحين
نركز نشوف من اللي قاعد يلعب صح. الى الان عندنا اللي هو نيمو ممتاز.
وجيه شغال صفات.
شوف كم شوطه 7 شوتات وعندك زياد 4. شوف العيال 0 ميستيريوس ايش قاعد تسوي يا حبيبي؟ دخل اوكي دفاع لا من حقه. ما هو واثق في العيال باقي الى الان فهمت علي؟ فلازم انه يثبت نفسه دفاعيا، ثم بعد ما يشوف العيال انهم كفؤ يكونون ورا يبدا يطلع قدام. هذا اللي انا قاعد اشوفه.
انا اقول العيال دائما المنتل موجود بينهم،
ايه
يسكتون الحين يعني يتركون فرصه لفواز يشرح لهم وش يسوون،
أيوه.
يساعدونه شوي يعاونونه. انا اشوف فواز يهاجم الحاله مسكين.
اقول لك واضح عليه في الكام قبل شوي انه خلاص انا كنسل وخلني امشي. قاعد بلعب مع ناس كويسه افضل من انضغط هنا.
بس وجيه والله مو مقصر يعني 4 سيف.
اي لا جميل.
شغال سيفات.
والله كويس يعني.
ركز على الدمو طيب ها. قاعد يطرد العيال طرد. هذا اللي قاعد يصير. ومفجرين واجد والله يعتبر.
نيمو يا عيال 7 تسديدات و3 اهداف، نيمو هاتريك و7 تسديدات، ترى شيء مره كويس يعني. متفلت عليهم صراحه.
شيء كويس ضد مين؟ ايوه ما قصر. قاعد المع الصوره عطبناها.
انت طبها ما ادري شو اول مره يطلعون في البث طبعا نيمو.
شوف انا بكون في صفهم اذا شفت لعبهم تعدل في الجيم الجاي. حلو ابى انصف، لكن الجيم هذا لا والله، لا تناغم لا شو اسمه بوست مانجمنت لا ايا كان، قاعد نشوف لعب عشوائي.
انا اقول يا عيال الهدف اللي جاهم بالبدايه خلاص
كتمهم
شتتهم. انا اشوف بعطيهم فرصه صراحه الجيم الثاني.
اتوقع انهم يرجعون.
اهم شيء ما يلقون كف من اول ثانيه. هذه ضيعتهم.
ثاني ذا يمكن
هذه ضيعتهم.
قتل
انا
المنتل شوي يعني.
اشوف ضيعتهم انا، لهم فرصه ثانيه.
انا بالنسبه لي اشوف ان اللاعبين شوي المحترفين سيمي بروز نيزك ونيمو زياد يعني كانوا مغمضين شوي الجيم الاول، مغمضين عيونهم، ما احس انهم شدوا مره.
بالضبط انا اشوف
طفين
باقي
الشاشات باقي.
هو
لكن دخلنا الجيم الثاني الان يا ريفن، وفي البيست اوف 5 والكيك اوف على طول بالبدايه راح المره ذي لصناع المحتوى، فكان عندهم فرصه لكن ضاعت. وجيه الان من السيلينج، لمسه ثانيه ممكن حلوه باك بورد، زياد توهق فيه نوعا ما لكن بلك نورمال بوست الان يتراجع الخلف. الان عند فواز دبل تاب ممكن لكن ضاعت، نيزك يخلصها.
شيك على التركيز عند نورمال. يا ويلي اتوقع ان العيال الى الان يعني نتكلم خلاص 30 ثانيه لا زالوا ثابتين على نفس المستوى، انه ما هم قاعدين يضيعون ولا لقموا جول من البدايه، فهذا شيء كويس. نتكلم انه بيتطورون، لكن الديمو شكله له رد اكيد.
لا ضاغطين من البدايه بعد، مو بس ما لقموا، لا ضاغطين على فريق اللاعبين المحترفين. فلا واضح انهم عرفوا اغلاطهم بدأوا يصحصحون شوي.
والله كوتشنج شغال فواز، شكله اعطاهم نصايح شوي.
هذا المطلوب منه.
يا عيني
حلوه والله حلوه
والله قاعد يلعب الحالة.
كلوز.
شوف هذه يعني هذه كانت حلوه،
فتح لهم مساحات والله لكن ما استفادوا منها بالشكل واضح في تطور الان وفي تحسن من اداء وجيه ونورمال فواز ككل يعني كفريق. وهذه فرصه الان وجيه تمريره، هذه ممكن هدف كلوز باك بورد ترجع هدف.
يوه
يا زياد
جميل لعب ومره دفاعيا جميل. تتكلم انه يمكن نقول هو جدار برلين للفريق هذا.
لا بس صراحه الهجمه كانت حلوه مرتبه من اخوي انا.
ايوه صح انا انصفهم
تستاهلون صراحه.
عشان
اللاعب اللي بيسار وداها مد، اللي بالمد ما شاته وداها باك بورد، الاخير كملها بالسيافه زياد صراحه عرمهم من الهدف.
والله صراحه المباراه بدات تصير اقرب لو تلاحظون من الطرفين الى الان بدون اي اهداف.
قريبين نتنصر.
شيء كويس مره انه صاير فيه تنافس في المباراه. انا ما ادري يمكن وجيه اعطاهم رشوه ولا شيء يعني يسويها ترى القصير
يجيك تيشيرت ما عليك.
اعطاهم تيشيرت.
عشان كذا انا اشوف ان اللعب بدا يزبط عندهم. اوكي نورمال لعله قاعد يدافع اكثر منه يهاجم. يا عيني عليك هذا اللي دخل منهم ماستريوس.
والله كلوز
كانت
هذا هدف.
بس وجيه ضحى بنفسه.
يا عيني عليك
كلوز والله. لا
مستغل.
وجيه تفجر عشان ما يسجلون، ترى غطى عليهم شوي يعني.
بس استغل شوف كيف شافهم مهم قاعدين يسقون لعبهم في الدفاع على طول الضغط. هذا اللي يصير وهذا الشيء الصح
بالضبط. وخلاص وجيه انفجر. فواز مره ما عنده بوست
يعني الحقني يعني
والله
ما تقدر.
لا وجايهم نيمو في البوست يعني ما راح تقدر تسوي شيء فواز. الله يعينك
والله فعلا صراحه الوضع صعب. ما لهم الا الحين الدعاوي ما عاد تفيد اللعب ما من لعب. انا لازم
اهم شيء لا ترقمون زياده. 1-0 كفايه.
1-0 كفايه. لكن انا اتوقع ان بيردون صراحه. وجيه ما هو من النوع اللي يستسلم بسرعه يعني. اوكي انا اسحب كلامي خلاص.
استسلم يا وجيه.
زياد مو طبيعي ما شاء الله قاعد يسكت وحرفيا معاملها معامله جيم نهائي مو شو ماتش ولا ذا.
داخلين ترى منت العالي. ما شفت المقابله قبل المباراه يوم سالته يقول شربه يعني داخل بثقه عاليه مره بالنسبه له ولا شيء.
انا اشوف الانظار بعد كلها على وجيه كلهم مسيين بوجيه.
وجيه مسجل
الجمهم وجيه
اول هدف في المباراه
اخيرا.
قام يطلع عذر شفت.
فسخ السماعه.
ايوه اشر السماعه. ما في اعذار هنا يا حبيبي. لعبك هذا تثبته يعني سيزون 5 جراند شامبيون تروني قديم.
ترى نلعب عليك
حط التايتل وجايب الكنترولر من البيت، ترى جايب كل شيء.
عاملها السدب حقه على طول.
لا صراحة في تحسن. هدف الفارق الآن رجعنا نفس الشيء، نص وقت المباراة عدى. يحتاجون صراحة يعني هدف ثاني يرجعهم لأجواء المباراة. إلى الآن هم متأخرين. أنا صراحة أتمنى يعني يطلعون بشكل أفضل من كذا، خصوصا يعني وجيه ونورمان عندهم خبرة، ترى عندهم خبرة والله. بس
جداً.
المشكلة ما عندهم الحرق، يعني ما يحرقون اللعبة، ما يلعبون كثير.
هذه قالها نوب امس، لا احرق وبتحصل اللعب اللي انت قاعد تشوفه. فاحنا داخلين على شو ماتش، يعني شيء تغيير جو، والعيال انا اتوقع انهم ان شاء الله باذن الله انهم ما هم منضغطين، هذا اهم شيء. اتكلم انت قاعد تقدم متعه الحين للمشاهد، وان شاء الله انهم مستمتعين معنا باذن الله.
تدري في شيء عجبني مره، حاطين ستارتنج سون بعد 16 دقيقه، يعني يبين لك ان هذا اصلا بري شو، وان بدال الانتظار والشاشه لا الان صار عندنا شو ماتش. فوالله شكرا
يعني اللي ما تحمل لعبه وجيه عادي، ترى في جيم افضل بعد 20 دقيقه.
في اقيام مصيريه بعد. اوه
لا
نورمال تسجل مو بكيفه حتى، شوف كيف
حلو.
بعذرهم يستلمون بلاعب الكيبورد. شلون تضيع دي نورمال؟
مين اللي سجل؟
نيمو الظاهر سجل على نفسه.
نيمو سجل على نفسه؟
يبغى يسير.
أو لا، زياد.
قايل لكم في رشوه يعني ما
زياد
تصدقون.
سجل على نفسه.
شكل العشاء اليوم على واحد من الشباب. شكل الموضوع كذا. نشوف كيك اوف عند مين في النص. يا سلام عليكم. ايوه نورمال. نور يفيك. اوه جميل.
الكيبورد ما في امكانيات.
ما يقدر.
لا ترى صدق شيء عجيب انه هو الوحيد تقريبا اللي يعرفه في العرب اللي يلعب ماوس كيبورد يعني.
كان في امبرسيف سابقا قد شارك في تعودي ليج،
صح امبرسيف،
بس اعتزل فخلاص يعني ما في غير نورمال كيبورد، هو الوحيد الباقي.
صح.
هل لعب الماوس الكيبورد ياثر عليك لهذه الدرجه؟ يا اخي انا اشوف في ناس متمكنه جدا ترى من الشيء ذا.
في ناس
نورمال يمكن لو يعطيه وقت اتوقع بيحترفه، ولا
يحتاج والله حرك مده طويله، لان تحس الامكانيات صعب انك تعطي امكانيات اكبر بالكيبورد، محدود تحس.
ايه محدود ويبغى لك تحرق زياده، يعني لو مثلا بالكنترول تعطي 100% بالكيبورد تعطي اكثر 110%. جهدك اللي في الكيبورد اكثر من الكنترول،
يعني اتعب عشان
تتعب مره تتعب. فافضل لك كنترولر تريح راسك، لكن هذه كلوز.
بالنسبه لواحد زي نورمال لا والله انا اقول اعتزل. لا تكمل ما راح تحرق انت،
يعني
مشغول بسعودي ليج.
التعليق افضل. اعوذ بالله من الشيطان. انا كنت بتكلم عن شيء ونسيت. عاد يشوفون سالفه يلا.
والله لا بس ترى الجيم حامي يا عيال. 2-2 يعني
يا محامي وين قمنا نسولف؟
لا بس 20 ثانيه صار
نسولف عن
كويس.
الجو
بس 2-2 للحين. لا العيال شغالين صح، قاعدين يدقشون العيال.
وجيه
خلينا نتكلم
خليتك ساكت. انا قاعد احاول ابعد التركيز عن الجيم عشان ما نضغط،
يعني عشان ما ينزلون انها عينك مره ثانيه.
مالي دخل انا مالي دخل.
لا انت السبب. الحين انتقلت شكلها الريفن.
الظاهر طلعت حسودي مثلك.
اهم شيء انه مثلك. 17 ثانيه ايش بيسوون الحين؟ متوقع ما الا اذا رجعوا على نفس لعبهم بالضغط اللي في البدايه ويستغلونها بهجوم اكثر من كذا ممكن نشوف فيها جول لهم. ماستريس قاعد يحاول في الهجوم، والله فتح مساحه.
هذه من اللي طاير ده؟
الله اعلم.
حلوه.
احنا ركزنا.
صراحه يعني القلب يميل للمعلقين.
جيز
ايش صار هنا؟ انا كاني شفت 3 انتهى الجيم كامل ولا؟
جيم
كم كامل؟
ثاني
2
هو 2-0 الحين.
2-0 حاليا. اقتربوا من السويب. يا الله ما هذه الصدمه والمفاجاه
يا ساتر.
غير متوقع.
غير متوقع.
مستريس مو قاعد يسولف مع العيال، اتوقع انه شوي منضغط ولا؟
وجي ما عاد صار يسولف معهم خلاص.
ايه
شكله انكتم فواز.
ايه نورمال الحين صار يتعذر قاعد اشوفه. كيبورد
ايوه هنا مجال الاحصائيات. خلينا نشوف من اللي شغال لعب.
فواز المره ذي مكريهم.
يب
شوتات ثبات اسيست فواز. شكرا فواز ما قصر.
وجيه كان له جول الجيم هذا صح؟ يب جول واحد. هو المركز اكثر شيء تقريبا. شوف نيزك بعد من الطرف الثاني هو كان مبدع.
والله نورمال وفواز تلاحظون الديمو قاعد يحاولون يفتحون مساحات، بس الامكانيات ما في
يعني لو معك واحد تتواصل معه زي الناس هنا انا اقول لك صح.
انا اقول
ما بينكم تناغم فطبيعي.
انا اقول روقان ينزل معهم
يا حبيبي تم الحق لك ام الكور كلها.
كذا بتصير منافسه اتوقع.
تدور البوست ما تحصل، انا اخذ لك البوست كله على الخصم وعلينا.
بس راح افجر.
راح
يا رب. لا دخلنا على الجيم الثالث اعزائي المشاهدين في الشو ماتش اللي عندنا بين الاساطير نيزك نيمو زياد مع مهرجين المواهب
يلا
وجيه فواز
مسمى جديد.
ونورمال الان في المباراه الثالثه، ممكن تكون الاخيره الا في حال ما شاء الله يعني وجيه.
قصدك الاخيره؟
ممكن تكون الاخيره
انا
يعني.
اتمنى صراحه، اتمنى انهم يأدون. نبغى نشوف
تخيل ريفيرس سويب،
نبغى
والله
نشوف
بيكون شيء تاريخي.
نبغى نشوف اللعيبه هل هم بينضغطون او الجمهور بشكل اخص بعد ما يشوفون خساره وصناع محتوى ساحبين على اللعبه لهم فتره منشغلين باشياء ثانيه، وهذه ترى تحس بالخاطر.
انت قاعد تعطيهم اعذار الحين، يجيك الحين وجهي يقول انا مشغول.
لا انا ما اعطيه عذر، انا اقول لك ان هو عذره في السماعه ما شو قاعد يعدل فيها من اليوم.
اتصدقون يا عيال كان في امكانيه انهم يفوزون المعلقين، تدرون شلون؟
ليه؟
لو الشومات صار 2016 كانوا يلعبون الريال خلاص اترك اللعبه انت وياه مالك فيها خلاص.
هذا دق على التايتل حقه على طول.
يعني نورمال زمان لاعب محترف، وجيه قد لا شارك ببطوله،
كل واحد له
فواز كان يعطي قبل سنه،
كل واحد له عهد كان يعتبر البطل فيه، ولكن الان
بس الحين وقت صراحه اللاعبين المحترفين. يعني نتكلم عن نيمو كل سيزون 2000 جيم 3000 جيم، نيزك زياد يعطون اللعبه حقها، يحرقون اللعبه اخر فتره،
يعطيك جول كذا
ريست من زياد وهدف.
احس طبيعي تكون السلسله من طرف واحد.
مره طبيعي يعني. اتمنى ما حد يعني يكون مره يعني
الوضع حبي،
ما يكون قاسي بزياده الواحد على
صح. يعني ما يحتاج بعد شوي نقول لك روح منتج وروح سوي
ما يحتاج. لا احد يطقطق يا اخوان، لا احد يطقطق على
هم
وجهي.
اللاعبين كفايه قسوا على وجهي قبل
اي والله
بالضبط والله.
قسوا عليه كفايه خلاص صرفوا عليه.
انا اقول الله يعينهم في الخفاء، احنا وش بنسوي بعد.
انا اقول نورمال تعال علق معي تكفى خلاص.
صراحه بس يعني نتكلم ان اللعيبه اخذوها بمستوى ليفل ثاني، انه مو بس طقطقه
مجنون يا فواز.
فواز والله فواز قاعد يأدي.
شوف مبعد عن العيال وساكت، هنا تركيز 1000. انا بوريكم كيف اللعب.
لا ما يبغى يعني يرتبط فيهم باي شكل من الاشكال.
ما اعرفهم خلونا يلعبون.
احدهم.
صح حطه حلو صراحه تحسب له بدون
والله حلو
بوست
والله.
وعلق.
بليسمنت جميل الصدق من فواز. وزي ما قلنا فواز يمكن هو الوحيد بينهم اللي عنده خبره بطولات كبطولات. وجيه شارك كم بطوله 2018 19 بس
ما هو
هي فواز هو الوحيد بينهم اللي كان يعني يعطي اللعبه حقها باخر فتره
قريب
قريبه
اخر سنه
قريب.
يعني.
عكس اللاعبين اللي العيال عكس الباقيين نورمال وجيه تركين لهم فتره.
لكم معرفه بالشباب البرو بلاير واجد.
ايه قصدك
قصدي من ناحيه
إيه.
اللعب.
نيمو
اخر مره ظهور لهم
يشارك بطولات اللي كنت تسويها في البث وكان دائما يفوز.
لا كبطوله رسميه.
نيزك شارك مع
الRCS.
نيزك شارك مع منتخب الكويت في البطوله
اي
الخليجيه.
تو قلنا هذه في الدور بطوله الخليج
يعني والله ما تعدي يا حبيبي انت وياه.
يعني والله ما تعدي.
حرفيا هذا اللي قاعد يصير.
زياد SSL بس ماني متاكد اذا عنده مشاركات بطولات ريفن.
شوف
ترى كان يشارك بالRCS مع لاعبين فريق جيكاي اللي هم اوفل وذا، كان يجيب معهم مراكز سابقا.
ونيزك
بس اتوقع انه خلاص
لا،
الولد ما عاد
زياد.
يعطي اللعبه حقها.
اي زياد عنده مشاركات. نيمو هو اكثر واحد بينهم بالنسبه لي، انا اشوف عنده مشاركات RCS.
انا ودي يجيبون كان بعد شوي على نورمال. شوف كيف مسكت يده، شوف كيف جاهزيته، الرجال مشمر بيضارب الكيبورد ما بيلعب حرفيا. ان شاء الله انه يجيبونها بعد شوي.
بس العيال ترى ضاغطين اخر دقيقتين تقريبا.
والله صراحه احنا يمكن لان شو ماتش كذا كوميدي وطقطقه، لكن الصدق والله كلوس. الجيم اللي راح
تنافس
فرق يعني اهداف مو مره عالي، مو زي الجيم الاول 4-0
وضحت في الجيمين
صح الا والله.
فشوف الحين 1-1 باقي اقل من دقيقتين، وصناع المحتوى قاعدين يصنعون التاريخ. ممكن يصنعون العوده. خلينا نشوف مع بعض.
1-1 يا فواز.
وجيه مركز مره، حتى كلام ما في كول اوت بينهم، ما في تواصل. ايوه تو يتكلم
قاعد يتكلم شوي
غريب، مع انه المفروض ان هذا شيء اساسي بينكم لانه ما في تناغم من البدايه، فتعطون فرصه البعض انكم تتكلمون. اوبن يا عيني عليه، واستغل الفرصه من اول.
حلوه من وجيه الانهاء، لكن فواز بنى كل شيء. لاحظ فواز سوى كل شيء حرفيا.
قشرها له تقريبا.
عدى الاول عدى الثاني بلكهم، مرر سوى كل شيء حرفيا. يعطيه العافيه. وجيه تواجده في المكان هذا كان استثنائي.
تمركز رهيب
والله تمركز جميل من وجيه.
بدت ثمار الثريز اللي والخبره اللي عنده مستر
مقاطع اليوتيوب اللي شغلنا يا شيخ.
ومقاطع اليوتيوب برضه، فشغال انه ضروري يثبتون نفسهم. تكلم انه باقي عندهم دقيقه و20 ثانيه.
ليدن نيزك
يا مجنون
يا ساتر
يا عيني عليك.
مستحيل
هذه تسجل في تاريخ صناع المحتوى انها عليهم.
يا سلام.
تنزل كليب الحالة هذه لقطات متابعين.
جت بينهم
دبل بنش اثنين دبلوها. شكرا
شاب بنش. يا ساتر ايش ذا.
نايس جميله والله جميله.
قلبوها جيم فري ستايل اللاعبين. ترجع استهتار ولا
شغلوا شاشاتهم اخيرا، صاروا يلعبون الحين بتركيز على.
طيب هذه حلوه. وجهي موجود.
لا والله الصدق الهدف اللي قبل شيء كليب. والله هدف اسطوري مره.
انا برجع اخذه ترى. ضيفه عندي خاصه انه قد قال واحد من العيال تعال انزل لي، اقول له شوف هذا
شخصيه وجهي هذا تري.
فحبيبي ما تجي تقول لي انك لعيب. بس
أنا أشوف
ما ادوا صراحه الى الان.
اللاعبين صراحه كانوا منضغطين اشوف اول جيم، بس الحين شكلهم توهم بدوا يلعبون جد.
بدأوا يتوترون، كانوا متوترين في البدايه.
اي بس الحين توهم بدوا اشوف يصحصحون، شكلهم توهم يلعبون جد، توهم يفتحون عيونهم.
اي بالضبط.
على النهايه ما يصل، خلاص باقي عندنا كم 35 ثانيه. يعني الجول الان بيحسم النتيجه، خلاص نهائيا ما عاد راح يكون لك امل. وانا اتوقع انها بتكون من يعني بتنصدمون.
يا شوفون نورمال ايش يسوي.
توي نتكلم بتشوفهم الشباب والله.
بس ليش جاهزين فواز زي كذا؟ ليش جالس الحاله؟
اقول لك انا من اليوم مستغرب انه منعزل شوي، بس شكله زي ما قلت انت ما يبغى يرتبط فيهم باي شيء.
بس انا اشوف نورمال على الفر يا عيال، ما الوم الناس يستهترون فيه. ان اللاعب كيبورد على الفر ما لا كره المسها ظاهر.
نورمال تكمله عدد المباراه.
هو بيرجع يمتعنا في التعليق، ما عليك.
ايه انا قاعد اقول كذا عشان يرجع للتعليق يا اخوان.
اها ايش البنش هذا؟
لا يحترف تكفون.
اهم شيء الفكره نورمال.
يعطيك العافيه. السيت اب والامور كل شيء تمام، خلاص بعدين لا حياه لمن تنادي. 8 ثواني خلاص ايش بيسوي؟
اسلم وجيه
يجيبونها
والله
يعني
اخترع
بتكمل
حركة.
معنا السلسله خلاص.
يلا
بدوا يرجعون فشيء كويس
والله عجيب، اخذوا جيم.
بس من تشوفون من الشباب اكثر واحد برز
ليتس
منهم؟
جو ليتس جو.
شكرا للمنتل، شكرا للمنتل.
شكرا للمنتل صدق.
حبيت التحفيز بين
جاوب
المعلقين.
على سؤال الروقان، اكثر واحد بالنسبه لي فواز.
والله يستاهل،
والله مره
هو اللي
بدع.
بارز مره في المباراه هذه.
وحتى وجيه الصدق، بس فواز يمكن لمساته كانت حاسمه اكثر.
ما تدورون لكم واحد يلحق بوست شيء موجود ترى الخدمه يعني.
اقول يا عيال البطوله بتبدا وباقي ما خلص السيريز، وش بنسوي؟ نصرفهم
3-0. اي تمام.
بيقلبها يقول 3-2.
بيقلبها
اوه ناويين ريفيس سويب يا عيال.
يوه.
اهم شيء التشميره، انت ركز عليها بس. تشميره الذهب. احصائيات
والله فواز ما شاء الله يا عيال.
كم؟ 577 ديمو واحد، ما كان تركيزه هجوم اكثر شيء. 6 شوتات
نورمال بس منتل يا ريفن. سكوره 150.
اي شغال على المنتل نورمال.
لا يعجبني انه شغال على منتل ويكمل الباقي.
بس كويس انه مفجر مرتين، يعني فتح لهم مساحه مرتين فشيء كويس.
فواز ما شاء الله يا عيال. انا اقول يعتزل التحليل والتعليق ويكمل لاعب يعني.
هو الوحيد اللي يقدر يعطي بينهم.
والله قاعد يأدي والله ما شاء الله عليه.
في شيء ثاني يتكلم انه وجيه دفاعيا اكثر، 4 سيفات.
اي وجيه ترى من الجيم الاول ماسك دفاع. ملاحظ انا الشيء ذا. عموما خلينا نخش الان على الجيم الرابع معنا في البيست اوف 5 بين المحترفين وصناع المحتوى. خلينا نشوف مع بعض كيف بتكون هالمباراه، كيف بتكمل معنا. نيزك جاب الريست، لكن وجيه يا عمري السيف ما تفيك، كان رايح الفيك نيزك، لكن وجيه قراها. والان من الزاويه مكملين ضغط، ونقدر نقول هذا الجيم نقدر نقول بكل اريحيه انه في تحسن في اداء صناع المحتوى. لكن لا ما بكمل. من على طول اول ما تكلمت
العين وصلت
عندي الحين العين والحسد ما لنا دخل. بس والله العظيم المفروض بعد الجيم اللي راح يأدون افضل من كذا.
ايوه لان الجيم اللي فات ترى كان مره يعني تقدر تقول هنا اللعيبه بدأوا يضبطون وضعهم في التواصل، حتى اصلا صناع المحتوى قاعدين يتواصلون بشكل كويس. يعني ما فرق كان وشو هدف واحد.
وصلوا البيك الجيم اللي راح اتوقع خلاص.
اتوقع ان الجيم اللي قبله ما قدروا يفوزون، خسروا 3-2 فرق هدف اخر 10 ثواني. الجيم اللي بعده خلاص اعطوا كل ما عندهم، خلص لعبهم. ما عاد فيها اهداف زياده خلاص.
يا ساتر انا انتظر لعب نورمال متى يطلع يا اخوان. لعب نورمال وين يا اخوان؟
لا ترى قبل شوي نورمال ادى، مو الجيم اللي قبل شوي، لا هذا 158 حافظ.
الجيم اللي قبله اي
اللي قبله كان مؤدي. بس لعل طغوا عليه الشباب في الجيم اللي بعده.
الجيم الاخير كانوا احسن منه، لكن صراحه ننتظر منهم تنافس الجيم ذا بعد. يعني اتمنى ما تنتهي تاريخيا. المهم تنتهي تاريخيا.
خلوه 1-0 يا عيال.
1-0 حلو كنهايه للسيريز. بس والله ترى ممكن تصير صنع المحتوى يفاجئونا زي الجيم اللي راح. نشوف مع بعض فواز الان رايح لاير دريبل، جاب اللمسه الاولى، اللمسه الثانيه ممكن، لكن نيزك يقفل عليه.
واحد يا عيال.
دبل كومنت الو واحد يا عيال تفاهموا. وجيه ونورمال يخشون على بعض.
ما في، قلت لك التواصل كان قبل شوي كويس، بس خلاص الحين لعلهم كل واحد يبغى يثبت نفسه.
طق والحق.
ايوه طق والحق. انا اللي بطلع النتيجه، انا اللي بجيب اللقطه حاليا. لا يا عيال انتم تحتاجون انكم تاخذون جيم عشان نقدر نطقطق عليكم زياده.
يدورون سكور الظاهر عشان اخر الجيم يقول انا مكري.
يبون احصائيات.
يبون الاحصائيات.
هذا اللي يلحق
تكافعوا مع بعض يا
عيال. ما في مشكله، رول 1 على اساس يعني. والله نورمان يحاول يركز، قاعد يحاول يتواصل ترى معهم. شوف اكثر واحد قاعد يتكلم، بس العيال لعلهم مركزين وما هم يعطونا فرصه بحيث ان يسمعون توجيهاته.
يا ليت يلعب بدل ما يتكلم يا شيخ. يتكلم
لا اذا ما قدر يلعب ايش يسوي؟ يتكلم، فهذا الحل المنصف.
هو قام يعطي كومز نسى اللعب. ما يركز على شيء.
عنده ليفل معين لازم يركز عليه بس. كل التوفيق لهم، هذا اهم شيء عشان ودنا ما حد يزعل بعدين. والعيال اذا رجعتم تشوفون البث لا حد يرجع يجينا خاص ولا شيء.
الان وجي نورمال معذر منكم الصدق.
بكره انت مهمش
جدولنا
مصيبه. بس الشباب محترفين والله مؤدين، يعني قاعد اشوف في تواصل بينهم، مع ان اتوقع 90% اول مره يلعبون مع بعض. فهمت علي؟ فهذا الشيء ما هو اي فريق يقدر يسويه. صح ان اللي ضدهم مو ذاك الدرجه، ولكن تكلم في تنسيق جميل حلوه هذه. فنفس الاشياء هذه كيف تجيك الهجمات الجميله هذه؟ بسبب التواصل بينهم.
هو صراحه بعد هنيهم شيء ان تلقاهم جايين حاطين البطوله يبغون يتابعون يستمتعون. زمان قالوا تعالوا لعبوا ضدنا، ما تجهزوا ولا شيء ولا استعدوا، وقاعدين صراحه اشوفهم.
وشوف النتيجه كيف بعد، يعني شيء كويس.
بدون ما يستعدون بدون ما يتجهزون.
هذا هو يوم سالتهم في المقابله قبل المباراه قالوا اصلا احنا ما ندري، جينا اليوم على اساس ان جايين نتابع، قالوا يلا نلعب بطوله. فهذه متعه الدوري السعودي.
قالها نيزك احنا جاهزين بدون ما نستعد.
مع الجمهور ترى فجاه.
قالها نيزك قال احنا مستعدين بدون ما نجهز ضدنا وجيه يعني.
شربة مويه هذا الاهم.
وسالته قلت ليه ما يتجهز؟ قال وجيه. يو
ركاده
كلوس والله. ايش صار؟ نورمال
وجيه العميل هذا هو صار ضدهم.
اسطوري من وجيه ونورمال جريت باس.
يعطيك العافيه.
شوف الاسيست.
ما سجلت نيمو عوافي كملوها لك.
زبط كان النورمال، يعني تراني سويت بومب هنا، ركزوا عليها داخل في الكام.
هذا كرم وجيه نورمال، شافوا الهجمه من نيمو والهدف كان بيكون اسطوري تريبل تاب.
صح
والله ما خليها بخاطره.
ما خذها بخاطره هاي.
كانت والله
حلوه. بعد الان من صنع المحتوى وجيه 1v1 لعباتك يا وجيه.
كانها طولت الدقيقه حق الجيم صح؟ يا عيني على البوست يا نورمال يضحك كانه سامع. اتوقع انه يسمعونا صح؟
يسمعونا. لا ما عزل فيها.
ما يسمعونا
عادي كل اللي تبيه.
لا اهم شيء ما يرجعوا للبث بعدين.
هو اهم شيء يا عيال 2-0 كفايه. خلاص هذا لجأ عليكم اهداف زياده.
مع انك انت اقول له امس يعني ودنا نشوف
تكفون الستر يا عيال.
هو غريب ما جت رقمين يا ولد.
مستحيل الان 4 ايام.
لا والله والله انهم شادين. ترى وجيه شاد جايب كنترولر جايب كيبورد الخاص جايبه من البيت نورمال.
تلقاه يسكر من الفجر. مستعد للحظه هذه.
امس منزل ستوريه قاعد يلعب ترى اخر الليل صدق. وقال لي ايش اصور مقطع. يا ساتر دبل تاب كلوز فيك جديده من نيمو دبل ممكن مستيريس يا عمري السيف
30 ثانيه.
رد فعل ما شاء الله. مستيريس على كبر العمر لكن في رياكشن تايم حلو والله.
نبيك تمتعنا في اخر الثواني هذه. يلا
وين
تعليق على المحترفين.
اوكي على الضياع اللي قاعد يصير
أيوة.
حاليا
مع ذباتك
20 ثانيه متبقي اعزائي المشاهدين. الان 2-0 للشبه المحترفين معانا في هذه المباراه. وجيه الاسطوره اسطوره اليوتيوب. هنشوف اسطوره اللعبه الان ام لا. كرة في الجهة الأخرى عند نيمو رايح سولو بلاي يخليها فيك زياد. الله قدام المرمى خطيرة جدا. فيك الأول الثاني ايش قاعد يصير؟ يفيكم ورا بعض لكن نورمال يخلص الكرة. الآن في الجهة الأخرى 3 ثواني متبقية من الزاوية. الكرة الآن ترتد عند نيزك مرتفع عالي اير دريبل يروح يريبل لكن نورمال ما يعطيه فرصة ما يعطيه مساحة من الزاوية. هل نقول جي جيز؟ نقول ألف مبروك للاعبين المحترفين. الكرة مستمرة ما انتهت المباراة لكن خلاص انتهت والنتيجة واضحة أمامنا. المحترفين ينهون المنافسة. الكرة مستمرة. نيمو يعليها فوق مرتفع رايح لاير دريبل لكن طالت عليه ويخليها الان وجيه يكملها مع مستريس نورمال يشتون بعض شوي لكن ما عليه. الكره مستمره اهم شيء ما تلمس الارض. هذا الهدف الان وجيه راح الدبل تاب خطيره. نورمال
اخيرا هدف نورمال.
يا سلام نورمال يختم الكلام ويختم المباراه بهدف من عنده بعد غياب طوال السلسله. يظهر في اللحظه الغير مهمه الاخير.
الله يعطيك العافيه يا رب الكعبه اني استمتعت في اخر 30 ثانيه بالذات. ما قصروا صراحه ما قصروا.
والله ما قصروا.
جيم مره ممتع او الجيم يعني السلسله كامله كانت ممتعه.
على فارق الخبره حاليا توقعت صراحه رقمين بس صراحه والله ما قصر.
والله ما قصروا صراحه. انا فخور فيهم فخور بنورمال انه سجل هدف باخر ثاني. اخيرا سوى شيء.
وجيه زعلان شوي ينتظر يسلمون عليه.
لا هو مسوي عنده ايجو لاعب محترف كذا انا ما اقوم ولا اسلم.
لا جميل. هنا لازم تنتبهوا لي نقطه انه روح التعامل
ايش يقول وجيه؟ قاعد تكسك ترى.
طبيعي
تعال وجيه
طبيعي ما قصر والله ما قصروا. الشباب اللي حضروا اصلا وكانوا موجودين وجاهزين انهم يقدموا لنا هذه المتعه.
والله جي جيز وما قصروا يعطيهم العافيه. وشكرا لنيزك ونيمو زياد على انهم شاركوا في هذه المنافسه، وشكرا كذلك الوجيه
أنا أحس وجيه زعلان
وفواز
ترى.
ونورمال على انهم لعبوا ولو انهم يعني ما طلعوا بافضل شكل. لكن الان يا اخوان ننتقل للستيج ونرجع لمقدمنا. اتمنى يعتزل اللعبه ويركز على التقديم وبالتوفيق.
خلي ودي انا اسمع
وجيه خلنا نسمعك.
كل مقابله معك.
انتم من اليوم يعني قاعدين تتكلمون عنا وتمدحون خصمنا امدحونا شوي.
لا
ترى نسمعكم.
مدحناكم ترى.
مدحناكم اخر 30 ثانيه.
هو فعلا
مدحناكم،
مدحتونا،
سجلتوا
لكن
هدف.
مو بالشكل اللي انا ابيه. انا دافع لكم رشاوي. طبعا معنا مبدئيا عندكم سؤال معين تبون توجهونه يا معلقين لنيمو تحديدا؟
كم اعطيت التيشيرت بس؟ انت كم اعطيت التيشيرت الرشوه حقتك؟
لا انا مره كيف ايش كان تحدينا قبل لا ندخل المباراه؟
تحدي يعني بسيط صراحه.
بسيط. ما قلتونا هدوا في اول كم جيم عشان تكونوا متقاربين؟
يمكن صح بس ما شفنا في مستوى.
شفتوا كيف؟
ما شفنا
لكن
في مستوى.
بالنهايه انتم فعلا سويتوها، قدرتوا تفوزون علينا. الدبل تاب انت اللي سويت الدبل تاب صح؟ البنش ونيزك يا جنونكم.
بالصراحه المباراه كانت سهله.
طبيعي.
معلومة.
نسوي ترانزيشن
طبيعي.
نرجع لكم. جايك نيمو. نيزك وش السالفه؟ انت ليش جاي هنا زعلان شاد حيلك شو ماتش يا اخي؟ هذا مو بالدوري السعودي.
ارحمني.
لا للحين احس ما شدينا حيل.
أوه.
اعطيناكم جيم بعد.
والله ما قصروا معكم ترى وجيه.
زياد انت فعلا كنت ناويني من قبل لا ندخل على المباراه، انت ناوينك لنا الثلاثه، قلت ما راح تعدون.
ركز على صناعه المحتوى احسن لك والله.
شكرا لك، تشرفت، الله يسعدك. بس ابدعتوا، يعطيكم العافيه.
انا اتفق مع زياد.
استلمني يعني زي ما سمعتوا يا عيال، والله يعني شيء
بس
يضيق-
صراحه يعني انت
شيء يضيق
تستاهل
الصدر.
الشيء اللي جاك.
احمد
بس
ربك
أنا-
ما جاك رقمين وجيه.
انا اتوقع معي عذر يا جماعه، ولا انا هنا جاي كمقدم وغير صناعه المحتوى يعني.
كنت اتمناها رقمين بس ما حصل. مقهور ترى.
نواف او روقان ريفن تجون تسوون مقابله، من اليوم قاعدين نتهاوش ترى في
الا صح سؤال منطقي.
انا لا ما بعترف، بس شوف صراحه انا قلت بلعب ماوس كيبورد صح، بس كنت العب بيد ترى، بس ما كان ندري.
واضح.
دقيقه اسال والتشمير اللي قاعد اشوفها يده ممدده على الطاوله.
اسلم فهد.
اليد ممدده على الطاوله هذه كانت حقت ايش؟ وش اليد اللي تمسك اليمين
هذه
يسار؟
كانت منتل، حركه منتل، بس
يا
اننا
سلام.
في النهايه بالاخير كنا نلعب 2 في 3 انا وفواز.
اوه جحد وجيه.
ما ادري وجيه كان موجود اصلا ولا لا.
مرماك من اللي غطى عليه. دقيقه قبل كل شيء انتم قلتوا روقان سال نايف نص البطوله، قال انتم هل اللاعبين يسمعونا ولا لا؟ انا لابس
إيه.
السماعه انا وانا قاعد العب، فكنت جالس
قاعد
اسمع.
تغش.
جالسين تمدحون فواز وهو اكثر واحد قاعد يخرب المنتل حقنا، تعترف ولا؟
لا غير صحيح طبيعي. انا ونورمال حرفيا قاعد نلعب 2 في 3. انت ما ادري وينك مختفي في الملعب ما ادري، بس اللهم تاخذ البوستات علينا وتجلي. هذه المشكله الصدق.
القوم.
صح اني جليت انا اعترف، بس دفاعيا والله كنت اسلم.
زي ما قال والله زياد، اتمنى تعتزل وتروح صناعه محتوى.
انا بروح صناعه محتوى الحين. لكن امانه شكرا للاعبين، شكرا لصناع المحتوى والمحللين واللاعبين اللي جو من الجمهور، الله يسعدهم والله يعطونا جو، اسعدونا. واشكركم برضو يا روقان وبغيت اقول روقان وفهد، روقان وريفن ونواف. للامانه استمتعنا وغيرنا جو، وان شاء الله انها تستمر هذه الفعاليات لنهايه حتى في السنه الجايه باذن الله. فاتمنى انكم استمتعتوا. بناخذ بريك بسيط وبنرجع بعد شوي على بدايه المباريات في الدوري السعودي للرياضات الالكترونيه.
R8 او جي كي، لكن هذه هجمه الان مرتده من جي كي على الباك بورد، ونشوف سسبكت في المرمى وتحلم كذلك متواجد الهدف الوحيد، وكذلك ابعاد اي اهداف وهجمات محتمله، لكن باسل
فصول ممكن يروح لهجمه فرديه دبل تاب خطيره. الله يس قوية جدا لهذه السلسلة. الآن فرصة خطيرة، بومب للعب الأخير قدامه، ولكن فرصة قدر يخلص الكرة. سسبكت الآن يعدي اللعب الأول، لكن يزيد يبعدها، تدخل سريع. الله يس
بامب حاضر تحلم معبوس، محسن متواجد يمكن دبل تاب فيك، لكن مع
المعجبين به سسبكت. أتمنى صراحة يلعب بالأداء اللي دائما يوعدنا فيه. ما في أحد في الاعتراف. سسبكت للأمام، ما معهم بوز، ما في إلا تحلم، لكن صعب التمركز، صعب جدا. نيشو يستمر التيم بلاي ولا العمل الجماعي بين باسل وسسبكت. يا الله، لا مستحيل. يحتاجون الكثير، يفتقرون الكثير. كلا صراحة جاب الريست. الله على خط المرمى
مع البوست الكافي. نشمي في الإجابة، أخذ الاستلام جميلة منه، عد اللعب الأول، هذه فرصة أمام المرمى يمكن بلوك، لكن الدفاع حاضر على اللاعب ناشي الآن. تمريرة جميلة حلوة منك يا ترى، تسديدة من كيلرز لكن بعيدة. روز يكملها، والهدف الثاني الآن.
لازم يحافظون عليها، ما يناولونها للجهة الأخرى. الآن دكتور بهجمة فردية خطيرة، لكن روس. الله يا أخي روس، لا كذا كثير يا روس، كذا كثير يا روس، يا مجنون يا روس.
Our lower bracket is set here on day 2 of the Saudi eLeague Championships. Jorby and Hercules bringing you the action on the English alternative stream here. While, of course, all of our lovely Arabic team here on the talent team over in the land at Riyadh. But Hercules, how you doing this morning? At least the morning for us, afternoon over in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, no, it's a early morning. The sun isn't up yet, but we are, and that's exciting. And honestly, yesterday was really interesting. If you guys missed it, we're gonna get all into it, but it makes for a really good day too. So today's gonna be one of the more competitive ones. So I'm awake, I'm ready, and I'm stoked.
Yeah, absolutely. We had Twisted Minds and Falcons make it to the winter final in 2 perfect sweeps, not just 1, but 2, which was a little crazy to say the least. I think Twisted Minds getting a perfect sweep was the surprising part. Falcons maybe not so much, but taking a look at the bracket, you can see how everything went down. Vision Esports, they moved on a 3-0. That was actually a forfeit from Bravado because they had to go with the sub. They should be playing today. R8 versus Bravado will be our first match of the day. Geekay took R8 to 5 games, but could not complete the victory and so fell to the lower bracket. They will be playing Vision Esports today, who are still licking their wounds after getting perfect swept. But Herc, you have said you've liked this GK Esports team, but you were starting to lean towards R8 after their match against Twisted Minds yesterday. But perfect sweep that, perfect sweep this. Do you think it really matters?
I mean, a little bit. I think R8 sweep means a little bit more so than Visions. And then, of course, the Game 5 with R8 and GK was very indicative of what we're going to get from both of these teams today. Geekay Esports, obviously, you know, started out the series a lot stronger than I think R8 kind of anticipated. And then they kind of fell off a little bit. R8, you know, adapted really well, kind of cleaned up a lot of their defensive mistakes, and then just really took that series by the reins. And they took that energy all the way into their series against Twisted Minds, which, if you guys missed it, that 3-0 is not as open as it seemed on paper. So it'll be a pretty interesting day to see what R8 brings to Bravado, but also where Geekay matches up against Vision, because we haven't really gotten to see Vision go up against somebody that's more a little bit on their level.
Yeah, this lower bracket should produce some entertaining games is what we're hoping for. And then, of course, capping off the day with Team Falcons versus Twisted Minds. We're going to figure out who our top 3 teams are by the end of today. And one of those teams will be sitting in the grand finals if history tells us anything. And if my brain is working, Falcons should be there. Easy peasy. I don't want to get too far into that. We'll get to that Falcons Twisted Minds match up later. But Hercules with these 4 teams still battling in the lower bracket, trying to get the honor of playing who will likely be a Twisted Minds later on in the lower final. No doubt someone like R8 could feel like they can at least get a goal or maybe even a game. Certainly, you can't do much worse than a perfect sweep, but you have Bravado coming up next, who haven't played a single game during the championship yet.
Yeah, this is the first time we're going to be seeing them actually participate in this event. If you guys missed it yesterday, they had to do a forfeit, unfortunately, in their first series. So this is the first time we're seeing them kind of bring themselves to the stage and what they can provide. And of course, it's a tough matchup. You're going up against R8, like we talked about, the 3-0 sweep, although it is, very unfortunate and very rough. And no, you can't do worse than it. It was a competitive 3-0, and I will give them that. I think Twisted Minds definitely had to earn that 3-0 in their own respective rights, especially in the beginning stages of that game. It was very, very defensive, and it again, indicative of what R8 is going to be bringing to the table today. So Bravado's got a big challenge up against them in that first round.
Yeah, I think they're going to be playing with Troop today instead of Abdullah. So Abdullah has played in some of the previous majors in Saudi eLeague, and but for R8, who seemed to have some good plays against Geekay early on in the day, he thought maybe they could go a little bit farther. But Telem, Suspect, and Basil certainly will still have their work cut out for them going through the lower bracket. I liked what I saw from Basil yesterday, not just mechanically, but also on defense, helping R8 break out of long defensive holds, bringing the ball down. I think sometimes they can get a little too aggressive with their rotations, but honestly, we could probably say that about every team here in the lower bracket. It's kind of a product of the region and the country with play style that these players like to play. But I actually liked how Suspect in particular, Hercules, had adapted throughout the day and was kind of ironing out some of those aggressive rotational issues that we were seeing early on. So I wonder if their ability to adapt, and Telem talked about it in the interview as well, using that ability to adapt to help get them over some of those more difficult games, which they may no doubt face here against Bravado.
Oh, for sure. Again, a lot of us might be seeing Bravado, for the first time here, not only in general, but of course in this particular event on LAN. We're going to have Abdullah, Nadar, and Twiz coming up on this one, and they've got a challenge. If they paid attention to what happened yesterday by any means, they're coming into this with a lot of respect for R8. I like the mention to Suspect, because he really kind of was in that in-between of, all right, like, am I going to be matching up on everyone's level? So they can kind of pick their poison on who they want to slow down a little bit. I know Telem had his moments of kind of getting fed that ball a lot. And then same can be said for Basil. Basil was very impactful as far as being a playmaker for that squad. So again, pick your poison on R8, who you want to try and slow down a little bit. It's more on Bravado to be very communicative, very clean. You can't, have those moments like you talked about, Jorby, like, pushing up a little bit too far or overcommitting on a couple of moments. You want to play a little bit safe in the beginning, right, to have your moment and learn about this squad.
Yeah, I'm curious what Bravado will bring. Troop coming in to substitute. It's never a great feeling when you can't play with your starting roster. You feel like you'll have the best chance to win if you can have everybody going, but sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. And Bravado, Major 4, they actually hadn't made that final bracket. I don't even think they were in Major 4. No, I was going to say, not in Major 4. Or unless they were under a different name and I misunderstood that, which is entirely possible. No, I believe EXO Esports had taken their spot, which was Hisoka, Ams, and Venom. So they are not here, though. Bravado are. And this is your first chance on LAN. It's unfortunate for Bravado, who did make it into the third major, but that Bravado team was not able to make it out of the group stage. They didn't take a single game. Granted, Falcons were in their group, but R8 was also in that group, and R8 had swept them. So that's the last time that this team has played them on LAN, was in Major 3 several months ago, and it did not go very well for them. You're talking about Bravado only scoring 1 goal in 2 out of 3 of those games. It was game 1, 2-1 R8, 3-1 in game 2 R8, and then 4-2. So they outscored them by quite the margin. Now, R8 seemed to have the advantage here, at least in terms of the recent history. Granted, that is one best of 5 that happened many months ago, but we've seen some good form out of this R8 squad. And it all comes down to being able to adjust to your opponent. Bravado have won a couple of games in some of these majors. They even took a game off of Falcons in Major 2. But again, we have to keep going farther and farther back to start finding where Bravado was starting to find some success. But in terms of recent success, even back then, that Bravado team in Major 2, Nader was the only player that is currently on the roster, that was on that roster in Major 2. And again, playing with a sub this time around. So they definitely have their work cut out for them playing against R8, who we've already gotten a look at. They've already gotten a chance to play on stage. And you know how nerve-wracking that can be, especially if you start your journey on stage in the lower bracket.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors that are seemingly against Bravado. It's really just for them to come out, swinging and proving everybody wrong 1 game at a time throughout the series here. And of course, R8, they're just going to try and continue on the same journey that they were yesterday. I know, I mean, again, I know it was a 3-0, but in my opinion, it really was a competitive one, and I think it was a good showing. And if they were to, be in a position where they could have that rematch, could be a different story right now. But for now, we just wait to see what Bravado can bring to the table on this one. Again, like you said, first time out here. It's been a couple roster changes, a couple moves, unexpected ones at that. So you're just kind of dealing with the cards you've been dealt.
Herc, I think you're the only person that I've ever heard call a perfect sweep competitive.
Honestly, okay, listen, if you're going against Twisted Minds and they don't 10-0 you every single game, and they're having to pull out really nasty, creative plays to get around you defensively just to go 3-0 in a game, I think somebody is finally giving them a challenge outside of the Falcons.
Well, surely we could look at Geekay and be like, that was competitive, right? Game 5 they won 4-0.
Yeah,
the
but
other
that's
games were a little closer. One of them went to
competitive.
OT.
That's expected, right? If you do something that's expected, I'm gonna be like, oh, okay. But you have to think about it you throw a diamond in an SSL lobby, and if for some reason the SSL is
Are you saying R8s are the diamonds to Twisted Minds SSL? Is that?
I'm gonna get flack for that.
So, okay, I see what you're saying. So a diamond player would go out of an SSL lobby and be like, yeah, I was pretty competitive in that. When it was 11-1.
Yeah.
Actually, in this case, it would be 11-0.
It wasn't even 11-1. It was what? It was 3-0. Yeah. That's good in my book. Honestly, the margin
I guess
is
it's
so
all about
far.
how you frame your expectations.
Glass half full energy, you guys. Also, I could just be so tired that I'm just delirious on how good that game was. So you can look at it.
One of them was a 1-goal game. Just to give you credit there, one of them was a 1-goal game. It wasn't as if, because Falcons did outscore their opponent or Vision 11-0, and it was only 6-0 for Twisted Minds. So, average 2 goals a game, 2-0, 2-0. It was actually 2-0, 1-0, 3-0.
See?
So, one of those was close. One of those was close. But who knows? Maybe Twisted Minds, they fall to the lower bracket, and then they get to play them again, and you might look like a genius. But it's time for the national anthem. Let's get to it.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
All right, the teams are about to take the stage. We are going to start with R8 versus Bravado. Herc, we've been doing fit checks, but absolutely nobody is clearing Falcons. And I'm waiting for the yellow shoes for R8 because they got those yellow bands on their sleeves. Maybe they heard us yesterday. Maybe you think they went out and bought some yellow shoes yesterday?
I would like to think so, but probably not. They probably don't even know that we're judging their fits this hard.
Well, you know, you got to learn, okay?
I want
Gonna
to
come after when Wave Punk's not here. You gotta comment on the fits.
True. That is very true. Yeah, who's rolling out in a leather jacket though? That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean, it's cold on stage, but as soon as you sit down and start playing, all of a sudden your hands start sweating. The leather jacket, all of a sudden, it doesn't feel so comfortable. R8 taking the stage. And I do love that logo. The color scheme and the logo.
Very clean.
It's very good.
I like that shade of blue.
All
let's
right,
see.
struggles yesterday. Took it to 5 games against Geekay in the very first series of the day. Looked dominant in that game 5 against Twisted Minds. Dominance was not a word you would use to describe their performance, but in the lower bracket here against Bravado, they're looking like one of the stronger teams.
R8 سبورت مثل ما ذكرت قبل شوي ان اخر مواجهه لهم كانت مباراة امس اللي كانت في المباراة الاولى انتهت 3-2. توقعنا انها بتكون خسارة بالنسبة لهم لكن قدروا انهم يعوضون هذه التأخيرات او الخسارة اللي كانت في اول مباراة. بعدين قدروا يعوضونها والان هم متواجدين معانا.
We're getting the intro of our boys that haven't stepped foot on stage yet soon.
واما الان اعزائنا الحضور.
That's true. Bravado is the only fits we haven't seen.
Yeah, we got one last surprise fit check. Here we go. Bravado
Similar
gaming.
color scheme.
Yeah, I feel like I just saw this color scheme. You know what?
Slightly different logo.
All blue teams, no orange. Okay.
All right, I like the jerseys.
Where? I thought they had the matching shoes.
Wait, they have two. Wait, one blue accent and then one orange accent. Very Rocket League.
Very.
I actually
respect
like that
it.
a lot. I do. I love the Rocket League themed jerseys. Well, Bravado have taken the stage for the very first time, and I think only Nader had played on LAN. I was looking at Major 1 again to see. I think Abdullah was playing for a different team. Hang on a second. I had just closed that tab. I had 30 tabs open with the way some of these players have been moving around. But swinging back, let's see. No, I'm on the wrong major now. I'm looking at XO Esports. They're not here. Let's go to the championship, Hercules, where we are right now. Obviously, Abdullah is not playing, but I believe he was in previous ones. Twiz is not an unfamiliar name in Saudi Arabia or MENA, no matter no matter regionally or looking within the country themselves. But Twiz has been around for a minute. But as far as the Saudi eLeague goes, hadn't seen him in a while, actually. Twiz, his last posted result was last year's Saudi eLeague in Season 2 when he was playing on Vision Esports. So we haven't seen a ton of Twiz lately. But clicking back here, that doesn't sound completely right to me. I believe he did compete in 2024. He was in the online major portion, playing for Bravado all season before he was on Vision, though, for Major 2 in the online major portion. So Twiz has been around a couple of teams, mostly Vision before coming over to Bravado. And again, playing with the sub today against this R8 team that I think both of us are thinking probably looked the best out of the 4 teams not named Falcons or Twisted Minds.
I definitely would agree on that one. I think out of, again, the performance we got yesterday, excluding the fact that we haven't seen Bravado yet, R8 definitely had at least my favorite performance that I saw. I still feel bad for Vision. They go in there and they got slammed, but respect to them for, you're trying your hardest against literally one of the best teams in the world. But Yeah, this is, again, it's going to be a really interesting one because Bravado also got to see what R8 Esports put out yesterday. So there's a little bit of, indication of what you're going to be going up against here, especially if they paid attention to that interview where he talked about how they're going to be very, very adaptive and receptive and start out a little bit slower just to gain some knowledge and information on them in the early stages of that game. So I don't know. They could play the same thing back, or they just come out swinging, put their foot down, and say, hey, this is the level we want to play at for the entirety of the series, and it's your job to keep up with us.
Absolutely. Well, chat, you might not be able to post your general Twitch predictions, but chat, you can type out who you think are going to win this game. So let me know, chat, who you think has this one. How many games do you think Bravado, with their very first game on LAN here at the Saudi eLeague Championship, with a sub versus R8, licking their wounds off of a tough match against Twisted Minds yesterday, and have a little journey here in the lower bracket to see if they could go to what we think may be an eventual rematch in that lower final. Herc, what do you got here?
I'll give Bravado 1. I think. I would give them at least 1, but no more than that. I think R8 has a plan coming into this one. It's going to be executed fairly well. It'll be played decently safe at the beginning, and then it'll just be a steamroll.
A steamroll? Well, I will let you know, Hercules. Now, while they didn't make it to the major in Major 4, they made it to the online portion. They did make it to the Major 3 final on LAN, got 5th, 6th. So they ended up finishing near the bottom. And your prediction is not looking too bad.
Wait, did I
for
say
that. But
okay.
But in Major 2, Bravado got 4th. Now, granted, that Bravado team was different. They did not have Twiz. Twiz was still playing for Vision in Major 2. That team was a little different. Only Nader is the remaining player left from that Major 2 team that made it to 4th place. So it's a bit of a different makeup for them in the Saudi eLeague Championships, and we are on a small technical delay, so we do appreciate your guys' patience at home as we get ready for it. And obviously, a substitute is something you always have to consider as well. I think giving them a game is fair, especially since we haven't seen Truk. We don't know how he's going to gel with the roster, considering you've been playing with a specific makeup, certain starters all season, and you've been making roster changes in the middle of it. So you've kind of been in a free flow. So that may not hurt Bravado as much if you're a Bravado fan out there and you need some copium. That might be what you're kind of hanging your hat on as well. The roster's been changing every single major. So it shouldn't affect them too much. And R8, for as much as we've been singing their praises, they have not been perfect. They tend to give the ball away if they feel a little bit of pressure. So do you get aggressive against this team? Do you take some risks against R8 and try to get them off rhythm on defense and try to establish a little bit of pressure early on? Sometimes if you catch a team out and you show that confidence that you're just willing to challenge them, you're not willing to respect them, that can force them to give up the ball. And we see what happens when R8, they feel that pressure. They do just start dumping the ball back to the other team. They did that not just against Twisted Minds, obviously a great team in their own right, but also against Geekay. It's part of the struggles in that match, why it had to go 5 games. But enough of that. Enough of the pre-talk, Hercules. We got some Rocket League to play. R8 versus Bravado. 1 best of 5 separates them from going home or continuing on today to stay alive.
Yep, this is last chance. There's no more lives after this, and I gotta hand it to Bravado, man. In the first 20 seconds or so, they have taken, I think, close to about 3 shots at this point already. They're going for their 4th with Taruk, and Nadar's just keeping it going. I respect the pressure. I mean, you talked about it in the pre-talk, right? You gotta kind of come in with a little bit of no respect towards R8 and throw them off guard, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's a good level of energy, and finally R8's out of their own. That's a nice little attempt to go under there, but Bravado back in time. A couple nice saves coming out. Gonna have to make maybe 1 more on this one as it goes out to the corner.
kicked right back out. Bravado don't allow too much pressure from R8. In fact, Tiruk, the substitute, will score the opening goal, debuting on stage here in the Saudi eLeague Championship, and he brings it right down and catches Telem looking.
Oh man, I mean, he had enough space to kind of go anywhere he wanted with it. It was just on Telem to kind of guess correctly at that point, especially when you're facing, you know, the opposite way. It's a little awkward on the positioning for it, but great moment there. Potentially second one. Shot is on target. And R8 Esports just working together to try and get this ball out. I love the level of control that Bravado is bringing to that midline. That's really what's going to slow down R8. They do a lot of these big clears with follow-ups, and I think that's been recognized at this point enough. Suspect and Telem, we're trying to work together to get out. There's no connect on this ball, which means big clear is going to get intercepted and sent on back. But 321, not too bad. Just a 1-goal lead for Bravado, but I mean, even that, a 1-goal lead on a team like R8 and being able to hold them back as much as you have been, that's a pretty strong start to this game one.
Bravado have had the better of it here in the midfield. Finally, Telem breaks out. Nader hoping for a way out. Go get that boost. He got a nice follow-up from his teammate. R8 they actually get something going here. Telem will try again off the ceiling. He's got one to beat, but challenge too easy for Bravado, and they kick it downfield, force them up high. That's a good touch. Oh, a little risky at first. Got to get that into space, into safety. And they do just that. Telem gets another flick out. Seems like Telem has had the better of getting this ball downfield, but follow-ups have not been the best, and R8 really struggling to get some kind of setup here from the midfield line and consistent pressure. Last few touches have been good, but still need something consistent trying to get Nader off the ball.
I like this read from Nader too. But again, like you said, as time is going on, R8 is learning. Yesterday when we saw them playing, they were learning kind of series to series, and then it became game to game. It feels like now it's minute to minute. They're learning how to slow down Bravado fairly quickly now. I mean, you can see both lurking on the back end. Telem recognizes no boost in the tank. He's going to have to leave it for Suspect. He does. They're going to work together to get around the midline. That's a powerful demo to try and open up some space. And Taruk, I respect the fact that he keeps himself upfield so much. He tries to, you know, be cheeky and open up a spot for his team. But unfortunately for them, R8 just kind of has it on lock right now.
Yeah, I mean, despite being able to keep them out, though, that offense is still lacking. And Bravado doing a good enough job keeping them broken out, although they missed the bump here on Telem. No boost. Pop up in front of the box. Aggressive posture right now for R8. Starting to feel desperate with the lack of a goal on the board. Breaking through one. Suspect gets through. Got the save. Nader will keep them locked in, but Bravado had to stretch to get back to that ball. Now Twiz has to buy some time for the back line to get reset. He does that and a little bit more, but Nader, it's too hot of a pass. Ends up burning his bumper on it. 45 seconds left. Bravado are holding R8 down right now.
They are coming down to some dangerous territory here. Only 38 seconds left on the clock and still boxed in their own half. And Telem's going to try and take his time, but Truk, they're just going to force a lot of these challenges. And a great pass to get out of their half, but it just bounces back in the worst way. As Bravado really just got to play keep away at this point, and that's really what they're going to do here as this one's forward. Suspect takes his time. Low boost, though. Reset's going to give you enough power to maybe make the pass, but Taruk, again, he has done such an incredible job of intercepting a lot of these attempts here, and only 7 seconds on the clock. A shot forward, ceiling down, maybe it's in! Tell him the whole team's effort finally pulls through at 3 seconds.
Well, Telem adds a rocket booster to the ball on the shot. And I wonder what the exit velocity was, because off of the defender's touch, I believe that said 81. I don't know if that was KPH or MPH. If it was MPH, that would have been insane. Well, I think it was KPH, so. Either way, how about that? Tie game. And after R8 struggled all game long to get some consistent opportunities, really any opportunities on net, one hard shot from Telem puts them tied up, and it's a completely different game. R8 absolutely steal game one. Suspect puts in the game winner.
This is the energy that they were giving yesterday where, you know, you're kind of struggling a little bit in one situation. As soon as it is figured it out, right? There is no stopping them. The second they hopped into that OT, there was a plan. It was all push forward, find and spot each other, and that's exactly what they did. Game number one taken away by R8 Esports, and I mean that taken away because the beginning of that game really was just, it was all Bravado. Bravado just threw all their hands, all their cards, any tricks up their sleeves. It was out on the field to be learned about.
I am gutted for Bravado. You work that hard just to keep that 1-goal lead. Rook makes a great play, and then you hold R8 down. You put a lot of good pressure on offense. There's a couple of shots there. But then, all of a sudden, a couple of 50s later, there's Telem putting the shot on, changing the makeup of the game, and there he is again. Telem forcing the 50, getting the play out to Suspect. Suspect, complete faith in his teammate there to be in the right spot at the right time. But Telem came alive in the last 30 seconds of that game, and by far looked like the best player for R8 on the field and really paid dividends there, getting 655 points on the board, a goal and assist, and 5 saves. Dude was everywhere on the pitch that game.
Oh my gosh, absolutely disgusting, you know, game one performance, but that's exactly what you need, right? You can't be too respectful coming in at the beginning. You just got to kind of put your foot down and show that you mean business, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, yesterday, Basil and Suspect, I felt, you know, took a little bit more initiative. It might have just been more so that, you know, they're allowing Telem to get, you know, accustomed to the performance that they all want to put out on land, right? And then they come in today and Telem steps up, has his moments, shows, all right, I can feed, I can save, I can be just as impactful, and that is the performance you gotta have. So Bravado now is gonna look to respond to a very frustrating game one loss.
Those ones really hurt. But now you're fighting from that deficit. It was hard to get more than that single goal. R8's defense had locked it down. Now, how do you break through? Gotta say though, the substitute, Taruk, has looked pretty good so far. He scored the lone goal for Bravado. I wouldn't say looked too much like a liability, so he slotted in quite nicely in game one. Sometimes when a team starts figuring you out, you really got to keep that consistency up. Can you keep it going here in game two?
Well, there's only one way to find out. So far, this first minute looked a little better for R8. No early, you know, concedes. Now, same almost wasn't said for Bravado there, but I do like what I'm seeing from R8. They at least aren't as boxed in as they were in game number one, at least in the early stages of this. We'll see as we go into the second minute here. Vasil taking his time. It was a challenge forward, but still stays in the hands of R8. Momentarily, a couple demos, then people running through it, trying to take advantage of the moment, but little slow to this one. People getting bumped off the ball, people getting bumped off the play. Twiz is not going to get locked into a rule one. Instead, Telem's going to try and go for the 1v1 and successfully pulls it.
A slight bump in the midfield. You see him Twiz get harassed and then giving Telem the angle out, and oh, that cut. Honestly, not a bad try there on the cut, but Telem had good control of the ball. You gotta respect the edge on that play a little bit more and cut off that approach. Here's the kickoff, but not on target. Nader able to get there, and it's boomed downfield. Not how Bravado wanted it to start. We said it got chippy, and it certainly did. Bravado starting to take some pot shots. A high free ball off the corner to Rook. Gonna leave quickly and give a free ball to Twiz, but Twiz had pressure bearing down on him. He got deleted. All of a sudden, R8 turn on the twisted metal. Telem actually gonna leave the midfield line, let Suspect go in, and he gets deleted on the play. Someone found the weapon power-ups. And Nader, oh, that's a hard pass. Beautiful setup and knockdown here from Bravado.
I was originally going to commend R8 on the fake pass earlier, but you know what? Bravado, hand them their own medicine. Don't even fake it. Go full steam confidence and push on in. Tied game at 2:42 on the clock. Bravado finally a foot in this game number 2 here. They're going to see if they can find themselves a leader. Quick response off the kickoff. No boost in the tank. It's just a little bit of a floater there as Tellem sends this one upfield. Twiz going to try and slow R8 down, but you can see him lurking all the way around there. I will say R8 does have a tendency to cheat up a little bit dangerously far past the midline sometimes, and if Bravado can get one really solid on-target clear, it could be lethal.
Taruk barely got back to that ball. Tellem gonna stay underneath it. Suspect next up. Tellem never left. Still sitting on that midfield line. Back up. Hardest back pass of his life. Midfield's covered anyway. Twiz loses that corner boost. It gets bumped downfield again. Go back to tennis mode. R8 not able to set up on the midfield line. Bump for Nader. Opens up the space, but the fourth man doesn't matter. Gets blown through. Taruk will find the goal. And you could feel, I mean, I was holding my breath there. Nader got that bump Hercules that opened it all up, but just couldn't commit for it. Taruk will get it.
Oh, for a moment, I was like, man, this is going to roll out. And I saw Basil like right behind it, and I'm like, just get a tiny touch on it. And no, the force in pulls through. 90 seconds to go. Bravado, they find their lead. Now, they've been in this situation before, and around that minute-and-a-half mark is where they lost it. So R8 is going to try and pull off what they did in that game number 1. Try and tie things up here in the last moment. Suspect around the corner. It's 50 goes back as Taruk's up next. Only 30 to work with here. Pops it up on 1. Tries to take an angle on it. Great challenge from Basil to slow things down, but it's not going to stop there. R8 continue to try and break out of their half, but respect to Bravado. They look a little bit more competitive as far as pushing R8 back.
R8, it was at the very last second that they scored the game-tying goal to take it to overtime and eventually steal the game away from Bravado. Bravado, though, have 2 goals this time. Nader, no chance at the net. Twiz waiting for a pass, but he gets cut off. How about Bravado? Getting back, instantly recognizing that play was blown apart. Here's Taruk again. Taruk blows through another. The sub has been playing excellently so far. He doesn't get anything on this one. And R8 get a huge dunk from Suspect. Maybe they can set up on offense now because of this. No, they actually just give him the respect. Suspect forced to pop it away. Tellem going back again. Nader couldn't get there. No one's back in net. It's just gonna drop into the bucket. And Tellem, he's fishing all day.
This is the moment where we keep seeing Bravado have these unfortunate like defensive mistakes at the end there. It's R8 just really ramping it up at the right time. It was a great push forward. It was a great pass. And now tied game, 2 seconds on the clock. Maybe somebody can steal it away here in regulation, but no, it's going to hit the ground. Another overtime between these two teams.
I mean, Bravado are beating themselves at this point. You've got it. You've got the advantage against R8. You have the ability here. You just have to execute. You avoid the bump. How about Tellem? He's looked great in this series. I was a bit critical of him yesterday. He's looked great so far. Taruk as well. The substitute for Bravado, but they need a win. Don't want to go down 2-0 in the lower bracket. In your first game that you've played on land. Taruk. Killer's back to the corner. Overtimes in most regions are where you see teams turtle. In Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, they just hit the next gear. Here's Tellem going again. It just keeps getting faster and faster. Hard shot off the board and in! Suspect! Make sure Bravado feel that one, and we'll take a 2-0 lead in the set.
Oh man, Taruk was getting challenged on this one in the air, and his touch is just one of the most unfortunate ones you could have. It goes straight into the hands of R8, and they see the moment. A laser pinpoint shot into that upper 90 right there. I mean, you gotta respect it. You said it best, right? This is one of the few regions, if one of the only maybe, but that once you hit an OT, it's not a slow down reset. It's all right. We're kicking it up one more notch. You thought we were playing fast. We're going to play even faster. It's just a reset moment to go even crazier in the moment. So respect to R8. I mean, my heart goes out to Bravado not once, but twice now. Did they set themselves up for success? Did they have a lead and then lose it all in overtime?
I mean, Bravado, this play right here, that's the death knell. You can't leave the net wide open like that with 5 seconds left in the game. Eerily similar to how the last game went for them in Suspect. That shot, kind of similar to the shot he actually missed yesterday against Twisted Minds, where he took a pass, redirected, bar downed, out. And they couldn't find a goal. But against Bravado, they do find that goal. They find their 3. And look at Telem again here. 2 goals off of 3 shots, an assist and a save on top of it. He is at the center of this team on both sides of the field. And Taruk is doing the same thing here. How many say? Granted, Nader also picking up 4 saves, but Taruk, the owner of one of those 2 goals, and doing a lot of work on that back end as well. R8 do get the shooting in their favor, if you will, Hercules. I think Bravado, all they have to do is just make sure somebody's covering net at the end of the game. Yeah. That's a completely different series.
I'm like, you can be the leader in shooting, but at the end of it, once you're in that lead, all of a sudden the next challenge is, all right, defensively, how do we put ourselves on lock? Because that's when R8 goes, all right, well, we don't have to be number 1 in shooting. We just have to score 1 more than you. And that is what's happened twice now. So we're going to see off the rip. I mean, we'll see what they can give.
Telem had read that corner bounce way ahead of time. His pathing was way too on point for how many bounces the corner had there. Bravado forced a save, and guess who's in the way? Telem with a flick downfield. Suspect, no boost. You're not going to be able to do much about it. Basil's not a name we've said a lot in this series. We were saying his name a lot more yesterday. Sometimes that's just how Rocket League works, where it's another player on the pitch that just ends up being in the more critical spots. And a lot of your hard work doesn't show up on the scoreboard or in the highlight reel. Basil, not calling your name means not only are we not seeing you do things on offense, or at least the scoring chances, right? It also means we're not seeing you make mistakes. You can at least hang your hat on that. But of course I say that, he had no boost and was in a tough position there in the corner. Telem has recovered again. And a bit of a hold right now in the defensive third for R8. Oh.
Hasn't been too rough of an opener here. I will say, though, Bravado had about 2 chances to score, and R8 almost only needed 1. Well,
I'm really liking the control I'm seeing from Taruk right now.
He's doing it.
Nader?
Oh! All right.
He had the tracking.
I feel like he heard you. He was like, oh, okay, you want to see my name up a little more? I'll show you my name.
Bro was in the air for that one. He was ready, and he sank it, too. That was a good save from R8. Twiz, great catch. Can do a lot with that. Force the 50, back out into space. They get the boost. Now they can continue to squelch R8's attack, or R8's defense, rather. Having to dive back. Third man had to go risk for it, but Taruk, he's all about the risks right now, and he's winning every bout. Twiz getting in front of this one. R8 really feeling the pressure. Pop up pass, top of the box. No shot, no contact. 2 commit. R8 are in trouble. They barely get a touch. Basil fighting in the 1 spot. There's no boost. Getting downfield back. Taruk holding that ball and buying time for his team to retreat. And R8 are just hoping for boost, but they're not even winning their corners. Nader sticks down on the 50. Reset. Underneath. Flips forward. Double commit. Twiz just comes in and boxes one out of the way. Looking like a UFC fighter going through that. And Bravado, absolutely relentless pressure. They come away empty-handed. R8 almost take one back. And with 2 minutes left, the counterattack almost kills them. Taruk looking for a way out. Demo on the backside. Nader gonna flick over one. And Bravado will hold on to this ball. R8 still can't get possession.
The difference, the key difference between these two teams is the level of defense that is being dished out right now. R8 Esports managed to do that whole about 20-second level of defense, Jorby, with 2/3 of the team on 0 boost nearly at all times, and still managed to get that clear and give themselves a chance. And then as soon as the clear came out, everybody goes, all right, resources, run, grab your boost, let them come back and wear themselves out, and that's pretty much what's going on. R8, it's getting a little panicky now from Bravado as they're having their moments here, but again, like I was saying, R8's kind of letting Bravado wear themselves down, and they're going to wait for their moment to break on out. Less than a minute to go here. Twiz taking his time. All 3 members jump, and still Bravado's not in.
They're going to get away with the triple commit? Are you kidding me? There's no punishment.
They're getting away with a triple commit. They're getting away with 20 seconds of 0 boost defense. This is...
Twiz! No, you go! You gotta go!
This
no,
is all...
Taruk, why would you not go? You have 3rd man! That was it! That was the game right there! Taruk, trying for one more! Bravado have been here for 3 years, and they still can't find a way to score. Here's another one off the corner. Oh my word, there was another shot earlier. I don't know who it was, but he absolutely beamed it wide when nobody was up. And a one down to the corner, Hercules. Final 15 seconds. Does this end with another late R8 goal?
This
or
is...
the Bravado hold. Hang on a second. Off the corner, Suspect holding it. Twiz, drop pass, but you can't take the risk right there or risk falling to the same fate. Bravado cannot find a way to break through. R8's house stands tall. Wait, no, maybe not. They still get back to the 50. Okay, we got OT.
I'm sorry, I was in like genuine shock of what I've been watching, and now potentially R8 is gonna do it a 3rd time to them. Suspect over 1, tries to go under Taruk. I mean, at this point, the mental reset has been handed to R8. They're now on the Bravado side, and it's one shot after the other. This one's on target. It's in 3-0 sweep. 3 overtimes, 3 chances where Bravado had the upper hand and lost it all.
I don't know how Bravado did not score at the end of that game. That final minute and a half was some of the most relentless pressure I've ever seen. And I've casted a lot of Rocket League in my years. But like, Twiz absolutely beating the shot. Like, Taruk was doing everything he could possibly do to keep that team on offense at the end of that game. And then as soon as overtime hit her, it's almost like R8 just took a deep sigh and just, they were like, I can't believe we held. And then they absolutely killed them at the end. It was, I don't know how R8 stayed alive for how long that they did. And they lose in the fashion that they do. I mean, honestly, good stuff from R8. It is not easy to withstand pressure like that and do it at the speed that they did it at. And despite Taruk's best efforts, despite Nader and Twiz's best efforts, Telem gets the best of them. With Basil and Suspect, they do move on in a 3-0 fashion. Bravado are eliminated from the Saudi eLeague Championship.
I mean, you know, for the one performance we got out of them, I will give it to you. That was pretty decent, and I loved watching Taruk. I think he is an incredible player, a great initiator as well in a lot of important moments and scenarios. But at the end of the day, R8 just seems to be inevitable right now. They're insane. I remember at the beginning of game 1, seeing Bravado come out kind of swinging a little bit, just taking like 10 shots or something, right? Something crazy. And R8's just sitting there like, all right, we're going to let you guys take your 10, your 15 shots.
They took 15.
See? I'm like, they're going to let them sit there. They're like, take all the shots you want. Have fun. We'll play wall ball with you guys for 5 minutes, and then we'll see you in overtime and show you how to end it.
I think that was the crazy thing is I don't even really think it was wall ball, right? Because like a car was in the way every time. Like
wall ball with their cars.
Like I guess a car is a different type of wall, but like I don't know. I'm still that last minute.
I don't think I will ever forget those 20 seconds of 2/3 zero boost
With the
defense
sub.
and them getting away with it.
Like Taruk looked like the best player on the team, and Abdullah was supposed to be here. I wonder what would have happened with Bravado had they not had to forfeit their game yesterday. Again, we don't know all the details behind why Abdullah couldn't make it. We do hope that he is okay and everything. But, you know, it's not easy as a sub to just come in, let alone in the lower bracket, and just ball out. I feel like that's what Taruk did. He went out there and he balled out. Man laid his heart out there. And unfortunately for Bravado, it just wasn't enough. And they are eliminated. R8 do move on. And Herc, I would say, I think our predictions are looking quite good for R8 to make this run. But Geekay are still on that other side. And we haven't really seen this Vision team yet. If you were tuned in yesterday and you watched Vision against Falcons, really you just watched Falcons in free play. It was 11-0 in goals scored in 3 games. Look, that's not to be disrespectful to Vision. It's not to be disrespectful to Vision. I know it might sound that way, but it's not. That's how good Falcons are. We just haven't seen what kind of team they are, and at least outside of this, because outside of Falcons, they actually do pretty decently. But this Vision team has also made some roster changes throughout the year in Saudi eLeague. But we'll talk more about that game when it comes in a second. We do have the interview. And again, Mo has been running the sticks on production for us here on the English stream. So he's been giving us the translations. We'll be providing you guys those translations, but it's not us. I don't speak Arabic, unfortunately. I'd love to lie to you, but Mo's right here and he'll kill me if I do that. Shout out Mo in the chat. But the first question that Wajay is asking is, how do you feel about the win? Say you don't feel good. Say you don't feel good. I don't know why. I just really want him to say that.
انتم اكيد زي ما قلت بتكملون مسيرتكم ضد اي خصم مو بشرط ضد فيجن لكن ممكن عشان فيجن ممكن يكون ضدكم بالمباراه الجايه.
Let's see. He said it feels so great to achieve top 4, but this we will do better hopefully. All right.
لكن لاحظنا ان
His next question he's in the middle of asking is that why were the games so close despite you guys having the advantage? Great question.
He's like, we're conserving our energy and we wanted to let them just take a million shots.
How does it feel having to score at 5 seconds left to tie the game twice?
He's like, it was all on purpose.
He says that we were surprised by their performance. They're new, but really good. Thankfully, we got the W. I think we really did see that. I think,
yeah, that's very on par.
We also had that great play between Twiz. I think it was Twiz and Taruk, where Taruk set him up and Twiz in a banger redirect.
Yes.
The last question is, last game you guys missed a lot of opportunities. What happened?
بعد ما دخلنا على الاوفر تايم بعد مرور تقريبا 40 ثانيه او دقيقه قدرتوا تسجلون ايش سبب الضغط اللي كان عليكم طول الوقت.
And he did answer with they had a really good defense, missed a lot of shots, but ended up getting the job done. Very sportsy answers here.
Just another day in the office.
لكن قدرنا نستغل الاخطاء في الاوفر تايم والحمد لله.
Last question was, your defense in the last game was stronger than your offense. What was the reason? Yeah. Please give me some lore on that. That game.
Yeah, last match they played really offensive, but in the overtime we capitalized on their mistakes and pulled off. Yeah, bro didn't want to say, I don't know how we were boost starved for a minute and a half and they didn't absolutely kill us. It reminds me actually of an interview recently I did with a player in another game where a player made a grave error and he's like, I don't know what that guy was doing. Like, he's absolutely lost. That's what I feel like that answer is actually saying. It's like, yeah, they played really offensive, but they didn't score somehow. Like, that's how I was feeling, seeing 3 players on 0 boost and that ball not going into the net, 2 players backflipping. Ugh.
I don't think
I know I might be pushing him a little hard, Herc, but it's not because it is because I'm mad. You know, I wanted Bravado to sink that. That could have been a 5-game screamer of a set. And
for sure.
It was just a couple of things that really killed them. The late game equalizers, just things that you can't do on LAN.
Yeah, that one's gonna leave me scratching my head and speechless for a little bit. I would love to see that team play another time. I'm very curious what happens to Rook after this. Actually, I think I am gonna try and keep up with whatever roster he ends up on after this. I've seen the chat talking about him a little bit.
Yeah, Nader as well. I mean, Nader's gone through a lot of roster changes too, but like these are quality players on this team. I'm really excited to see all three of these guys. I mean, Twiz, I personally have seen Twiz for a while, but Nader I was aware of. I hadn't seen as much of. Taruk is new to me, so I really liked what I saw from him. I'm really excited to see more of him for sure. I agree.
Yeah, this is gonna make for some interesting roster moves down the road. Of course, this is last event of the year. I mean, it ends on New Year's, so this is the last chance to really prove yourselves to a lot of the people in your region and try and find yourself a home in 2025. But for now, I mean, as far as R8's concerned, they're good. Their event gets to continue on. Bravado, if you guys didn't realize, that was the first and the last time you're seeing them.
And honestly, I think Telem absolutely deserves the MVP for this series. He
for sure
was at the center of the offense and the defense, especially in those first two games. Yesterday, we were talking a lot more about Basil. I think Basil, he has those games where he can take over a lobby. He doesn't do it every time. And it's nice to have someone like Telem where Basil's not able to control the pitch like he can do in some of these games, to have that kind of teammate where I don't feel like Telem had the same kind of success yesterday. So the fact that he seems to be improving over the course of the LAN is what's the word I'm looking for? Is telling for R8 when we're looking at, can you maybe take a Twisted Minds in the lower bracket? You know, I'm already kind of in their death. We'll see Twisted Minds Falcons a little later. Just saying, if you've been watching Saudi eLeague all year, you know how that matchup between them and Falcons has gone so far. But we got other teams here as well. R8 do get top 4 here, the Saudi eLeague Championship. And there are 2 other teams below them, Vision and Geekay, that we're going to be teeing up next before we go to a break. But outside of R8, got Geekay and Vision. Herc, just to give a little preview of the preview. Vision, this is the first time we're going to get a look at them against not one of the world's best teams. So I'm curious what we see from them.
Yeah, this is a big moment for them to kind of prove themselves, and also to try and sneak in a little bit further down the road than they might have anticipated. And of course, for GK on the flip side of things, this is kind of a big proving yourself moment. They want to try and force, the rematch in the lower bracket semifinal if they can pull this one off. But yeah, like we said, Vision Esports hasn't even gotten to have like a fair, proper chance. Their first matchup yesterday back in the upper bracket quarters was a forfeit win.
Welcome back to the Saudi eLeague Championships. We are going through day number 2. Jorby and Hercules bringing you through the action here on the English alternate stream. Shout out Mo, hitting the buttons in the back for us, producing the English stream for us today. But Hercules just got done watching R8 win a match against Bravado, where I feel like Bravado should have maybe got something, but I've gotten it out. I've gotten it all out. I'm good. Bravado, they were playing with the sub. You know, game's hard. Okay, Rocket League, hardest game that there is. So we move on. We got Vision versus GK Esports. GK, your favorite team at the tournament, Hercules, with Coach Nick leading the charge. And, Vision, we were making sure we had our lore up to date. And Vision had an interesting path here to get to this bracket, to get to this point. It started off with Bravado not being here. And so they get a forfeit win. They have to play Falcons. But this Vision team, they were KK Bros before. The only thing they played in together as KK Bros were the Major 3 Open Qualifiers, which was a giant 19-team round-robin group stage that they took 17-1. So they absolutely dominated the Open Qualifiers. And then Vision Esports picked them up. They go and they play in Major 4. And then in the Major 4 LAN, they were in a group with Falcons and Twisted Minds. I'll let you know how that went for them. It didn't go for them. They lost in that group. They didn't make it to the final bracket. But Dr. Known, Ops, and Nush, this is a team a little newer to the fold, a little newer to this LAN environment. While they did make it to that group stage before, not a lot is known, if you will, about how high this team can really go. And with the way that Vision got here, remember, Rule 1 we're playing in the first half of Saudi eLeague this season. And then because of everything that happened with Rule 1, they're no longer a team. Vision actually did well enough in Major 4 to get the points they needed to get over Rule 1 and qualify. GK were the invited team because of things that happened to Rule 1. So both of these teams got over that stint, and they made it here by the skin of their teeth, if you will. So Vision, there's not going to be many highlights here for Vision, as in none. They got perfect swept against Falcons, but let's be honest, most teams here are probably going to be close to perfect swept by Falcons, just by the kind of team that they are. But we've been talking about it all week long, Hercules, that this is the first time we're getting a real look at Vision versus this GK squad.
Yes, like we said probably a million times now, Vision really, it's felt like they haven't had a proper chance or a team that they could go and really showcase what they are capable of. And this is going to be, you know, one of the best opportunities for them to do that. Originally, when Rule 1 was in it, there was only that Rule 1 being the decider between the two. So as far as, you know, how close GK and GK and Vision are, this is as close as it gets. So this is really a good moment for Vision to kind of make up for lost time and show what they're capable of. But on the flip side, GK, oh my gosh, they had it rough yesterday. They got taken all the way to game 5. They kept getting, you know, so close to, you know, pulling off the win, and R8 just denied them almost what felt like every single time. Even on the losses, it was just so down to the wire. And so now, again, another team has the opportunity to really just kind of prove themselves here in the championship.
Yeah, and I really can't wait to see Vision and what they do against this GK squad, because they have matched up against them before. It's gone Vision's way. So GK definitely have their work cut out for them a little bit here, but Fossil, Uval, Yazid, there were some good things I liked from them against R8, and we see how R8 have kind of been leveling up as the tournament has gone on. So I'm curious what Coach Nick has been cooking for them in the background as they were preparing for today, because I think they had some good moments for sure, and it may end up being another close one. I know one thing is for sure though, Hercules, and one thing I really enjoy about casting this tournament is there are other regions where you take the 6th best team, the 5th and 6th best team, and the game is okay. But we just watched MENA 5 versus MENA 6 play against each other, and I had the time of my life. Like, sure, Bravado, they weren't able to actually put their shots in, but they took 15 of them, and almost all 15 of them were like, oh, they might do it here, they might do it here, and they just play so fast. And I love the speed of the game over here in Saudi Arabia. It makes it for high entertainment, even if you're not watching Falcons. So I still think we're going to get one of those fast series here between these two teams. You're going to have that imperfect gameplay that creates those exciting moments, and that's what I'm really excited about the most.
Oh, for sure. I'm in the same boat. I think this is one of the fun regions. Like, a lot of people think like the gap between Falcons and the rest of the world, right? Or Falcons and Twisted Minds and the rest of the world, or the region is just too far for it to, be enjoyable or competitive. But I mean, you said it best, Storby. You can go all the way down to, 5 and 6, and it's still such a joy, and it's so fun, and it's a nail biter almost every single time. So this is just another one of those instances where, you have two close teams that aren't at the top, but it is still going to be really exciting and really fun to watch.
The players will be walking out here, and how special it's got to be able to make it to this championship, considering the journey that both of these teams had to get here. Geekay, as a team, they've been playing in Saudi eLeague for a bit, but the fact that Vision as an org had a different team halfway through Saudi eLeague, and then they picked up KK Bros after that Major 3 Open qualifier where they dominated all of the competition, making it to Major 4. I mean, it's a really cool story what this Vision esports team has. So, let's bring them out.
New colorway.
The red hues, the orange, and there they are, Ops Dr. Known and Nush.
I mean, they look good, they're clean. I respect it.
في المباراة القادمة في اللوزر براكت أيضا. لكن طالما تعرفنا على فريق فيجن اي سبورت، خلونا نتعرف على اللي بيكون ضدهم في هذه المباراة. فأعزائنا الحضور، سمعونا أقوى تحية مرة أخرى لجي كي اي سبورت.
Geekay Esports, the invited team to the championship after the disbandment of Rule 1. A team that very well probably shouldn't have been here, but opportunity meets the moment, and you've got a chance here in the lower bracket to move forward and get a top 4 placement. They played close against R8 the first go-around in the upper bracket. Can they come back and actually find a win here against Vision? It certainly seems possible with how they looked against R8 Hercules, but how are you thinking about this matchup in particular? Granted, we haven't seen a ton of Vision outside of that Falcons match.
I mean, this is a good opportunity for Vision to come out swinging on them. Of course, GK is going to be a little bit frustrated after what went down yesterday, so it's a good moment to kind of catch him off guard a little bit, because we don't know how hardcore GK is going to be coming out off the bat. We don't know if they're going to, bring it at a level 10 and really assert their dominance, or they're going to try and pull an R8 and just kind of, live and learn as the thing goes on. So I don't know. This could either be another sweep, but a really fun, nail biter, oh my gosh, what are you doing sweep? Or we're getting a game 5 that is so disgustingly back and forth that we're all jumping out of our chairs.
What's that pad that Nick has? Is that his phone? Does he have a note? Bro's got an iPad for a phone.
He's going too.
Oh, okay. I guess
maybe
this
it's
sorry,
to be
this
fair,
is
yesterday
a
the coaches didn't have a headset, so they probably just put them on today.
Oh, okay. Well, shout out to Saudi eLeague for providing the necessary accessories over here on LAN. Look at all those water bottles. They should see the caster desk water bottles at LAN. Those get messy. I think I go through 7 of those in a best of 7. Like if it's group stage, I'm pretty okay. But if it's like a semifinal, I'm going through 7 or 8 water bottles.
I think I'm just so nervous when I'm there that it's just saliva and I'm chilling.
We should get you more water.
I probably should drink way more water.
I know, I
honestly.
end up sweating it all out by the end, and then I don't even have to like take a restroom break or anything like that because it just sweat through my suit.
I'm too freaked out to do anything. Like, full body shut down.
Well, you gotta lock in now, Hercules, because we are underway with our second lower bracket match here in the Saudi eLeague Championship. Vision Esports versus Geekay. We'll
Well,
see what Vision bring us, Herc, as like we've said over and over again, this is technically the first time we've seen them since that Falcons series. We all want to forget it as well as them.
yeah, they definitely want to forget what happened there. Of course, they finally have a moment to prove themselves, and as it happens, it's
whoa.
crossbar down and out, bounce around, and, you know, GK just sitting there going, thankfully that didn't go in, although nobody had a touch on it. But an interesting way to open up game one.
Well, a little catch and hit downfield for Dr. Known. It's like the kind of the same thing we said for Bravado last game. Is try to smack R8 in the mouth, get out there, be aggressive, take risks. Bravado did do that, but for Vision, finding the same kind of gumption here early on against GK. Keep in mind, GK were in position to win that series against R8. They were up 2-1 in that series before R8 eventually came back and stole the series away from them. They seem to have a habit of doing this. Fossil has an opening, but the redirect was never going to come. Yazid trying to buy some time for his team to rotate and get in a position, but a nice double move forces Oval to get back in front of it. And Vision find a way into the midfield, but cannot hold the ball.
Oh man, and you can see the, you know, the forces upfield from GK, but Vision starting to pull out some demos on their own end of the field to kind of send them racing back to follow these shots that are coming out. Yazid with a little bit of a cut there, but instead Vision claims his ball. One pass to the other, Dr. Known's using what he has in the tank, and that's gonna float just in front of the last defender there and put them up by 1.
I wasn't sure by the camera angle if someone was back for that, because I was thinking, oh yeah, of course the demo opens it up, like you were saying, astutely, Hercules. I saw that touch from Dr. Known, and I'm like, I don't even think that's on target. It was a slow one, but it got the job done.
That's the best way. Not everything has to be flashy. You can float it in front of
Disagree. You aren't, like,
That's very NA brain.
You are also NA.
No,
Don't know how
no,
to tell
no.
you this. Don't know how to tell you this, but
I don't
Dr.
claim
Known
you.
put another one in. It is known that you are NA, Hercules. You can't hide any longer.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think if you get a passport from another country, you can claim when your region's doing bad.
I think that is a decent argument, but I am not regarding it, because here's Dr. Known almost trying for a hat trick. And how about Ops as well, getting that bump to open up that last goal as well. Vision starting very strong here against GK.
I mean, you got second half of the game left to go, right? And you're trailing by 2. You had a decent amount of shots that you've had to defend if you're GK. Finally out of their half in what feels like forever. And even when they are out of their half, they're not playing this ball close enough to make it, you know, worth anything. Instead, it just continues to fall to the hands of Vision. It's the same, you know, thing we've seen time and time again. It's just a really great setup in front of, you know, zero-line defense. Nobody's there or in a position to make a save. However, this is very reminiscent of what we saw GK do against R8 the other day. They had to kind of really hone in on playing that ball a little bit closer to themselves so that they could, you know, break out and actually stay out. But for now, it's just Vision Esports piling on the shots in the last 2.
Yeah, love the pass from Nush earlier. And Ops is finding himself a lot of value. And Vision, complete dominance here in game number 1. Feels like GK are still getting started. Fossil has the setup. They're looking for the double tap. A great effort there from Yazid. Unfortunately, no power. And you had to stretch up high for that double tap, meaning the return power you're going to send is not going to be as powerful as you want. It's all about placement after that. Vision had the net locked down pretty well, and a great save regardless. Very clean game, though, for Vision. Crazy to see what they can do when they're not up against one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, it's nice and refreshing to see what they're actually, capable of here, especially.
There you go. Oh!
I mean, GK's had a couple of the shining moments, but defensively, I got to hand it to Vision to be able to keep them out, and at least on those two very hard shots. That's a good sign for the rest of this series. 45 seconds left on the clock here, and a 3-goal lead is a great place to be in. As GK tries to set themselves up, another pass denied.
Nush not letting that one in. A slow shot, sure, but at least GK, thing they can hang their hat on in this last minute and a half or so is they've had better possession. They've gotten consistent shots out at the very least. Yazid holding on to the ball. Getting one for the road here would certainly encapsulate the adaptation you made halfway through this game. It was already 3-0. You're already playing from a tough position when you're down that far. So GK got some work to do, but Vision, very clean game. They make the saves they're asked to make. They don't let things get too ugly or let GK back in. And a very quiet game one here for Vision Esports.
Yep, it's a great showing for themselves. They should be very proud of it. And you do have to keep in the back of your mind, at the end of the day, as far as points was concerned, they have the upper hand on this GK roster. So, there is a world where this team just completely dominates at the right time. Their smiles are so infectious. I think it's just because they have such baby faces. But
I mean, we talked about that yesterday with this Vision team, right? Formerly KK Bros.
Mm-hmm.
They're all 15 years old.
They're
It's
kids.
a very, very young team, and they're only going to get better as time goes on. I really liked what I saw from them here. That pass from Nush was so good. Over to Ops. Ops got that bump in front of the box as well earlier, and then they played lockdown defense. A very young team, and showing a lot of promise here against GK.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this is a team that, not their fault, but continues to get forced against, Falcons and Twisted Minds and all the difficult teams of the world. But all that really is doing is setting themselves up for success against, the GKs and the R8s, right? You have so much experience against the top of the top. And even if you're losing, you're still learning, right? So they are staying cool and collected, especially in these moments where GK really should have scored on them. They had some quality moments, but defensively, Vision just was able to hold their own, transition out, and find each other enough to work their way around the defense. And, well, you just got to head into game number 2 and don't fix what isn't broke. You just rinse and repeat.
GK do need to get back to the drawing board. Nush 50 out into space. Dr. Known says, fine, you're going to give me all this. I'll take the midfield boost and a little bit more. How about a pass double off the ceiling? GK did not like what they saw. They were like, wait, we gave him way too much time. Everybody, quick, commit. Just no space for GK to work with either. You see, trying to create that negative spell. What happened?
Something questionable.
Oh! Okay, that one doesn't go in. But man, GK, I think, feeling the pressure a little bit. Take the ball back to safety. There you go. Settle it down a little bit. You always have the option just to take the ball back. That's a high touch, hard read, but he's capable of making it. Vision aren't giving him anything.
Oh my gosh, they aren't giving them anything, and also you do have to keep in mind that GK, not once, but I think 2 times so far, I've seen both players get themselves stuck in that net after a shot. And if Vision made a decent clear, that was just fully in the same way that we were seeing in game number 1. So GK really, they're doing a great job. They find their way in. Oval finally puts them on the board, but respectfully, you gotta know when to play the risk.
I thought that was a really good play from Yazid. He goes for that air dribble and he looks in front of him and he sees, okay, they're defending the shot. He's expecting that shot. I'm just going to play it behind him and instead try to make an opportunity for my teammate, because I know it's going to be difficult for that defender to back up into that ball. So Yazid just lets the ball go, flips it down, makes it difficult to get a grab on it, and that left that free opportunity open. Good decision from Yazid, but you can't let Nush in. Gotta be careful here. He slips this into the corner pocket. Nush, great that's a great 50 from Dr. Known, excuse me. Pulls off, that's a Falcons special right there. You just pull up, right? The French Saudi special, where you just pull up on the 50, so it's pushed back into your rotation, not theirs. You get the free shot. Beautiful play from Dr. Known.
Really great play there too. And I mean, you're entering those first 2 minutes tied game, a little bit of a better position, you know, for GK than what they were in the past. Although Vision has the momentum right now. Nush off the ceiling. Ops is going to try and follow it. This one bounces back. Dr. Known's going to have to follow, and you're going to see everybody racing behind him. But that pinch off the ceiling is going to force GK back home off the backboard. Maybe the double here, just not wide enough to find his way on in. But Vision Esports, as quickly as they got sent back, I respect these transitions that are coming through. Whoop.
Good attempt there from Nush. These guys are oozing confidence with their car language right now. You talk about that ceiling pinch as well from Dr. Known to just completely flush the pressure out that they were faced by GK. Look where GK are. They're still trying to find control of the ball. Not bad there from Fossil. Nush losing the 50 there. This is good for GK. Started with that Fossil 50. Gets pushed out to the side. Ops still in front of the ball, despite the heaping amount of praise we're given to Vision. GK have kept it tied up within 2 minutes here in game 2.
Right.
He's starting to get smarter as well.
That third man back is making me a little nervous on Vision. There's been a couple of moments where they could get caught out, but they don't. GK's not going to try and force anything too crazy there. That waterfall was a decent attempt. Fossil's touch is going to be left for Yazid around the corner here. Nice second. Minute 19 to go. GK couldn't find anything with a couple of shots that were given. Instead, Nush and Dr. No going to work together, try and get around. You can see both pushed up far, trying to open up some sort of a path for a shot here. Instead, Vision Esports just continues to lock down the mid, take another shot. That's a great save from Fossil.
Dr. Known's not done yet. Sees a pass, uses his reset to beat the challenge. They go up high as well. A beautiful sequence of touches from Vision, but they need to capitalize with a goal, and they won't find it just yet. Uval makes a great stop. No boost, he needs some help, needs some assistance. Yazid hoping to give it to him, or at least getting in front of Vision. And that sequence of touches does not lead to a goal, but it does lead to more pressure. Pop up high. GK are ready for it, but they can't get out of their own third right now. 20 seconds left. Fossil denied again. Yazid, does he find a way out? No, he just pitches it away downfield. And Nush gets a free touch, forced out to the side again.
I mean, you talk about how Vision Esports really is playing so confidently right now, and it just continues to show throughout the entirety of this game right here. GK, they've tried to really get a grip on this ball and find each other, but it just has not been as cohesive, which makes being successful so dangerous. I thought that was going to go in off the post and in overtime for game 2.
That would have been insane. Game 2 OT. Yazid popping it up high. Vision, we're ready on the backboard. Demo will not give Vision what they, or not give GK what they want. They do freeze them for a minute. As Ops, very little boost. Not much he could do to adjust his path. And there, GK off the bar! Fossil finds a way to break through. And GK, after all of that, get the dub and tie the series.
As soon as I saw Ops try and go for that corner boost, and you just knew that the shot was going to come through and find its way on in. He left Nush slightly awkward in that last position to try and make a save there. They tried to throw themselves at it, but there was no touching that ball. GK Esports get a win of their own in the series, tied series overall now. And I mean, for as much control as Vision had throughout the entirety of it, it's more about being able to close out now.
That's why a great man named Achieves once said, you know, defense, it's not as hard as offense in Rocket League. And I think Vision kind of showcased why offense is so hard and why it's a little bit easier to get those touches on defense. There was a lot of smart approaches by Vision when it came to this one right here. Loved that 50 from Dr. Known. Nush's shot was great, but there was a couple more opportunities like that. I'm not sure we're going to see on the highlight reel or not. That was just a simple air dribble. It was more so, we're not going to see it, but it was an incredible sequence of touches from Vision to get control of the ball in front of the box. But when it came to actually opening up the net, Geekay never left the net completely open. Somebody was always ready to respond to one of those touches. It takes a lot of discipline on defense to find those outlets. And despite Vision looking really good, I think that's still really scary for Geekay. The hardest part about doing that on defense is doing that consistently. Vision also have to keep up that same type of mentality on offense, both in the tug of war. Who's going to be more consistent in that? Because Vision have they're the better controlling team in this series. They control the ball, they possess the ball, they do a lot more with it than Geekay do. There's a little more to the game than just possession, though. Vision are learning that right now.
I wholeheartedly agree on that one, and it's fully on Geekay to be able to control that ball a little bit more. I think if they were able to do so here, we would see a whole new ball game out of them, but off the kickoff, Vision Esports gonna put their foot down there. I mean, this one just pinches back in the worst way, and a double commit is just a wide open net, even though, yes, it bounces off Oval, but still, once you both commit to it, it's just a little too easy to find your way onto it.
Yeah, I mean, Oval, he was still landing in the middle of that, so even though Dr. Known hits it into him, that's a difficult save to actually make when it's slightly above you. Nush, he was completely leaving back. That was a risky touch, but he's got the faith in Dr. Known to make that grab. However, a little bit of pressure for Fossil and company starting to mount. Fossil lets it go, wants the free touch. And Oval does just that. Wave dash on the wall as well to properly position himself. Geekay would like to get a high pressure opportunity or two. They were few and far between in game number 2. Even though they want it, they go for the double tackle, but they can't quite connect on the second one. Dr. Known recovers with a wave dash. Doesn't have to go into the play just yet. And free ball. Oh, does that go right back and saved by Vision?
You could even see Vision just kind of question if they should make the cut or just stay a little bit further on it, and instinct just ended up being right on that call for them to stay back and hold their own a little bit. And Geekay gonna throw themselves towards this ball a little bit more than they did in game 1, but more successfully than we saw in the past. And I respect it. Here comes Oval taking his time, enough in the tank to get over one. Can he go for the bump play? Not quite.
Hard clear. Fossil getting some harassment as well as he's getting back into position. Got his own boost, got out of the way, and there was no threat there from Vision, but locked and reloaded. They don't connect and misfire. Oh, Fossil, nice cut. Sacrificed himself onto the pyre to set this opportunity up. They can't put it on target. Dr. Known clears it right back out.
It's just a little bit even on pace of play right now. I'm waiting to see who's going to be the first one to kind of ramp things up a little bit here. 3 minutes left to go. Demo play is going to push Geekay Esports forward. Dr. Known's challenge falls almost perfectly, but he's going to have to keep pushing it forward himself. Second half of the game is approaching, and Vision still holding on to just a 1-goal lead. Not as comfortable as it would be, as Geekay Esports has done a much better job of at least forcing their way into that blue half there. You saw the demos on the back end. And right now it's just a battle in the midfield for this ball. Nush takes his time. Push up field, working together with Ops, trying to bounce this one up. Dr. Known lurking in the back, but Geekay continues to hold on.
Vision finally starting to find purchase here in the midfield. Ops getting a clean touch over that challenge. No setup. Josh keeps trying for those 50s into the midfield. Vision have rarely been ready for them. Good enough job on defense. Uval might have a chance. Double, gets underneath, and that bounce, the worst possible scenario there for GK. They had the opening, and the bounce closes the door shut. Now Vision gonna clear downfield, off the board, straight down, risky, and everyone go for it. Dr. Known has the boost, but nowhere to go. GK find a way to shut him down. Uval stops the ball dead in its tracks. Another pot shot. He's missed it. Fossil will take it. I don't know if Fossil called him off there, but Vision will still have the ball here, and third man way too far back to go. Fossil just turns off ball cam, going for Ops. Ops did have to jump early, but Vision get the retained possession. Pass to Nush! Oh no, off the bar! Or off the post. A different type of bar, but the fourth man nonetheless. Ops reads it, but can't get there. It's well defended, and GK are holding on. They need a goal, and they're not gonna get it.
Oh man, and of course this one just goes a bit wide. This one on target. All three members of Vision just staying back, going, all right, GK are ramping it up just a little bit, but we're gonna try and match it. Nush had opportunity. It's a great save there from Fossil. CSC gets bumped off this ball. Dr. Known's gonna force this one upfield. You can see his teammates behind him lurking, but I mean, there's been a couple of moments where a shot goes up. There is no follow. I don't think Vision wants to play the risky move. It's a double commit.
What? And
they walk away.
Yeah, that one's a tough one if you're Vision, but you still have the lead. You'd love to be here and just take shots forever. They're fine with GK making those saves right now. They'd love to take the lead in the series, and Ops finds the dot and paints a pretty picture for GK here with 2-0 lead.
I mean, you know what? There's been a couple of times where, GK really looks like they're going to be extremely competitive in this one, right? And then it's the worst time to make a defensive mistake. And Vision, they spot the moment. They force their way on through. And I mean, 13 seconds left and you're down by 2. You got to score here and then try and find something off a kickoff. But that's not even going to be allowed to you. Zuval.
Think back to that goal that GK had on lock. Nobody was in net for Vision. They opened the net up. The ball bounces on the ramp, and then second man has to jump for it and just hold. There was no shot available after that. That would have been a tie game for GK, but the ball placed poorly on the ramp means that you didn't get that goal. Vision punished you for it. They grab insurance, and now you are one game away from being eliminated. And Vision look really, really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a frustrating position to be in if you're GK, and even at that, Vision can't be too comfortable. It was only a 1-goal game, right? And they looked great. They had a couple of moments. These shots, the ones that go off the crossbar, and I think there was one off the post as well. It could be so much more, but twice we saw a double commit from GK Esports, excuse me. It's those moments that really are making all the difference between these two teams.
Now, Vision, you get to see the stats. Pretty even across the board. Ops is getting those top honors thanks to those 4 saves he picked up in addition to that assist and goal. But you see, very methodical in terms of the shots. It's not very high, right? 7 shots for both teams. GK, I think the thing that's really killing them is that their best possessions are coming from Yazid, where Yazid is controlling the ball. He's getting 50s into decent areas. Fossil's kind of playing, he's kind of like a Mina Rettles right now. Like anytime he's sitting downfield, anytime he thinks his team has a chance at it, he's more willing to give the ball to his team than he is to take a play himself. He is very much a demolition man in this match, and while he hasn't gotten a ton of demos, he has constantly tried to warp this Vision rotation. Has not worked out for them, and I think that kind of the tendency to fall into those types of roles, if you're GK, I do think you see the struggle a team like that has against a team like Vision, where all 3 players can possess the ball, can control the ball, and can dice you in multiple different ways here. Ops will show you just like that. He's letting you know. He's letting the team know. We got this. They ain't as good as us. And he's showing them right now.
That was low-key aura right there. It was that little screaming moment of his own. I love it. I mean, and you said it best. You know, the fact that Vision is able to individually have such solid control of this ball, but when they need the follow-up, when they need to, you know, work together to force something through, 9 times out of 10 right now, it's going to be pretty decently successful, if not go the full way. I mean, you can see Nush taking his own. Here comes the follow-up from Dr. Known. And Geekay are constantly forced in this position to, you know, make a save. They're not, you know, allotted the space to formulate the play that they would hope. And it's not even being handed to them at all, because Vision, as soon as they have the ball, you get this every single time. It's an air dribble forward or a long clear to a follow-up or just a shot in general every single time.
Geekay. Chance here to the midfield line. Reset underneath for Yazid. The control gives an opportunity, and Uval gets the dividends, but it's Yazid with the setup.
Finally finding their way through. And I mean, to have all 3 players on the defense, I mean, it's been a minute since Vision's had to do some like proper heavy defense against this team, and well, you found your way on in, you tied things up. Now, GK's been in this position before. They need to find something soon, otherwise it's just gonna be a repeat of that game number 2.
Oh, we found
just
it.
a nasty laser.
How fast was this one? 116 kilometers per hour, quite quick. You see the recovery coming off the wall. Wow, pixels between him and that touch right there. Vision will take it. More scoring than we've seen in most of the series so far. 2-1 in the first minute and a half. And the quick cheat-up kickoff does not give them the touch that they need. Well, you needed to get that 50 in the midfield. Now Yazid will take it right back to Fossil, but unfortunate for him, he rotated right back into the ball. Will hold the ball for them and maybe even get a little bit more. 50 underneath. Nice pickup from Fossil. Oh, Yazid's right there. Dr. Known. I don't know about leaving that one. I don't know about it. I know you got the save. You say results-based, Jorby, it's fine. I don't know, man. I was a little scared for you.
It's pretty down to the wire in some of these situations, but somehow, I mean, you play a confident game, it's going to show through on every single attempt or situation that you're put in. And Vision Esports, they've just just oozed confidence this entire series. And again, a lot of it comes down to the fact that the beginning of their day was a forfeit, or the beginning of their event was a forfeit, then they're forced against the Falcons. They're unleashing what they are truly capable of.
Hobbs going for the bump rather than the ball. That gives Dr. Known a free angle, but that corner still well defended. Geekay slipping underneath with a low 50 and getting themselves set up. The consistent touches, the consecutive touches have not been so easy to find for either team in game number 4. Dr. Known does a great job keeping the ball close, but a big boom is going to force Nush to hold the ball. He's looking for Dr. Known, who's got his boost. The 50 goes out. Now Geekay have to do the same. The demo back into the midfield. Neither team able to grab a full possession. Coming out off the ceiling, couldn't get the 50. You commit 2 for the play. Fossil trying to punish. Underneath, he won't get the 50 into the net. Instead, it's a 50 back to his own side.
And now you're still trailing by 1. Vision's trying to extend that one to 2. That's a great bump in the net, but thankfully for GK, Fossil had control of that ball just for a moment there. Uval's gonna try and follow it. This one into the hands of Yazid. A little bit of a weak shot there as far as, you know, how much power there was going forward. There's gonna be an attempt to make a cheat here. And nobody pushes their way on in. Instead, finally, Uval towards the backboard, no double in sight. Follow from Yazid, completely sent off by Ops. Maybe one more attempt here, but Dr. Known says absolutely not. We're going into your half.
Dr. Known has stopped this pressure continually in this game. You need to stop GK's shots. Dr. Known is your guy right now. A minute left for GK. They got to be frustrated right now with how well they've handled this ball, how well they've moved Vision around. But Vision, they don't care. They're off the ceiling and to the races. Dr. Known, where are you going? Got to be careful. You don't want to keep GK in this game. They've been sticking around. But with 40 seconds left, it's all too easy to let one slip through. That ball up high, back over to the corner as Vision continue to waste time. Nush, a little catch, a little shove, a weak flick, and it's cleared away again. GK need to get downfield quick.
30 seconds left. Still just a 1-goal lead. Not the most comfortable as shots come through. The pass to Yazid from the corner gives you a tied game and one more attempt to keep playing.
You got Ops caught with 0 boost. You couldn't catch up to the ball. Great speed coming out to the top of the box. Geekay finally get dividends off of the pressure they had been building. No Dr. Known to help them this time. Now Uval takes the double and almost found what would have been a Game 5 clincher for sure. But with 10 seconds left, we might be looking towards overtime. Nush gets in the way in the corner. Drop down for Geekay. Pass to the top of the box. Saved. Double commit from Vision. The ball looking to get it into safety. Yazid has something else on his mind. A catch, a flick forward, but pass still up in the air. Uval turning around for Game 5. Catch, pop, dribble, double, no! Denied, but the ball still has not touched the ground. Pass underneath, Wick drops. We have OT. Vision trying to move on and eliminate Geekay.
This is where Vision tend to shine, at least in this series, are these really nail-biter moments. Ops just redirects that one as far forward as he can. Nush is going to have to respect the fact that Fossil's right there with him on it, and Yazid's going to make his clear out to the side. And GK Esports going to have to defend as Vision Esports that is inching closer and closer towards their net.
For GK, they were invited here after Rule 1 had disbanded. They're fighting for their lives to try to get a top 4 at the Saudi eLeague Championship. Vision also here after they had that late hop over in points. They've looked good, but GK have found ways to adapt. They've found ways to make this one competitive. Do we go to Game 5? Vision under desperate measures right now, trying to get control of this ball. Fossil just goes for the bump. It leaves a free ball to Uval. Uval, air dribble, but there's one more player in the way. That's Dr. Known. And he gets it back over, keeping his team locked down on defense. Backboard is closed for business. GK want to find a way to bust through. Yazid, battering ram in hand, but can't find contact with the gate. Fossil still loading up another one. The Trebuchet doesn't find the mark, but a loose ball, and he got bumped. Shot, no! It's a double out to the other side. He was trying to get Vision off his mark. And GK, they can feel it, they can smell it, but they cannot taste victory just yet. Another pass in front, not a good clear. Dr. Known saw it ahead of time and got in front of it. A long, harried assault, but Vision find ways to hold the walls.
There's been so many moments where GK could just end it all, and Vision Esports, by the skin of their teeth, have gotten the tiniest of touches to keep themselves alive and in this overtime. Nush from the ceiling and down. Fossil's going to collect it and drive this one up into that blue side of the field from the corner. Around, it gets sent back, and Uval, he's going to keep trying to go. He's passed one, shots on target. GK not in. Instead, they're racing back home, trying to get past Ops. And him and Nush working together with Dr. Known from the midline. You see the lurk. Ops got spotted, but the interception from Yazid slows Vision down.
Fossil holds his flip, gets underneath. Absolutely genius play from Fossil. His last few plays, he makes it look like he's gonna go for the ball. He goes for a bump instead. That time, makes his flip out, but it's a breakaway. Nush, hard flick, save! Desperation mode for Fossil, who has come alive in this overtime, kicking it downfield for GK. Another Game 5 chance, but it bounces away, and GK have to wait because Ops has it locked off the ceiling. Reset, no dunk, free ball, shot denied. And it wasn't as free as I thought it was. Fossil fell right down on top of it, continues to pick up the overtime saves, and the push is out here for GK. Now GK on offense, can they actually hold this ball? Wait, the net, oh, that was looking dangerous. GK get there in time though, it's loose. Fossil still finding a way to get behind it. Yazid next up. Hard touch, past the 50, but it's only to hold this in the corner. Uval next up, drops the ball underneath. Dr. Known keeps Vision safe.
It just gets faster and faster as time goes on, and Vision Esports are just racing to try and find any sort of a resource and still manage to keep this out. Geekay are forcing their way forward. A center completely denied by Ops with what he had left in the tank, but from the midline, Uval goes from the ceiling. Can he get the double? No!
That would have been absolutely nasty. They're not done. GK putting another one in the chamber. Pop up that midfield line. Nush. Does it end like that? No, just a little wide. High ball. No one there for GK. Ops gets a free shot. Goes for the bump. It's avoided. Nush. Pass to Known. Dr. Known! Winning the series! for Vision Esports, getting top 4 in the Saudi eLeague Championship.
I mean, what a performance. You have all this pressure on you just piling on, and Geekay Esports, it looked like they would have had them. They had them in their grasp, and finally the breakaway, the pass and play to get on through. I mean, you find a window of opportunity and they take it, and it's just an incredible performance from Vision Esports. We've waited for the entirety of this event to get to see a proper showing from them, to know what these kids are capable of, and they're great, Jorby.
As we look at the highlights, I mean, I don't know if you could fit every single save and clear and everything that we saw there. The little bumps, the little chips that helped get pressure or helped relieve pressure. But man, I have to say, they didn't win. You see the frustration from them when they came over to do the fist bumps. But Fossil played out of his freaking mind at the end of this series in this overtime. And then at the very end, of course, it's Fossil who just doesn't have the boost to stretch and stop that pass from Dr. Gnome, or Dr. Known. An incredible pass, too, to end the game. This Vision team, it just speaks to how good Falcons are, doesn't it?
Yes.
The fact that Vision could go out and look like a solid team that have good game sense, great on-ball presence, great off-ball presence. I mean, they had everything in this series. We don't get to see Nush's scoreline here, unfortunately, with the bug, but we do have the Dr. Known ops stat line there, and you can see the 3 saves, but 3 very important saves from Fossil. He got 689 points without a single goal to his name. That's not very easy to do in Rocket League, especially since both of his teammates had goals on top of it. Look at Yazid's stat line, and Fossil still outscored him. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't even know how that makes sense. How in the world?
I was going to say, I actually truly don't know the math on this unless he was just on the ball that much, but
it just means he's gotten that many critical touches, and I think that overtime really put him over the edge there. Unfortunately, it doesn't put him over the edge in the match, man. That was the best GK had looked in that game 4. They had all the pressure. They had it locked down. It's just that defense from Vision. They look really strong, and they look like a great competitor to R8 here in the top 4.
Oh, 100%. I felt like if Vision was actually going to give us something crazy, which they did, and they were able to pull off that win, I think now is the time where we see something potentially really interesting against R8. We've noticed a lot of the times when R8 goes up against a team that they're not really familiar with, for example, Bravado, it can get close at very dangerous times. So right now, Vision has the opportunity to try and, take that to their advantage in their next one. But for now, we say goodbye to Geekay Esports. I mean, it was a fairly decent run. They tried their hardest, but at the end of the day, I mean, the up-and-comers, they're just taking everybody down one by one.
Yeah, they are. And, I mean, I think everyone on the team had standout moments. Nush had great mechanical passes. Ops, kind of like honestly in that game, it kind of felt like a mini Monkey Moon. Wasn't wowing you mechanically, and it is Ops and Nush here on the interview. Shout out Mo, who is going to literally be trying to translate this and typing it out to us live. Sometimes he gets the questions ahead of time from Wajay, bless him, but this time was not able to get it, so he'll do his best, and we'll do our best to provide those translations for you. Again, it's not Herc and I translating, but Mo, our wonderful producer, hitting the buttons in the back. So if you get those translations and you appreciate them, say thank you, Mo, in the chat.
الشعور جيد انك تتقدم وتقدم مستوى كويس وشعور اكيد شعور
I love how they're just like all smiles always.
So happy. I mean, very young team. We know how exciting it can be when we see a young squad play really, really well. It instills a lot of hope that they're going to get even better, right?
So that first question, he said, how do you feel? And they just replied very simply, we feel great and we're proud.
Great answer. Next question was noticed in the third game you weren't that offensive, but you still managed to win. How? I said capitalize on the mistakes as much as we can.
Which they did.
Since we stayed defensive until we find a gap in their defense. Not to say that the player is wrong, but like I didn't really feel like they were waiting much at all. They held the ball. They bring it, like, to me, you're just playing good sensical Rocket League. Like, player gives you space. If you can run him down and challenge him, do so. But if you have space, bring it down. Do something with it. Don't just kick it away. Vision did that consistently. I don't think that's playing defensively. That's just playing good Rocket League.
واتمنى لكم كامل التوفيق وشكرا لكم. ومثل ما شفنا المباراة اللي انتهت في نتيجة 3-1 لصالح فيجن. خلونا نتكلم أكثر عن هذه المباراة عند الاستديو التحليل.
Let's see. I think last question was, are you using the same tactics for your next match? And they just replied with, we're gonna be ready and we're gonna keep scrimming and practicing. So
love their attitude. That's great.
Not revealing any secrets, but just staying consistent headed into the next one. So
yep,
good
absolutely job. Yeah, great job to Vision. They looked really, really good. I'm excited. I'm even more excited for this match against R8, who have looked rock solid in the tournament so far. And it has me thinking, Hercules, obviously we expect Falcons to win against Twisted Minds a little later today. That match will be happening after R8 versus Vision. I know that Twisted Minds perfect swept R8, granted, you know, not by a absolutely whopping score line. One of them was a 1-0. The other two were 2-0s. Well, one was a 3-0. But, like, with what we saw from Vision, like, if they play like that, I'm kind of starting to favor Vision a little bit against R8 and maybe even think they have a chance against the Twisted Minds in the lower final.
There's definitely a world. I think, you know, with the two performances I got today, honestly, Vision felt a little bit more consistent throughout the entirety of the series as far as what they were putting out on the field, which was just allowing Geekay to play their game, spotting their moments, but also the way that Vision was able to find each other on the offensive front was just so clean and communicative every single time. And I think if they could take down R8, we definitely could see them take a game off of Twisted Minds. Like, because if they can catch R8 off guard, they could absolutely catch Twisted Minds off guard. And a lot of it is going to come down to the fact that most people probably aren't going to respect them coming into these matches. And that is a very good position to be in, because if you are underestimated in any situation, you can come out swinging from the fences and shock everyone.
Yeah, I really like the way that Vision play the game, and I think that time has shown you have three players like Vision have, you know, maybe less so with Ops, but with the way Dr. Known especially carries the ball, like, that's going to take you far. And when all three players are capable of bringing that ball down, whether that be in the air or on the ground or whatever, always giving your team a chance at a 50. And on top of that, you know, the game is much more than the mechanics themselves. It's about your sense beyond the mechanics, or as they say in other games, the stuff after the stuff, a famous MOBA phrasing. You know, it's not just about the team fight. It's not just about your mechanics, but it's also about your sense and what you do afterwards, how you position in anticipation for what's about to happen. Vision seemed to have really good sense for that. And that's not something that is as easily teachable as, you know, drilling mechanics are. Like, to know what the right call is to do on ball and off ball in the moment. The fact that, you know, they're all 15 and they showcase that sort of ability together as a unit. That's not something you really see in a lot of regions. We don't really even see that in North America. It's special when it happens in any region. But, you know, with specifically Saudi Arabia and France, when you're running these types of things all the time in your own country, you're going to end up developing players that are like this, right? And so I think this is the product of, or this is the fruit of the tree that has been growing here in the country and in the region. And you're finally starting to see that. Some of these young guns are coming up. So, like, it has me really excited watching this Vision team. That being said, R8 are absolutely no slouch, and it's not as if Vision are without their mistakes. GK were very close to taking that to game 5 multiple times, and defense started to break down a little bit a couple of times for Vision. So as they go on through the tournament, we'll see if some of those weaknesses get exposed.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is to get back into that game. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Up next, we've got another match for y'all coming up after the break.
Oh, I don't know if we are going
Maybe
yet.
it's not break
Hercules.
time yet. You know what?
You might have called it. You might have called it
I
a
did
little early.
earlier. I was too excited. I just wanted the
That's
next
okay.
matchup.
You want to watch R8 versus Vision? I do too.
To be fair, honestly, like there is a lot to talk about with that matchup, R8 versus Vision, especially after this one. I gotta ask Dorby, do you think Vision takes down R8?
I mean, right now I'm definitely favoring Vision in that series. I think I saw enough from them against GK, and knowing how GK played against R8 as well, I wouldn't be surprised to see this go 5. But if it does go 5, I'm kind of favoring Vision for it. For Hercules, we know how good casters are at predictions. We're not. So we'll just let the game speak for itself. After the break, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Saudi eLeague Championship. We are halfway through the day and almost down to our last 3 teams. But we got one more match before we figure out our final 3, and it's R8 versus Vision. We just watched Vision put on a show for us, and now up against R8 here, Hercules, in the 3rd match of the day to get to the lower final to play the loser of Falcons Twisted Minds.
This is going to be a really, really interesting matchup because you've got 2 very talented teams that have kind of been showcasing their skills in a way that others haven't, at least in that bottom 4, right? So, you have R8. They've had an incredible weekend. They had to go up against Bravado earlier today. Although, yes, it was a 3-0 sweep. They were caught off guard in a couple of moments, but totally had their footing the entire way through. And then we just watched Vision versus Geekay, and that was another moment where Vision was having to prove themselves. So now you put them up against each other, right? And you've got, the top of the mid pack versus the up and comers of the mid pack, and you're gonna face them off against each other. And I saw a really interesting stat in the chat, and I'm gonna steal it because they actually added it for you. But they said that R8 has beaten them in the last 3 times that they have played each other. So this is a huge moment for Vision Esports to try and pull off a much needed historical upset.
Well, that's great. You think you stole it, but I actually had the individual score lines for those. Yeah, in Major 4 online major, it was 3-0 for R8. Well, we'll get to it in a second. We do have the bracket up. I did want to mention the bracket really quick. I think it just highlights how good Falcons are. The fact that, they made Vision look like the babies that they, well, they're not babies. They're 15-year-old teenagers. But they made them look like kids. And then they came out here and made GK look like they just can't beat them. They looked insane. But Telem, Suspect, and Basil may have something to say about it. And now I will tell you, Hercules. Okay?
Tell me. Give me the knowledge.
So Major 4 online, they lost 0-3 to R8. And then in the online portion of the major, in Major 3, they lost 1-3 to R8. And then at the very end, it was Major 2, online major phase 2, but that was the old version of Vision Esports. That was before they picked up KK Bros. So it's actually only the last 2 times they have lost to this R8 squad. One of them going 1-3, and then the latest one, they got swept in Major 4. So some lessons needed to be learned online, but we all know on LAN, it is a different story. But this R8 team had looked pretty good against Bravado, who gave their all against them, but still put them on ice. And they also took down GK, albeit in 5.
Yeah, right now, R8 pretty much has been on a rampage, even, being sent down to the lower bracket. And then on the flip side of things, I mean, Vision Esports, it's just been one proving moment after the other. This is just an even bigger one now. So I don't know. I feel like this is going to be, one of our closer matchups. I could totally see this going to game 5 and completely going the distance.
That was that game 2 shot from Suspect that would have tied the game up. Instead, they ended up getting perfect swept. But these 3, Dr. Known, Ops, and Nush, showed us their stuff in the last game. In chat, I want you guys to let me know who you have winning this game. So you let me know in how many games in this best of 5 do you have Vision or do you have R8? Get those going, and then I'll see how that is by the time we start the game. But no matter what happens, these teams have made it to the top 4 in the Saudi eLeague. And those 3 and 4 spots have not been consistent spots in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, Hercules. There's been a lot of rotation, if you will, from players and teams trying to up that pecking order. There's always been 2 teams and then everybody else. And really it's Falcons and then another team and then everybody else. You don't see the likes of Venoms or AMs here, player like Hisoka, players that have maybe been in the argument for those types of spots before. And you have a bunch of newer players here, or players that have switched and playing with new players, but have been here before. Slowly but surely, they're finding ways to consolidate their talent and make that MENA 3, 4, 5 spot look a lot stronger and certainly exciting for sure. But for this Vision team, if they look like they did last time, I'm really thinking they're the favorites here.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I know, historically, even I guess in those last two matchups, right, that in theory, this is not in Vision's favor by any mean. They're coming in as the underdog. But you go back to the storyline of these teams play a team like the Falcons more than anybody else in the world. You get to learn and compete against the best more consistently than anybody else. And Vision, I mean, this poor team continues to be thrown at the hands of the Falcons every single event. And I really feel like there's a learning aspect to it where they're slowly taking pieces of information that are useful in their tougher matchups, like going against R8, right? That could help you out a little bit more to stay a little calmer in, the more high pressure situations that you're going to be forced to go into. So this is a really interesting one because Vision has really looked so good that there is a world where the underdogs might actually get their upset.
And I do think that there is a market difference between playing online and playing on LAN. So while R8 may be undefeated against this version of Vision, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go that way this time. They just established some confidence against Geekay, a team that R8 also struggled against. Now, the transitive property does not apply to any competitive sport or esport. So just because both teams played it close, that doesn't mean that this one is going to be close. The skill level should tell us it is. Got a very young team versus this team that has been trying to push towards the next level for a while, right? Basil's kind of been a fixture in the MENA scene for a long time. So I am curious to see how R8 start this one off. Tell him one of the things we've been going back to time and again with his post-game interview is saying their ability to adapt. It seems like both teams have this kind of approach where Vision were saying, yeah, we want that team to make mistakes. If they want to play fast, we would like to play faster, but we rather prioritize punishing their mistakes than just playing faster than them. So I love that mindset, especially for such a young team where a lot of young players do think fast and mechanical, I beat you. And I love that there seems to be some modulation there for this team. Might be a product of their coach. Either way, though, R8 on the other side, they showed they can be adaptable. They can make adjustments mid-series. So as we get to the walkouts here, I am real excited to get into this one. Our third match of the day. We have Twisted Minds versus Falcons coming up after this in the upper final. But the walkouts will start here for the third match in our lower bracket.
للرياضات الإلكترونية أمانة أنا متحمس كثير على هذه المباراة.
I mean, if you're just coming off of a series, do you feel like Vision are just gonna rampage?
I think I've learned that it really depends on the player. Like some players like going back to back to back. Other players like breaks, and I feel like it's totally dependent on your mentality. For R8, they've sat for a little bit, and I'm not sure if these players like the break or if they'd want to just play all their matches back to back to back. But Basil, Suspect, and Telem going to try to push for that top 3 and maybe get another shot at a Twisted Minds. This is me already calling that series over. Maybe Twisted Minds will show us an upset a little later. Either way, next up is Vision, who we just saw.
Very sick logo every time.
Sick logo, sick colors.
It's very clean.
I feel like it's a different type of eye in like Naruto or something.
Yeah.
And you got like the Byakugan, the Sharingan, and then the Vision Gun, I guess. The Vision. True.
Every time I see their jersey, I think Captain America on that little circle.
Interesting. See, you are NA. You just proved it right there.
Yeah.
All right, we got both teams on the stage and about to sit down. And for R8 and Vision, it is a tale of just getting to the top 3 and getting a lick at the top 2 teams here in Saudi Arabia. I think we are all expecting Twisted Minds to eventually fall into the lower final. That's what's happened every time here in Saudi eLeague. Not saying that something else couldn't happen, but we know how good Falcons are, and I especially think after FIFA I don't know if any team is going to stop them with that amount of confidence. I don't know if any team should have that amount of confidence, but we'll talk all about that a little later. For now, both of these teams want to go that distance. They want to take that shot and see if they can take down one of these two.
Oh, 100%. There's so much pride on the line in this one too, because for both of these teams, right, you're trying to prove yourselves for different reasons. If you're Vision Esports, you're proving, that, you're not just up and comers, you're not just, barely got yourself on into the event kind of people. You are competitors through and through, no matter who you are up against. And who better than to go up against R8, who is more than most been extremely consistent, extremely competitive. They've taken down people that really it should have been like a game 5. And I mean, again, 2 different storylines, but very similar situations. And there's just one way to figure out who's better on the day of, and that's to throw them out on the field and see who comes out with a win.
That's right. I really liked Telhem in their last series. I thought he was at the center of their offense, and they're going to need him to play exactly that way if they have hope here against Vision. I know that they have the series advantage on them online, but I do truly believe it's a different game when you get onto LAN. Vision just got off of a great win in Game 4 against Geekay Esports, so they're riding on that high. It's probably come down a little bit for them, but still got to be a little warmer than R8, and I do think that there is a benefit there. I know I just said earlier that it is dependent on the player, but especially for the younger out there, I think you can play through that before you start feeling fatigue a little more than when you start getting, into your 20s and those long days actually start feeling long. But, we were all teenagers playing video games. It's different when you get on a stage and you're focused and you got to be locked in to your team, but you still feel like you could go all day. So how do you stop Dr. Known and his mechs? How do you stop Nush and those flip reset passes? But also, can you stop the speed of R8? We know they can kick it up a notch. And you heard it from them, they want to be the faster team. So is it, again, as it often is here in MENA and in Saudi Arabia, is it all about speed and aggression? Probably.
I mean, at the end of it, right, when you have a whole region who's known for playing extremely fast and extremely aggressive, it just comes down to who plays it cleaner. And for Vision, in their matchup against GK, they 100% played that situation so much cleaner than GK ever could have. And then for R8, they decided when that was gonna happen and how fast it was gonna be. So Vision's gonna have to, learn if they can keep up with what's gonna be put out in front of them. But on top of it, if they can match it, if they can, stay clean with everything that they're being dealt, it just becomes so much closer the longer things go on.
Yeah, absolutely. And the closer you get to tasting it, that top 3 is on the way. And remember, there's also a lot of prizing on the line. I think it's 325,000 reals. But for those of you that may operate in different currency, it is just about 100,000 US dollars on the line. I believe Top Honors gets 36 of that moolah. So lots of prizing handed out over the course of the entire year here for the Saudi eLeague. And excited to see what it's really starting to produce. And I really hope that this just gives me the hope in this. Now, this is my NA brain talking, but I hope other regions kind of see what's been being done in France and Saudi Arabia and what the talent it's starting to produce. For Saudi Arabia, it may have taken a little longer than France. Granted, we didn't always have Mina in the greater competitive Rocket League scene, right? In RLCS, they weren't added until a little bit later. So maybe a little behind on overall development, but they are developing quickly. And it's very apparent when you watch the individual talent. There's so much of it here. And it's fun to see the team start to consolidate, and you start to see a Mina 3 and 4 start to take shape a little bit more, where it was more amorphous in the past. And that's what happens when you have these local scenes and you're consistent with those local scenes. So let's go to the Saudi eLeague Championship, lower semi. In the top 4, this one for top 3, R8 versus Vision, finally underway. Nush wants to start the attack, but will get cut off immediately. And whoa, okay, it's that's probably not how you wanted to start, but Nush will absolutely take it.
I did not mean for my to sound so judgmental when he was on 0 boost, just trying to follow it. But you know what? Props to Vision. You saw a moment, you took your opportunity. I mean, unfortunate for Bossel to be left with no boost and the only defender in that situation, but you know, a double commit off the rip and a shot towards net. I mean, Vision is going to come out, like I said, I expected it to come out swinging. They have to show R8 what they're capable of, but they are going to have their energy match so many times. This one's dropped down. It's a shot on target. Great save there on the goal line, though, from Nush.
Nush even getting the 50, but thought that might have worked out for R8 just to dump into the corner and reload. Look how stacked they are right now. Nice feint. Didn't matter. Vision still stay on top of it, and it definitely feels like they're riding that high from the last win. They go right back. They look exactly how they did at the start versus Geekay. R8 might take them a little time to get their rhythm going in the series. Suspect going quickly to the ceiling. That's a heavy touch. He's called off as Telem looking for a bump coming down. He didn't have any boost to really push it forward.
I mean, you talk about that momentum, right, following your win from the last series. And, you know, the more that I think about it, it makes a lot of sense, right? They're young kids, probably early stages, if not the first land they've been on. This is all adrenaline at this point. You want the tougher matchups like R8, and that's what they have in front of them. It's a reset forward and in. I mean, you want to talk about a challenge, you're going to have to face off against Telem.
Almost seemed like Vision moved out of the way for this one, so the threat of the bump is there. No, they were jumping to try to challenge the reset, and underneath they were expecting a push to the right side. You also had the bump coming down quickly, so R8 just kind of played quick attack, and it was super effective. Telem able to get that goal, and R8 will stop that quick attack quick as he drops it into the bucket, but it's saved. Nush will keep it out.
I mean, I know it was low boost, but a double commit makes me so scared because R8 is really good at following themselves up. You already see it right there. I think that might have been a team pinch if they made a connect on it. That had some speed.
114 kilometers per hour. Ooh. Nice. That is nice. Telem got that, and that's 2 goals for him. And he does continue to be at the center of the offense here. And Vision kind of gets smacked in the mouth.
I mean, he's having a great day. We mentioned it before, you know, day number 1 felt a little bit more like Suspect and Basel were the ones to initiate a lot of what was going on. But today, Telem has stepped up in so many crucial ways and moments. This one's off the backboard, no follow. And R8 just gonna have to low boost defend a lot of these shots coming their way. No heavy clears have come out yet. This is one of the better ones, finally over the midline. Try to carry it on down, but better save.
Dr. No next up. Got a winger way wide. They're still gonna connect as that first challenge. You saw R8 just kind of floating helplessly in the air. Now Nush pre-jump pass back. Okay, this looks interesting. What are you going to do with that? How about a double tap on target? I don't know how on earth they actually created something out of that. The shot wasn't powerful, sure, but that was the fact that somehow found the target. The Vision put together some really fun plays. And it's kind of what had me favoring them heading into this series, because while R8 have been good, sure, they haven't shown that kind of thing. It's not all Rocket League is, though, right? About that consistency, not making mistakes.
Vision has the ability, you know, like the name says, right? To create and have the vision to get around some very difficult and consistent teams, and R8 is just another monster in their path right now. The suspect, he got past one, taking his time to get past two. This one will bounce around the corner. Could have been interesting there, but a little bit of an interceptive touch slows things down for R8, and Bossel's not going to get in on this one. Vision Esports finally out of their half. That bump onto Nush was big, because I think Nush wanted it on him, and they said, no, we'll dish it out to you first. Slow you guys down. 1 minute left to go. R8 just holds on.
Oh, we got to jump!
It's a floater!
I don't think he had any clue Dr. Known was there. This ball was put right down in front of his teammate Suspect. Oh, he was trying to catch it, and it bounced right next to his nose, and he can't react after that. Vision will take control there and tie the game up. Dr. Known was ready to punish for it. The margin's thin for R8. Ops looking to slice it, but a whifty! Tactical fake here. Basil gets payment, and they take the lead right back.
I mean, that just couldn't have gone any better. I wish Ops would have been able to glue that to his car, but there was no way, not in that position. And R8, I mean, they had the 1-goal lead, lost it, and immediately regain it back. 47 seconds left on the clock here. Vision's gonna try and tie. Pass from one to the other into the corner. Suspects takes it away. And a couple demos gonna come through to try and push Vision upfield. They're gonna spot each other's shot just wide.
Midfield question mark right now. Another demo. I believe that was Nush getting demoed. And the other way, Telem cannot find any purchase, but they have the lead. 20 seconds left. Dr. Known gets pushed back. Is there any kind of clearance out? Does not look like it right now for Vision. Slowly running out of that time. Ops 43 boost. Has to just hold and play the 50. And this ball is going absolutely nowhere. Telem stays right on top of it. But maybe a breakout as Basil gets right there quick. And a high bounce from the ramp. Looking for a tackle. Won't find the bump. But this should go to safety. And it does. R8 will take game one.
That bounce there from Basil, I was like, oh. We might get something interesting here, but no. It finds its way to the ground. They take their win. I'm willing to bet that R8 is like, all right, this is much closer than we anticipated coming into this. I'm sure there's a level of respect being dished out, but it definitely has to feel a little closer than they would have thought.
I mean, R8, that first goal, I want to take a look at the highlights as well. This play right here, you thought, oh boy, if those types of goals are going to go in, this might be a long one for R8, but then Suspect with the drop-off, Telem. That one was, you had a little bit of space, and then Vision were just kind of forced to jump from a disadvantaged position. That little pinch there was just a good goal from R8. And then obviously they came back, but then after that, locked right back in, and that dropped right there. The fake, absolutely ridiculous fake in that situation. Instead of taking that 50, he doesn't know that Ops is trying to hold that ball, but he's taking the educated guess there to go for the fake, and Ops just flies right by, and now you get the shot. I mean, absolutely genius stuff there from R8. Great stuff.
Oh yeah, great performance that got placed out there. I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less from them right now, right? They've looked really good. They've looked consistent throughout the entirety of the event. And it's just another foot forward, trying to get closer to that grand final right now. But first step is done. You got your first win on the board. Kind of iffy to the R8 standards probably, but great showing overall. I do want to notice a big difference right now, for me at least, is Vision Esports feels very even. Although I know Nush in this one statistically completely stood out with the 4 saves, pushing him up to 551 in points. But as far as R8 is concerned, right, the key difference that kind of puts me in their favor a little bit is Telem. They have a person who is having such a standout pop-off day, right?
Yeah.
Vision has to slow him down somehow.
Telem, this hasn't been the team he's played with all season. He has played on a couple of different rosters this season, so he's kind of been on the journeyman path. And Dr. Known making it known to R8. Look, yeah, you won that last game, but we are not making this easy. A failed Musty 50 into this.
I take it back.
I'll tell you what. Sometimes Rocket League, you think you've seen it all, and then let me see that.
Hey, I respect it. You know what? Do your thing. Oh my god.
Whoa, Taylor. Woo! Pop off, young man. Let me see that one more time, please. Give him the juice. Underneath on the reset. Look at the scoop on that. My god, he dotted the net.
That actually could not have been any closer to the corner. I love it. Very quick response there from the one that has just been a thorn in everyone's side. And R8 Esports have this one tied here. Very, very early into this game number 2 right now. And although Tellem is just trying to force it on in, almost got his team a second goal here. It's going to be a double sent off by Nush.
Come across for Suspect. Tellem just looked like he had a chance at a net there. Suspect no boost. Quick pass underneath. Whoa. Desperate stop there. Ops comes down from the heavens. And ooh, another quick pass, but it doesn't connect. Now Ops goes himself. And why? Why is this how everybody plays defense in Saudi Arabia? It's fun. It's crazy. It's wild. But man, I get a heart attack every time I watch a player dive onto the goal line for a save. I'm not hating it. I'm just trying not to die here. This Basil will sit underneath. Great 50. And now Suspect has the boost. Gets knocked out back to the side.
I don't know how Tellem didn't get the bump on that goal line there. It felt so free. And now look at this. All the way back. The nastiest quick counter you've seen.
Dr. Known gets his second as well. How does this even break down? Oh, Basil. I think Basil just waited way too long there. He was turned upfield. And he sees that 50 in front, but he sees both of his teammates exposed. I don't know if that's a situation I'd turn upfield. But most of the time, they turn upfield and they find a way to get back to the ball. It's like, you know, sometimes play style affords you decision making. But Basil, that wasn't the first time we've seen him kind of get caught out in third man land. It happened a couple of times against Geekay as well. You didn't really see it in their last series today. It really only showed up yesterday, but it's come back to rear its head against R8 this time. So Vision take an early lead past the first 2 minutes. R8 trying to harry as Dr. Known will let that one go. Vision moving forward again. Get the 50 underneath, but it's a little too high. Does he have the read? Talem gets in front of the ball again and will not let Vision get a freebie.
Oh my gosh, it's so cheesy, but I keep wanting to be like, I see the vision. They're trying to set each other up. Somebody's trying to get the follow, and it's just, they can't execute it. They're not being given the space to do it, and I mean, that is all props to R8's defense. They have had some of the best defense I have seen outside of Falcons and Twisted Minds in this event, and it is extremely consistent, and they know when to push back forward on it too, and just wear these teams out. And the pass and play completely denied. Tell him he's gonna try and get another one. Nope, Dr. Known says absolutely not. Vision Esports completely holding their own.
They stuff him again. The all-seeing eye on defense. Crash into it. R8 getting reset. Telem grabbed his corner boost. He'll be ready for something, but nothing will come easy. He's got to work for it himself. And honestly, the angle on that was kind of nasty. Vassal next up. Low and an easy boom down the field. Did they just get caught out? Long trebuchet and Ops bust down the wall.
You know what? What?
Wow.
I think I'm fairly certain that's no bounce too.
Yep. No bounce.
10 out of 10 from me.
Incredible hit off the back wall there. You know, most times you think, oh, third man should have been ready for that. But honestly, I don't know.
He's probably sitting there with his jaw on the floor,
He was pretty low. Like, maybe he was a little higher on the board there, but dude absolutely popped that ball. Suspect, demo, back pass. If that went in, that would have been hilarious. Vassal, whoopsies. Tactical whiff. Didn't like that one.
Oh, that boost grab made me so nervous. Oh my gosh, that bump was almost even better. I mean, you look at the creativity that Vision is throwing at R8, and it's like forcing them to do a puzzle every time they come and throw a play at them, right? And then R8's like, this isn't as easy to just clear out and follow and have our space, because Vision also isn't allotting, although I will give him the dunk. I will give him the dunk. Tell him, you tell them to sit down.
Tell him absolutely dices him here, pops it up, holds his flip for the 50, not just thinking about the shot, but just thinking about punching Dr. Known and putting him back a little bit. 36 seconds left, and Tell him continues to be the center of this team. But hang on, Vision. Popper, it's off the post. He got a piece of it. Ops, pass, shot, no bump, and no goal for Vision. Gonna demo the other way. R8 desperate, and that leaves the net open, but the ball doesn't find its way in. Vassal. R8 have done this before. They've scored with nary a second left on the clock. Can they do it again? Dr. Known popped it off the wall. They got to get a touch. They got to get a clear downfield because now they're out of time. And Vision are all over this ball. We got a tied game. We're going at least to a game 4.
I respect it. I mean, that is a tough win to walk away with there, especially with Tellum. I'm sorry, that is MVP by far today. He has done so much to try and disrupt any momentum that this team has had, and they still manage to walk away with a win.
That looked like the Vision against Geekay.
Yes.
Where they just had almost all of the possession.
Oh,
this was the goofiest, like simultaneously the goofiest and sickest goal of the tournament. And then, of course, Tell him, oh my gosh, so good. That flip reset, that shot placement was just excellent.
Where's
obviously it was too much. Basil got caught out.
I want the little pinch.
And then zing!
Give me the no bounce. 10 out of 10.
That's
if you know
that's a
the
ball
lore.
you can hear. Suspect can hear that ball the whole way. It's making that whistle noise. You know, high in the air, just.
That's one of those ones that you see it and you're like, there's no way, right? And then it happens.
7 shots for Telem, 2.
Oh my gosh.
Just wasn't able to find most of them. The saves, you had 8 saves from Vision. You talked about their defense earlier on Hercules, and that definitely came to full effect here.
I mean, you got to look at it. Across the board, this is 8 saves from Vision, but Ops with 5 alone. He was like, you guys are not getting through. Of course, I very valid wording that a couple of them were goofy. But if you walk away with it, you walk away with it. Tellem's initial shot, crossbar down and out. R8's not going to walk away with a kickoff goal here. Instead, Vision's going to open their game with a counterattack. It's going to try and get taken away. Nice little spot there to Suspect as it bounces back blue.
I wonder if that miss by Tellem right there won't come back to bite them, considering how hard it's been to score. Maybe they'll find one right here. A little ball in a cup action there off the ceiling. Tellem not going to find anything. That corner is completely stuffed, but through the smoke, they may generate something. Dr. Known gets a clean touch. Respawn. Fake shot. Nah, he ain't fooled. Vassal gets in the way quickly, and R8 won't let that one in so easy. As Suspect drops it down, doesn't get the back pass.
It felt like he had all the space in the world, too, to try and take that shot. They're going to try again here from the corner, but Ops just a little slow to it. Could be dangerous. Dr. Known played deep in that third, though, to collect and catch in case R8 did exactly what they're doing now, these big clears again. And R8 just got to, play a little bit of a safer game, because you do have to respect the fact that Vision does manage to get past you defensively. So 3:37 on the clock. Nobody has scored. I feel like this might be the longest opener waiting for a goal, and we might get one right here. This one off the post. It was a great setup. Big clear goes wide. That could have been it.
Well, both teams actually missed an opportunity there. That one from R8, and then the return cleared. The net was wide open. Vision still find it, but Telem stands right there. Is there anything this man will not do to keep his team in the game? off the ceiling, drops it down, fakes one, fakes another. Oh, absolute excellence from Talem.
I mean, you can't have a better day if you're him. He has looked so incredibly solo, but I love the fact that his teammates are there for him in the tiniest of moments just to 100% make sure things go through according to plan. But Talem has been, that's my IGL for this team today. It has been nothing short of stardom right now.
He's
3 minutes.
He's shot shooting.
He's everywhere. He's disgusting. He's like you
saving.
say, he's like a little baby monkey moon.
Like well, no, that was Ops.
Oh wait, no, that was Ops.
Tal's looking like a baby TRK right now.
You know what? Yes. Actually, yes.
He wasn't looking like this yesterday.
No, and that's
I was kind of getting on his case yesterday a little bit, but today he's just completely different. Dude is locked in.
I was in the same boat as you. I mean, yesterday, R8's performance felt, honestly, it felt like Vision. It was very equal across the board, but there wasn't really that, like, one super pop-off standout player. It was a little bit more Bossel and Suspect working together, and then Talem just being that really solid third in any situation that they needed him. But today it was like, if this is the last day, I'm going out with a bang. And he was like, but also it's not going to be the last day because I want to make sure we win everything and we get to
He's
keep
like, wait,
going.
I shouldn't say that. A weak shot, unfortunately, there for Ops. And Vision will get nothing out of it. Here's Talem, low off the ramp. Nothing for him. He'll have to retreat. Nush. Whoa. Got a ton of power on that. This ball just whips right back to the midfield line. Ops avoids one, uses all his boost to get back to the 50, but where's the support? Nush has nothing. Gets stuffed again here by R8. Dr. No, and he gets tripped on his way back to the ball. Now Talem with a flick, but he's challenged immediately. R8, not the greatest touch in the world. Ops wants the pass, connecting, and not on target at all. There's two players in net to cover, but you still want to force him to make a save. And Vision can't even do that right now, with about a minute 15 remaining.
I'm gonna need Vision to calm down just a little bit because they know that R8 is starting to get a little more aggressive by sending someone up and messing with their, plan on the defensive end right now. Got a minute left on this one to try and tie things up here in game number 3. A challenge forward from Ops. You can already see the follow coming through, but it's just a bit late to be extremely effective. It's just more so to keep this ball in Vision's possession.
Clear downfield. Vassal. Nothing on the back wall available for him. Nothing available right now for R8. Slowly but surely, Vision have stabilized, but it's taken a lot of time to get there. And now they only got 30 plus to actually get this down the field. And that heavy touch, you just give up possession. Talem still gets boxed out of the way, but it's Suspect on the ball. They got to chase this down, and Suspect beats him to the play. They get a free look at it. It's a flick over. Vision running low. Pop up once. Doctor, known. Does he do it again? 50 goes back to the corner. Ops, catch and a boost steal. That's all he's going to get. Oh, heavy touch with no boost. Doctor, known is not going to find the net. Guess who it is who stops him? Talem. Once more, keeping R8 in position. One away from moving on to the top 3.
It looked like in those last few moments too that Vision almost kind of started to get it together. They had each other placed one behind the other, so if somebody lost the initial challenge, they were still inching into the blue side. But R8, defense, that is their bread and butter in this event right now. They are so good and clean with every single situation they are being placed into. And Talem, I mean, it was just meant to be that he was going to be the one to get that last save and really place that one down. I mean, it's match point now. One last opportunity to try and force a game 5. Otherwise, we know who is continuing on their run.
Take a look at that stat sheet. 6 saves for Talem. 5 saves for Basil. Maybe quiet saves. But then again, some of those were heaters that he had to defend multiple shots on. And that was having to defend 12 shots, only putting on 7 themselves, but holding quite the defensive game there. And R8, maybe this is part of what's been keeping them down and unable to beat this R8 team. Vision, something's happening against this team that they just cannot find a way to score against them. It has been excellent game 2, and I called him the MVP of the last series, but Talem has been, I mean, there's not, what more do you want me to say about it? But like the story of this guy this season is he's been on a couple of different teams, right? Like this season in Saudi League, he hasn't spent his entire time on R8. He's been on a couple of different rosters. And so on that journeyman journey, you have a chance to get another top 3 here and really make this push turn into a shove. Before R8, it was Vision he was a part of. Before Vision, he was a part of Twisted Minds in Major 1. So he's been on 3 different rosters this season. And this is the one that may get him a top 3. The highest that he has been able to finish is top 3. And it was in that Major 3 final where they eventually lost to Twisted Minds. So now Telem has a chance to do that with his team once more to get that top 3 and maybe get some potential revenge on Twisted Minds.
I mean, you just... It's exactly what you want. If you're telling this whole storyline is playing out perfectly for you. And then, of course, on the flip side, Vision Esports, it has just been assert dominance before the next season as best as you can, right? And they've done a pretty decent job. Now, this is a very crucial win, of course. This is last chance opportunity, and they're going to try and take it. Dr. No dunk for him, no goal either. The follow-up from Ops is going to be just a bit high. Maybe third time's the charm here as this one bounces from the ceiling and down. No, it's going to clear out into the Vision half, but I mean, on both ends of the field, it has just been pure class Rocket League.
Vision have had some good ideas here on offense early. They'll set one up, they get a bump on their way out. There's always a third player ready for R8. And sometimes you can make all the right decisions on offense and the shot actually never materializes, or the opportunity of the shot never actually comes. And that's the difficult part, is you need that ball in a position where you can shoot it. As dumb simple as that sounds, that's the type of analysis you'll get with Jordy. So, Dr. Known gonna get deleted! And guess who it is knocking at your door? Tell him again!
Absolutely disgusting. I mean, that boost spawn just perfectly in time for him to get enough air to place that over that defender there. And R8 give themselves a lead, which is the most favorable position because, again, defensively, one goal actually can win them everything. It is slightly comfortable for them.
He might be in their heads.
Oh, 100%.
The dude is doing absolutely nothing wrong right now. Vassal getting close on the 50. Now look, it's still 3 minutes to go in this game. Talent steals the ball away from Dr. Known. Still the shot comes. Dr. Known was hoping for a bump, hoping for a freebie off the rebound. They're not going to get it though. Vassal holds and held as long as he could there. No play in the corner. Everyone retreats on R8. No one wanting to take another 50 there. Look what it does. Tell him able to get that ball out to Suspect. Still Ops gonna take control. It's a chance here for Vision to actually get some offense going. Can they build that pressure? Fake. That's too long. If you're gonna go for that fake, someone has to be ready for it. Dr. No jumped from beyond the midfield line. Now Vassal with control of it. Simple air dribble. Ops gets bumped back on the 50-50. And a high hoofer. Back to Suspect off the ceiling. I love the idea there. Just couldn't stay with the ball. Little back pass. Vision looking for space. Dr. Known looking for the race. Vassal wins the touch.
It is just, on both ends, it has been so many incredible ideas to get around anyone and everyone right now, but for Vision, they've had a couple moments where they should have been able to at least get a shot on net, and the one in particular was the fake that was just a little too long. I mean, you gotta hit those. You got a minute 38 left in this entire event for yourself as far as regulation goes, right? Big clear upfield. Nush not allotted the space to redirect it in. Instead, Bossel is gonna keep this moving forward. As this one bounces up and down, we're gonna see who's gonna be the first to touch this ball. Ops leaves it for Dr. Known. Around the corner, nice medium-ish clear as Vision's able to still keep this one in the R8 half.
As we approach the final minute, reality starts to set in for Vision Esports. They still don't have a goal. They may get eliminated right here. They could taste that top 3 spot. Suspect holding the ball. Good use identifying the space, giving your team a chance at it. Love that 50 from Basil as well. Telem finds another one on top of it. 50 seconds remain. Vision do not have the ball. Basil just trying to stay behind it. Suspect taking another one. Hard hit, and there he is! Denied! Telem will not get his second goal, trying to put the back pass, and Suspect is happy that wasn't put on target. Telem got in the way, maybe made it a little harder, and it will drop down. 30 seconds left for R8 to hold. Oh, how about you add to the total? Vision, I thought they were going to get this clear out, but Basil comes up with the goal here, lands right in front, didn't even use his flip to recover on the ground. No wave dash needed, no mechs needed, just get on the ground and shoot the ball. This game might be over.
This could be the end of it. 26 seconds, you gotta get something off the kickoff here. No boost in the tank to work with, you're just gonna have to flip forward, musty in. But Vision Esports, I mean, even though they're in their half, they've got no true control of this ball right now. It is being pinballed around, and 8 seconds on the clock. It is just, it's too little too late at this point. One last pass. Woo! The dream is still alive. 4 seconds to go. Vision Esports has to pull off the golden kickoff.
High velocity rocket from Ops, 123 kilometers per hour. That's the equivalent of an operator shot in Valorant. 4 seconds, kickoff. What was that?
No!
What was that? What tomfoolery is happening on this kickoff? Tell him! You tried to get cute.
Oh my god!
There was nothing cute about it.
Absolutely scripted for this guy to mess up the one time it would be there. And this ball still is up, but we're gonna hit the ground. We've got overtime for R8 to end it, or Vision Esports to force game 5.
Vassal off the kickoff. No shortage of shocking moments here in the Saudi eLeague. And now Vision, well, you've got a chance. What do you do with it? Tell him. Falling back with it. He doesn't have the 50, but it's a free ball, and it's over! Vassal collects the payment. Top 3 for R8 Esports. Moving on to the lower final.
I mean, flowers all the way around. Incredible series. The fact that Vision even got into an overtime is, kind of hold your head up a little bit, because that was crazy. But at the end of the day, I mean, this squad really and truly is inevitable right now. They are so good, so clean. Even when it feels like they mess up and it's shaky.
Mostly clean.
You can't stop it.
I'm not going to let Tell him forget about what he just did, all right? I ain't letting him forget it. I'm not forgetting.
I know I'm not gonna forget it. I sounded like a full-on squeaker in that moment. My voice cracked like I was a little boy.
Well, I don't know what to say to that, Hercules. All I do know is that this guy right here on the left, Tell him, what a performance from him in these last 2 lower bracket rounds, and you get a chance in the lower final to play who we think is gonna be Twisted Minds. At the end of the day, Falcons are just that strong, and they've taken a game or 2 off of Twisted Minds in the past. If Telem looks like that, if Basil looks as consistent as he did on defense, oh yeah, thanks. I needed to see that one twice. We could have a great series in that lower final.
Oh, I dare R8 to pull the upset off now. Now Telem needs, I think he needed to have a mistake somewhere so you could kind of get brought down and humbled a little bit, so you can be like, all right, maybe I'm not, don't overthink anything a little bit. You gotta have at least one mistake before you go into the crazy match. So probably the best time for that to happen was right then and there. But we're gonna find out who they're gonna face off against next. I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's the one that everyone in chat has been coming in and asking, when do Falcons play? They play next. We do have an interview coming up here shortly, though, to talk to R8, and we do say goodbye to Vision Esports, a very young squad here in Saudi Arabia. I am very excited to watch the further development of those three players. Nush and Dr. Known are two players that I was already aware of. And I think there might be some rumors that they might be teaming up with a European player, but I don't know if that has come to full fruition yet. There's a chance it may not happen. But either way, Vision might be a team to keep an eye on, not just in the Saudi eLeague, but maybe even in RLCS beyond. So, well, it'll be tough, especially in the Middle East where the spots are scarce. But really loved what I saw from them. They were a fun team to watch, and I think that just makes R8's statement win here all that more impressive. You know, Telem really popping off in a huge way, and if that continues, I just hope it's a good lower final. That's all I can really hope for.
Oh, I honestly, no matter who it is, and I say that because, you know what, after what I just saw, if Twisted Minds wants to go crazy and do something that feels impossible, by all means, knock on wood to the Falcons fans. But it feels like upset change potential, right? This is an event that's been going on all year long. Everybody's been getting to know each other, not only for the entirety of the event, but for years at this point. They play each other all day, all the time. If there is a time to do something crazy, it is absolutely today. It is absolutely tomorrow as well. But we have a special interview. We're gonna get to interview with Telem. That one I'm excited for.
Yeah, Telem. I really want to hear more what he has to say. They interviewed him last time when R8 won, so we get to hear him again. And again, all the interviews obviously in Arabic. We will be providing you guys with the translations for the questions, but that's all thanks to Mo clicking the buttons behind us on the production. So say thank you, Mo, as we get into the interview with Telem. So the first question that he is going to ask, because I know what he's going to ask, Hercules. He's going to ask how he felt. How do you feel about that win?
Let's see. Let's see if you're right.
Let's see.
Oh, why does he seem nervous? Whip out the ego, bro.
والله الحمد لله صدق شعور جميل انك تفوز وتستاهل يعني اليوم كله ان شاء يعني اليوم كله فزنا.
So he said, how do you feel about getting to the lower final? So not quite. How do you feel about the win? And he said that he feels great winning this match, and the entire day it feels great. He looks happy. He looks like a happy teddy right now.
I mean, he's had an insane day. He looks like one of the best people out there outside of, you know, the three players on Falcons.
The second question he asked was, the last match, your playstyle was so different. What happened? Why was it different? Telem answered with, I always try to do my best. Not exactly a direct answer to that question.
You gotta hide the secrets, though. Can't tell him.
I mean, dude's just, he's like, I'm nuts. Go next.
Did you go next?
Playstyle's different because we win. Our third question is, one of the games you had, I believe it's 6
interceptions.
I told you, interceptions. What do you have to say about that? And his answer was, our defense today was way better than yesterday. Offense as well. We learned from our mistakes and adapted.
See? Every time. Okay, wait, what is this last one? It said, what happened in the kickoff? He said it was because of the controller.
Oh, he's pulling a Sipical? Don't you go Sipical on me, Telem.
Please don't.
I'm onto your game, buddy. You did that on purpose. No, I'm kidding. He probably didn't. And they'll keep prepping, they'll keep scrimming to get ready for whoever they play between Falcons and Twisted Minds. And we have our final 3 for the Saudi eLeague Championship. We've got Falcons, Twisted Minds, and R8, and well-deserved, especially with how the games have gone today, especially with what we saw from Vision earlier against Bravado, and they came out and smacked him right back in the mouth. You had your centerpiece, he popped off, and that's all you needed. You shut down the centerpiece, Dr. Known, on the other side, and Vision had no answer for it. So now you get to sit and watch what should be a really fun game here between Falcons and Twisted Minds coming up.
Oh, yeah. This is really exciting. This is clearly match of the day for everybody. This is what a grand final could look like later. We could there's a world where it's a rematch in the grand final later. This is a world where you run around and you tell your kids this was the grand final in your eyes. So either way, we get to see the crazy matchup between Falcons and Twisted Minds. I'm stoked for it. I want to know if Twisted Minds can pull off the crazy upset on the Falcons. But, I mean, Falcons, we'll get into it later, but they just beat like a world-class super team. So that's a story for another time.
Yeah, their confidence, you could say, is probably outside of the stratosphere of Earth. But R8, I mean, their confidence has to be quickly behind them right now with how they've been playing. You saw it in Talem's eyes when he was in that interview. You can see how happy he is that he was able to help R8 get to another top 3. They did this in Major 4, and then they come back and they do it again. The last time when they played Twisted Minds in that lower final, though, it did not go the way that they had hoped it would, as they ended up dropping that series that was the Major 3 final where they lost 2-3. So in Major 3, they almost beat Twisted Minds. Major 4, they lost to Geekay, excuse me. So it wasn't 4, but it was 3. They did play Twisted Minds very close. So it's not impossible if they end up playing Twisted Minds, or God forbid by some twist of fate, Falcons end up in the lower final, then I may not give them a chance at it, if I'm being honest, Hercules.
That would be valid.
But, as expectations should go, maybe it will be a competitive best of 5 lower final for R8, as long as they look like how we were seeing them look. Basil, very consistent on defense. Telhem, instrumental on both sides of the ball. Suspect filling in the gaps pretty nicely. And I think it matches up well enough, at least against Twisted Minds. So they'll have to wait and see who exactly they are playing. The upper final is also a best of 5 as we take a look at all those highlights. A lot of passes, a lot of great saves, and of course the Ronicky typical fusion kickoff is what I'm naming that one. Or I guess we could just call it the tech.
The tech?
The tech.
That was a very techie kickoff.
In at least to an American, the tech almost sounds like tech. So it's like the tech, but not. I'm going to stop while I'm behind.
Yeah.
Well, good is subjective, right?
Right. Glass half full.
That's right. Yeah. And your NA, glass is half full. Mina is really fun to watch. Saudi eLeague is a ton of fun to watch. And it's cool to see teams continue to further consolidate. I'm excited to watch Vision in 2025 and how they do. I'm even excited to see Taruk and company on Bravado and see changes they might end up making. As all of these teams and players, there's one goal, there's one vision, if you will, and that's Falcons at the very top. There is a standard of play that they have set that is going to be a hard, if not near impossible standard to live up to, but they're doing their best to get better, and they've been doing that. We've been seeing it. So very exciting stuff. I've loved everything that we've gotten to, and very fortunate that SEL has asked you and I to cast the English broadcast of this event, and we've got to experience some great Rocket League because of it. Very thankful.
Oh, for sure. It's always a really big honor anytime you get asked to cast outside of your home region. So thank you so much to having us. And it isn't quite over yet. If you guys didn't know, there is a comms check going on the main channel right now. Although if you can't understand it, it's okay. But it's always fun to just hear like how intense a team might be or not be even. I'm curious if somebody was like more calm. I feel like R8 gives kind of calm vibes. I'm not gonna lie. They give me like you're like very serious, and then when something happens, you're like, ah! And it like freaks you out a little bit.
Well, you guys can check that out because we're gonna head to a quick break here on the alternate language stream. So check out the comms check, and we'll be back with Twisted Minds versus Falcons.
لولا الله ثم الروستر اللي معي ما كان جبت هذا الانجاز.
يحاولون برضو عندهم فرصة بس الوضع الحالي لا 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 مستحيل.
بسبب انه مستواي طول البطولة.
اللاعب كذا وتمريرة
اول براكت احس انه بداية مرة.
كلف الكثير نوبلا في مرحلة التعويض. فيك الأول فيك الثاني يا سلام. لا 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 لا.
انا اسمي صالح ويلقبوني بروس. انا لاعب محترف في فريق فالكون.
تحية للام في بي روس.
صراحة شعور خيالي في ظل وجود لاعبين كبار، ولولا الله ثم الروستر اللي معي ما كان جبت هذا الانجاز.
برضو عندهم فرصة بس الوضع الحالي لا 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 مستحيل.
صراحة مستحيل انه يكون جيب ام في بي بسبب جيم، طبيعي بيكون مستواي طول البطولة.
نكسي اللاعب نوم بالتراجع، كيلرز لا مازن روس بالتسديد. يا عيني يا عيني يا عيني يا رب.
السلام عليكم، اسمي محمد وملقب ترك، لاعب من فريق فالكون.
سمعونا اقوى تحيه للاعب تي ار كي.
بصراحة شعور حلو انك تجيب ام في بي من وجود اللعيبة الاساطير، وان شاء الله انه مو اخر ام في بي.
اللاعب كذا وتمريرة
نعم يا ابو لاعب روكت ليج وتويست.
واللي امتعنا بروكيت ليج وامتعنا بكل صورة فيها واللاعب نوبو.
بالدوري الثالث كان مستوى ثابت طول البطولة لين النهاية. بدأت من النهاية بس ربي ما كتب يعني نفوز، بس حققتها. والدوري الرابع كان مستوى ثابت لين النهاية وما لعبت لعبي بالنهاية، بس فديت من الاحصائيات.
الان ترتد من فوق الباك بورد. الله الله يا ميشو يا مدري ممكن دبل لكن يخليها النوبو.
النهاية ضد فالكون الأول براكت، مو البراكت بس، أول براكت أحس إنه بداية مرة.
كلف الكثير نوبلا في مرحلة التعويض. فيك الأول فيك الثاني يا سلام. لا 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 لا.
Welcome back to the Saudi eLeague Championships. You saw the little teaser video. Falcons versus Twisted Minds has been quite the rivalry this season. But is it a rivalry if one team's always kicking your teeth in? Falcons have been absolutely overpowered. Hercules and Jorby bringing you through the alternate language English stream of the Saudi eLeague Championship. We just got done watching R8 take down Vision Esports and solidify their spot for the second straight time on LAN for the number 3 spot. But now we move and turn the table over to Falcons versus Twisted Mind, the one that I know all of you in chat have been waiting for all day. We're finally here.
This is crazy. I mean, again, for most people, this is a grand final. It has been a grand final in the past, and it potentially could be a rematch because somebody has to go to the lower bracket regardless at the end of this, right? And that's speaking very hopefully in favor of Twisted Minds, given that they are going up against the best of the best. They're going up against the Falcons. I know everybody has been waiting for this one. They're tuned in, they're lurking, they're ready to go. But, I mean, it's happening. It's been a long, 2 days to get to this point to figure out, who is going to be, facing in that lower final. And of course, whoever loses this one is going up against R8 Esports, who's had an incredible run to get here. Even though they were in the lower bracket, it's still insane nonetheless.
It is insane for sure. R8 looked pretty good getting to this point, but this Falcons Twisted Mind story has been one that has kind of gone the same way almost every single time. They both get into the final, and then Falcons just win. It happened in Major 1. Twisted Minds actually lost to Rule 1 in the lower final, and then Rule 1 lost to Falcons in the grand final. But in Major 2, Falcons came through the upper bracket. They beat Twisted Minds 3-0 in the upper bracket in Major 2. Then Twisted Minds in the grand finals beat them in the first series 4-2, but then Falcons beat them 4-1. In Major 3, same story. 3-0 upper bracket final for Falcons against Twisted Minds. And then Twisted Minds get to the grand final 4-1 against Falcons, and then they lose to Falcons 4-2. Are you sensing a trend here, Hercules? Are you picking up a pattern?
Maybe.
All right, are you ready? Major 4. What do you think happened?
You tell me.
That's right. Falcons 3-1 in the upper final. Not
What a
3-0.
shock. What
And
a
Twisted
shock.
Minds go down. But Twisted Minds this time do not force the bracket reset in the grand final. Falcons just beat them outright 4-2. This team is unbeatable in Saudi Arabia. They're nigh unbeatable globally. TRK, Killers, and Rawas. 3 of the best players to ever grace the pitch of Rocket League. And they show you how they do it on their home turf all year long here.
It never ends. Literally, the wins for this team never ends. And I mean, true, globally, they aren't unbeatable, but it feels like anytime they are competing in their home region, there is just no stopping them. There is nobody that can make this team, fall into the hands of a loss. I saw a video on Twitter actually that was with Saudi League that I don't remember which twin had done the interview, but they talked to them a little bit about like why they do so well on land, and they said it's a pride thing. You level up somehow in front of them, but on the other side of the field, the team that's gonna have to level up to the occasion, Twisted Minds, Mesho, Napo, and Mosin. This is a very good team in and of itself. Individually, they are very incredible, but it is going to take a new level of cohesion to slow down, and not only just the Falcons, Dorby, but the Falcons who came off of a win at the FIFA E World Cup.
I mean, this team has proven, though, that they can beat this team. They can beat Falcons, but when you're coming from the lower bracket, it's so much harder to beat them in 2 straight best of 7s. What Twisted Minds have never been able to do is beat them in the upper final. Falcons win handedly in the upper final. Twisted Minds have not even forced a series point on them, but against everybody else in Saudi Arabia, this team is clearly above everybody else. The only team that has really come close to beating them, funnily enough, is R8. R8 in Major 3 in the lower final. They played against this team, and then they are against R8, and it went 5 games until Twisted Minds eventually got the better of them. So there are some interesting threads, I think, out of this game. Twisted Minds, they haven't really been competitive against Falcons in the upper bracket final in any of the majors in Saudi eLeague so far. So they'd have to show something different. It feels like Twisted Minds have to get to grand finals in uppers if they have any hope to beat Falcons. Because right now the history and the story is all Falcons. And like you were alluding to, think about how good they feel after FIFA E. I mean, a team like Falcons should not have that much confidence, but they break a curse, something that has haunted TRK specifically for so long when it came to international competition. And now you come back to home turf, a place that you already regularly dominate, and you start wondering, is it even gonna be close? But Napo is still one of the best players that we've seen come out of Saudi Arabia, still on his path and on his journey getting better. And Mawson and Mesho have been around for a little while longer, but the strength of this Falcons squad is just so much more, and like the results speak for themselves.
Oh, 100%. And if you guys, for context, actually somehow did not watch the FIFA E World Cup, the super team that we are talking about isn't just, oh, they played Vitality, oh, they played Carmine. No. They took the 3 best people, arguably, in the world. They took Zen, Vatira, and Monkey Moon, being coached by Farah in preparation for this event, and Falcons stomped in a way that a lot of people did not expect. And for those of us that were there, Jorby and I included, it was so loud. I've seen this Falcons team in person.
It did get loud.
We've seen them cheer, we've seen them clap, but it was a new level, and they have the chance to do it again right here. They're going to be walking out onto a land one more time in 2024, potentially, hopefully, for sure, again tomorrow. But for now, we're gonna have the player walkouts. We've got Falcons and Twisted Minds coming to the stage.
And no matter what, all 3 teams left are going to be playing tomorrow. But we just figure out who will be in that lower final tomorrow. Falcons coming out first.
It's about
A
to be straight.
absolute dominant team in Rocket League. It's crazy how good they are. They get over the hump in an international competition and then come back home to tell the kids what's up. Not that the kids needed any knowing, they knew. But they love the reminder, and of course, the white shoes with the white accents, something I'm a fan of there. Those jackets look absolutely sick.
I feel like it's also not talked about enough how cool it looks for TRK to have identicals on either side of him. So it just looks really clean.
Yeah, what's the differentiator? How do you tell them apart?
Okay, weirdly, I truly think one of them is actually taller than the other.
Maybe slightly.
By like a half an inch, but you can see it.
Big brain, twisted minds coming out. Nalpo in the center. One of the most electric players we've seen as far as new players go in recent times. But he's trying to kind of stamp on a new era here in Rocket League. Getting out of his own region will be the first problem, though. This Falcons team has always stood in his way, especially this year.
I mean,
I think you're right. Ross is slightly shorter.
Yeah, no, he is. I've seen him in
Ross is a
person.
little shorter.
I know I'm not crazy. In person, because I'm not that tall, guys. All right, and one of them I can look in the eye. That's not a diss, by the way.
Maybe he's putting like an extra sole in his shoes to like give him that extra like half inch.
I wonder if his hair's higher.
I mean, the hair looks about the same.
Do they
right?
part their hair the same way? Yeah, they do.
Do you think when they get up in the morning, they like?
You're
do
like,
they look in the same
right
mirror?
to left today?
You know, do you think they ever get confused about which one they are?
No, I wonder. Okay, I want to know if TRK at the beginning used to mix them up.
Like,
that
would actually be
tried
amazing.
To play jokes on him when they first met.
Do you think Ross Killers? Do you think they swap names in game sometimes?
I want them to roll up in opposite
him?
jerseys and see if people call them out.
Yeah. Okay, chat. Chat's getting mad now. They're like,
Okay,
no, Ross is shorter. He's shorter. Guys,
Yeah.
There's this funny thing called a joke, chat, okay? You're supposed to go with the joke. It's
Yeah,
yes and, not no, idiot. Come on now.
Dang.
No, I'm saying they're calling me an idiot,
Oh.
which is
Yeah,
accurate.
you tell them. No,
but not
I'm
in this
just
moment.
kidding. I'm just kidding. No, on the real though, like, this is about to be. This is serious, not only of the day but of the tourney. It's always funny. Yeah, well, Lawler's here. Lawler said make the joke funny. That's crazy.
I don't know how to do that. Oh! Honestly, that steals my heart. Look at that.
Wait, it's a baby Falcon.
There's so many baby Falcon fans. They all come out for Falcons. Like when we were in Gamers 8, they were out in full force. At EWC, they were out in full force.
At,
were they brothers?
No, at FIFA E, I was on the desk during the finals, and there were these two little boys, fairly sure they were brothers, and there were two little boys in matching, like, homemade Falcon jerseys, and they would hug each other every time they would score.
That's adorable. What's not adorable, though, is what we're about to see Falcons do to Twisted Minds. It took absolutely 7 seconds to get the scoring started. And it's a simple back wall rebound pass. Catching Twisted Minds out. Falcons will score first.
I'm gonna let y'all know right now, Twisted Minds, if I see that backboard open again, it's just gonna be one goal after the other.
Twisted Minds, again, the upper final has not been pretty for them against Falcons. It's only when they actually get to Grands that they start winning games against them. Well, I don't think I can understate it that this is a Falcons post Grand Final International Competition win. And I don't know. I feel like they're a different team now. They look like the same team. But I don't know. Is there a chance at all? Mawson, back to Mayshow. And yes, I'm building this up as hard as I am because the results speak for themselves. And just think about it. It'll make it so much sweeter if Twisted Minds do take the victory.
Ooh, okay. That was, I need to calm down. They're not gonna, not everything's gonna be perfect every time. But yes, there is a world where we're seeing, honestly, different versions of both teams. I mean, Falcons, weirdly enough, somehow found a new level of confidence, in Twisted Minds on paper have the opportunity to, you know, change things a bit. Nalpo almost got the dunk, but both players, even on no boost, still managed to make the save, and Killers over one on target, sent on back to the midline, and still gonna 50 forward.
Not looking bad so far for Twisted Minds. Do stabilize after the first 7 seconds. TRK too far off the ceiling for a follow-up. Both players stick on the 50. Napa goes underneath, but can't squeeze the ball in. Another pot shot. Maysho not going to find his way through. Twisted Minds would find a grounder there. They have some pressure. This is looking decent. TRK blocking it out on the corner. Killers pass out. Saw Rawas getting bumped on his way back. And Nalpo stuffs them on the midfield line. Go ahead, save. Killers getting in front of that one. Shot still comes though. Killers with another one. They have to dive for it. And, well, how about that? Lay your body on the line, Rawas, to get the save.
2 saves come out. No boost in the tank for anyone on the Falcons at the time. They had about 3 seconds to grab resources, and they did, and they make it out of their half. And TRK wanted to try and finish and follow, but Mesho gonna work together. As Mosin drives this upfield, Killers just floating, waiting for this into his hand. He gets it. Second half of the game approaching with Falcons still in the lead. There hasn't been a response yet from Twisted Minds, but this could be one of the moments here. It's a 1v3 forward, and the odds of that going in were very slim.
Yeah, Nalpo, he at least threatened the flick there. Thought, you know what, I don't think that one's going anywhere. Didn't have the best angle of the ball either on his card. Given a risk to go for sure. Twisted Minds have been keeping it close. Get another pop. This is looking decent as well. Unfortunately, they need more than just that shot. Mawson blocked again on his way out. And Falcons break out of the blue. Trying to set back up here from the midfield line. Twisted Minds find an aerial break though. Flip reset off the board, and TRK is ready for it.
Not too bad of a showing, but Twisted Minds, I mean, for as long as they've been holding on, right, and just trailing by 1, they're slowly running out of time. There's no second touch on it, but it's gonna find its way through. A little awkward there to try and make it. I think he thought maybe he would have gotten the second reset, so he was trying to prepare for it, because, yeah, Ruas was in position. But tied game, not bad.
Yeah, absolutely for Nopo. Minute 30 left, you'll take it. He threatened one earlier. And he has to be the center of the offense on this team for sure. He's the highest power they have. He stays in front of it again, and he's looked that way in this game so far. Threatening bounce off the ramp. See Twisted Minds playing very safe, waiting for Falcons to give him something to look at. Alpo can't go. Roas wanting that pass. It gets called off by TRK. Still Killers sitting in the middle, but it gets cleared back out to the corner. Mawson, another clear downfield for Twisted Minds. This is very close right now as Nalpo drops it, and the shot denied. Falcons forced to make another stop with a hard shot in front of the box, and Nalpo's not quitting. He's just reloading. One over TRK. He's still flying through. Ross and Killers both double commit on the play. Meaning a lot of hang time on this ball. Ross with no boost. He has to get up there and make something happen. Killers does break them out, but TRK, you see him get chipped, and he had no boost. There was no way for him to get to this ball. Now Nalpo, no chance on it. Falcons will keep them out as time is starting to run out in regulation.
And it's only 20 seconds left. You have an opportunity for maybe 1 or 2 more plays max. Nalpo tries to take his shot. He did, and the one thing I will always respect the Falcons on is they cover the high and the low every single time. And TRK gonna slow things down here. Reset to go over just to waste the time. They want to kill the ball here, and they will. Overtime in game number 1.
Well, in previous upper finals, it really wasn't so close. Multi-goal wins in all but 1 game the last time in the upper bracket final. And now Twisted Minds looking to take that win. Maybe start painting a different story here. Again, I feel like if the only way Twisted Minds can win the Saudi eLeague Championship is if they do it through uppers, but they need to score, and they hit the bar, hit the wall, and miss the net.
That was some of the better moments that they have had to be able to score, and I think even for them there was a half a second of panic and disbelief that, all right, you made it close enough, just keep going. And you're right, more than anything in the world, what they want is to take the Falcons down through the uppers. That gives you the upper hand in every single situation. Coming up next, shot to the backboard. No follows coming through. It's just the Falcons trying to break out of their half now because this is unfamiliar to them. It's a shot on target, and it's a double from Mesho. And Twisted Minds are going to take the opening game.
Mesho initially like, oh boy, just make sure that ball goes into the net. And it does. Twisted Minds taking the first game of the upper final and making Falcons sweat a little bit here in Saudi eLeague. I believe it was, I'm looking through all my Wikipedia, so it was Major 4 in the upper bracket final. Twisted Minds took one game. It was not the first game, albeit, funnily enough, the first game in Major 4 in the upper bracket final went to overtime, where Falcons won 2-1. It flips the other way this time, and Twisted Minds take that first game. So, we got something a little different on the table here, and we thought it was going to be the same story 7 seconds in after Killers scored off of an open back wall rebound. But Twisted Minds, they saddled up, and, I mean, you got to call it out. Naupo, he was all over the place in this game. I think if we had like the on-ball stats, I think he was on ball like 80% of the time. Dude was never out of the sphere of influence, putting his team in position, score these, and eventually Mesho found a way to do it.
Oh, for sure. I'm pretty sure Twisted Minds came into this one knowing that, you know, somebody needed to take initiative, and of course all eyes are naturally gonna, you know, go to Naupo. But on the other end of the field, Falcons usually, I mean, the last time we saw the Falcons play closer towards a final, right, in a heavy pressure situation, was FIFA. TRK had a very standout series. I felt like I was looking at a much more equal Falcons this time around, although Killers just statistically, with all the saves in the world, pushed 730 on the point board. But it's still, there wasn't that pop-off on the offense that really gives the Falcons their edge that everybody is, you know, usually it is such a challenge to have to go against. But Twisted Minds tried to give them a taste of their own medicine. It worked out. Very close game overall at the end of things, of course, with the overtime. But Falcons, I mean, I expect a much more aggressive version in this game too.
Let's see what they get. Lately, Killers has been kind of cementing himself. Not cementing. It's not really the way that I want to say that. But at least at FIFA World Cup, he's probably the best player there.
Yeah. No,
in terms of performance. Even in this lobby, he still found ways to get really crucial touches. It's not always been the case when we've been talking about the Twins. Sometimes it's Roas, the player where we're saying, wow, this guy, he really could be one of, if not the best in the world. And other times, we're talking about TRK. TRK has just been so consistent. I think we just expect everything out of him now, so that, that his accomplishments aren't necessarily as impressive. That doesn't necessarily mean they aren't still as impressive, though. It's just funny that no matter who we're talking about on Falcons, these players have the juice in them to be the best. Roas will punch it back downfield.
Ooh, just off the mark on that one, too. You know, Twisted Minds had to be shaken just a little bit off that one. Still, no opening goals here have been found, at least for now. That one to the backboard and a little bit of a clear. At this point, Falcons are like, we're going to demo you out of our half so we can at least see the other side for once. But I got to hand it to Twisted Minds. They've done a good job, although this ball hasn't been quite as close to themselves as it was in the last game. They do break out very consistently, which is a good thing to have. It creates more opportunities.
I thought Mesho was going to get that bump as well. Ran out of boost in the tank. Twisted Minds. Quite the threatening look when they do get on the offense. Mawson, a hard 50 off the wall. Falcons were ready for it, but Mesho actually gets dunked here. Didn't have a great catch. They get bailed out by 2 solid 50s. Nelpo has the boost, has the ball here. Great recovery as well in the follow-up 50. And I mean, quick recovery mechanics like that, as tight as that was. It's the little things like that that always impress me. I love the little mechanical things like that.
I mean, it's really just, it's what sets them apart every single time. And that goes for anybody too, right? If you can find your little moments that put you a step above, it makes what should theoretically be an impossible situation a lot more probable. Second half of the game, going in scoreless right now. Ruas past 1, Sea Killer's just kind of lurking a little bit, gonna let this ball fall right to him. Dead ball touch, and TRK is gonna still play the patient game on this one, which I respected a lot, but Mesho took it away. Air dribble, no room for the Musty.
Almost looked like he was trying for a pogo. Like there's no room to do any of that.
He was like, I have 3 options. I don't really know which one I want right now.
No boost, what do you expect me to do? All right, fair enough. Free ball here. Falcons offense, but non-existent. Killers trying to get something going here. TRK ends up pushing it back to the corner, but that's a dead ball. Twisted Minds get to play with that one. Falcons, whoa! Okay. You know, someone out there is like, oh, it was clearly intentional. You don't actually know. You should ask.
That would be me.
You know, Washe should ask. Was that intentional? Oh my goodness, what a shot, Ross! Oh.
You want to talk intentional? I mean, oh
perfect.
My gosh.
Pixel perfect shot. That's the, remember I said I love the little things? I love perfect power shots. Like that. That was juicy. Perfect.
No, it's definitely a shot to make you feel a lot better about yourselves, especially after you drop that first one. TRK wanted the mini double off the back, not allotted the time or the space for it as this one floats back. TRK is going to take another shot. No, nasty little slot for you. But Falcons still, I got to hand it to him. This is a little bit more pressure than we've seen in the past. Napo finally breaks Twisted Minds on out. And last minute of regulation to go. Falcons still holding on to the 1-goal lead.
High booms. Twisted Minds were able to equalize before. Has not had much success, really. No one on Twisted Minds has had success holding on to this ball in the last half of the game. And there he is again. Each twin picking up a goal. Killers finding the thin margin. This is a great catch on the reset. Plays it quickly. He knows he has Mesho beat. It's just about getting that ball with power away from him, and he executes it perfectly.
That just could not have been any more flush with the bottom 90.
That's such a great word for that.
Right? As soon as I said it.
Isn't that, that's somatic, like
that is
when something is flush with another object, like I don't know, something about that.
I'm gonna write that down.
Now, Twisted Minds might want to get the pens scribbling because, well, there's a 0, and don't know if they looked, but they need 2. And there's 10 seconds on the clock. They try a pre-jump, but too many Falcons are in the area. And they take a 2-0 shutout victory here against Twisted Minds to tie up the series scoreline 1 apiece.
Man, I expected a response. I truly expected the win, actually, out of the Falcons in this one. This is one of the most responsive teams out there when it comes to a loss, especially on, you know, home soil. The baby Falcons are all out there, smiles all the way around. I mean, you got your first win in the series. Props to you guys. You just got to keep on moving forward at this point. I mean, the Twins had their individual moments. TRK, a lot more solid than what I saw in the beginning. And again, that's all with a level of respect, right? I mean, it feels like you can't criticize them in a way, but they have their moments.
I do love the continued shots of Baby Falcon, which we are all winning by getting continued shots of Baby Falcon.
Baby Falcon
he's watching his unks play, you know?
His unks is
Killers and Ruas, yeah. He's like, look at Unk's ball. I can't wait to dethrone them.
Honestly,
I guess you got to give him 10 years.
Yeah, I was like, how old until he's legal for play? We'll find out.
Not that long in Rocket League, but yeah.
It's what, 13? I mean,
Flatter scoreline, though, for Twisted Minds. Only 4 shots on net, 3 apiece for Falcons. You know, it's not the wildest shot differential, 9-4. But it did start to feel like that classic Falcons lockdown. We can't find anything, and where Napo had a lot of free touches. Like in game number 1, he had a lot. Like he was doing a lot with the ball. He was getting challenged out of pretty much everything this time. He didn't have nearly as much space as he did in game 1.
yeah, I just. It's got to be frustrating too. I mean, just for Twisted Minds as a whole, because Napo was able to get them out so many times, but that's all it was. It was just him getting them out of their half and letting them grab some boost and resources, but there was never really like a true proper follow-up play afterwards. There were a handful of times, but again, Falcons 100% learned from any tiny mistakes that they were making in that game number 1. They were so much more consistent with not allowing anybody any airspace. What I'm noticing is Twisted Minds, they love to play up in the air, and they're recognizing that, and they're forcing them closer to the ground, and then that's when the Falcons just push on out. They make those low little ping pong around plays to get on through to the other side, and then they just start taking their free will shots.
Yeah, it was still close for most of this game, so how do they generate those opportunities and shut down the all-around assault that Falcons have? Because they can also pull off and just challenge you, knock you down, steal your boost, play the next one. That's the thing, is when the team can dice you up in every different way, there's not much you can do. And it looks like we're on a small technical delay, so we appreciate everyone's patience at home in this thrilling start to a best of 5 between Falcons and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds have not once beaten Falcons in the upper bracket final, which they've met them every single time in the upper bracket final this year in Saudi eLeague outside of Major 1. Twisted Minds, when they get to grand finals, they've won that first best of 7 2 different times, but it's actually beating them twice that has been the real issue for them. So it's not as if Twisted Minds have never beaten Falcons. It's very possible for them to do so. And they do it looks like the makeup here might be a little different for Twisted Minds. Game 3, the all-important game, is everyone's iced up here and waiting to get the game started. Chat, let me and Herc know at home right now. It's 1-1. I see a lot of chatter about specific players, but tell me, based on only what you've seen in the last 2 games, who do you think is going to win, chat? Let me know.
Ooh. I still have Falcons.
You thought about that for a long time.
I did. Honestly, there was a part of me that wanted to be crazy.
Yeah. You just don't got that crazy in you.
No,
Is that what you're saying?
I gotta save that for
you gotta learn a lesson or two. If you were a Furia fan, you'd understand, but I get it.
Girl, I was a LG fan. That's the definition of heartbreak.
You just like pain. At least my team was good.
Yeah, I got the Game 5 Swiss fallouts every time.
Yeah, my team made it through Swiss, so...
Dang!
Yeah. Falcons also make it through Swiss. And luckily, I guess I'm lucky that T-Bates isn't a Falcons fan, because then I'd really be eating my crow.
Yeah.
As Furia are poo-poo against Falcons.
We're gonna send NRG to Sam just to mess with you.
Don't do that. They're already sending Rise and Atomic to Mina. How do they feel about that?
That's crazy.
I think Atomic's the strangest part of that equation to me.
Yeah, Atomic actually feels like the most random, weirdly, but
and
I just want to know how that
them.
conversation started.
Yeah. For those of you in chat that may not know, it's not official, but our resident beat reporter Achilles, who runs Shift or helps run Shift, has been reporting on roster moves for many years, being our sole insight into what happens behind the scenes. And the rumor, quote unquote, is that Rise, Atomic, and Naupo will be playing together in Mina.
That's crazy.
I think we need to give Mina more spots. Even before that move, probably, maybe. I think Sam and Mina. But regardless, we're not here to talk about that, are we? But Naopo is playing right now, and will be playing with Atomic and Rise in the future. So Twisted Minds as a unit here in Saudi eLeague very well may be the last time Mosin, Mesho, and Naopo all play together. And I think we saw some of that a little yesterday. They kind of let it all out on the table against R8 and perfect swept them. And if you've looked at the record for R8 against Twisted Minds, a perfect sweep is kind of insane. Because like R8 have taken games, they've even taken them to 5, but they straight up perfect swept them yesterday. And you think, okay, maybe they're just throwing everything they have at this if this is the last time these 3 players are going to be together. And even right now against Falcons, it kind of looks like they are taking that next step.
No, I can definitely see that. I think also that was, fire under the behind for Tellem in day 2. Going through that experience.
Oh, I do need a little more Techlem in my life.
I wonder if, I'm always curious because, we have this, I feel like everybody has this conversation every time if, if a technical delay lets you kind of, breathe for a second.
I would hate it as a player. I know I would hate it.
I feel like it would just make me so anxious.
I would be like, if it was on the other team, I would be that guy that get out of my chair and I'd stand next to the admin and look like I'm also studying what's going on. And be like, are we going to start a game? What are we stalling for? That would be me. In a different life, I am absolutely toxic. But not today. Napo and company will try to not even this up. It is evened up. Brain's getting ahead of myself. Both teams fighting for series advantage here in the upper bracket final, best of 5. Twisted Minds have kept it close. Falcons got the better of them in game number 2 with a shutout performance. Killers at the forefront of this air dribble. Flip reset, gets knocked to the side. Roas pass to TRK, and Roas, the boost spawns right after he leaves. If he has the boost, maybe he does something there, but the angle was quite tight.
Yeah, that was a rough angle on it, although I appreciate the attempt on it. TRK gonna try and make the center from the corner, and does so successfully. That was a spot a million miles away. Very classic OG setup between these two. I mean, there was just no getting to it.
Yeah, it's tough blocking that one. Falcons, the placement, excellent. And the same continues to march for them. How about Twisted Minds here? They have in the offensive tanks when Napo isn't on the ball. Falcons seem to have the name of it. After game 1, they really haven't given him any space. They see him, and even if they're a little off the mark, someone's going to go and at least track him down, force him to make a move. And when that happens, as a team, someone else on the team has to step up in those moments, because there will be little moments where Falcons can't challenge you. But if you don't have the mustard to put that ball in the sandwich, then you ain't eating.
You know what? You're right. Keep them hungry. Keep them starved.
I'm rarely wrong.
I believe that.
Roas, another touch off the ceiling. Falcons are keeping them locked down here in the corner. TRK feathering. Killers killing. Pat, shot. Oh, great save. Another pass up, though, to the backboard. TRK's not done, and it's off the bar. Killers staying and keeping it locked in. Roas needed time, and Killers is going to buy him a ton of it. They're getting harassed as well. I think he got bumped on his way back. They need to get the clear out.
They keep making so many cuts on it, too, and then Twisted Minds wants to push on up on it, so then it turns into a 2-second 2v3. And I think Falcons are realizing that because Twisted Minds, they want to do the cheeky cheat up thing and let someone go forward. I mean, you saw Mesho already on his way, and look at that. Quick have to cut back. And TRK and Ruas already setting each other up for this one. Third man coming through from the side. They're going to take this one away, but this shot to the backboard. Where's the follow? It's right there from TRK. Not quite in. Great save there from Napo. They clear this one out from mid.
Do Twisted Minds have a shot? Like Falcons have been in the orange half this entire half.
I mean,
go to the blue. It's just Falcons putting it in the blue, letting them through. Waiting to see. I saw about 5 shots for Falcons. No, it's more than that. It's 8
No,
shots. Killers has 3. Ross only has 1. TRK has 4. Go downfield here. Twisted Minds, I mean, even here. They're just playing in the thirds. They're not even putting anything threatening in front of the box. Here's the first real attempt for Nelpo, and I mean, how much of a chance is it when there's 3 Falcons in your way?
That's what I was talking about. I mean, ooh, okay, maybe this demo gets interesting. It's a 1v1, no forced flick. The follow, though, comes through. This is what they needed, right? They needed all of their players to be very, very close to each other. Napo and Mesho just one behind the other on this one. And TRK would have really had to have gotten up there to be able to make a decent touch to push it out. But Twisted Minds tie things up with 1:44 to go. Somebody's going to try and force this match point into their favor.
I did love that play from Nalpo, bringing that ball down in a tight situation. And you force the 50 right back out into Mesho. Really solid play from Nalpo. And that shot actually found its way through. TRK, it was off target, will still get the clear out. And Twisted Minds starting to threaten now. They can feel that they can win this game after that last goal. They'll get a clear. But will they get anything more? Redirect following. Oh, Mesho drops the nuke!
All right, they're back in it, you asked. After what we saw in the first 2 games, who we thought would take it. I mean, honestly, this is a whole new performance. This is Twisted Minds sat up in a situation that they really needed to sit up in. 2-1 to Twisted Minds off the kickoff. Ruas gonna try and follow it on no boost. Challenge still goes in favor of the Falcons. This one taken away by Nalpo. 1 minute left on the clock. The Falcons are in dangerous territory now.
Falcons down. Loss. Back to Killers. Killers has a 1v1 if he goes quick. And unfortunately for him, they were a little too quick on the jump. 40 seconds left now for Falcons, or they were going to be the ones put on match point here. Off the ceiling, Killers had nowhere to go with the ball, dumps it into the corner. And Mesho came up with a huge goal at the end. Nalpo sets him up for the first one, and then just kind of sends it. Mesho did it all by himself, or almost all by himself on the second. TRK, though, hunting with 15 seconds left. Killer's not going to find it. Rawas in a tight spot. His third man has to buy time. He does so. TRK, Killers, everybody from Falcons are there, but the ball stays out. Twisted Minds. Mesho gets the save and the 50-50. Mesho comes alive here in game number 3, and Twisted Minds one away from knocking Falcons to lowers.
All right, well, Twisted Minds sat up in their chairs and proved themselves. You see the claps coming from their fans. Usually it is Baby Falcon on the screen, but this time the big brains get their moment of victory and match point to Twisted Minds. I mean, you talked about it before, Jorby. You said if there's one position for Twisted Minds to be favored in, right, to be able to completely take down the Falcons, it would be that they need to beat them through the uppers, and they are officially one step closer to doing that.
I mean, this is it, right? They can win one best of 7 against Falcons. They've never been able to win 2 of them, so it is necessary for their tournament or their tournament life to beat them right here. And that's also something they have never done yet this season, but it looks like they are primed to do it. This is the first time they've forced what will at least be or if Falcons do come back, Twisted Minds will at least have this be a 5-game set, which has never happened this year in 2024 Saudi eLeague. So a different story continues to be told. And Mesho is at the center of that story. 2 goals off of 2 shots. That's 100% for you math non-enthusiasts out there. I know that one might have been pretty hard for you. He's also got the Savior medal. That dude is all over the scoreboard, and it shows for Twisted Minds. Came up big time, and that's what I wanted to see at the start of this. Falcons had a lot of focus on making sure Nalpo stayed down, keeping him locked down. That means opportunities may present themselves for Mesho and Mawson, and Mesho answered the call. Now, granted, Nalpo had a great setup. That assist is a big assist that he had low on that first 50 that he had in front of the box. Now, Twisted Minds can do what they haven't been able to do all season. Take down Falcons here in 4.
We're going to see if they're able to do it. There's one more chance to make it happen, and Falcons take their initial opening shot and get denied, and it's a quick turnaround for Twisted Minds as they take theirs. Both teams denied an opening goal here. Killers shot just a little bit wide. This one, follow-up, not going to get past all 3 members of Twisted Minds. Set up, Ruas to TRK, completely caught. And Twisted Minds right now just playing cool, calm, collected defense against the Falcons that are going to be very aggressive in the position that they are forced in right now.
Yeah, this is a high-pressure opening 40 seconds for Falcons. TRK, quick dunk, has it around, only one backhand! Oh, everybody got back in time. TRK was hoping to block the angle a little bit, and they found nothing there. Twisted Minds break out, they get their boost back. Now it's about actually getting control of this ball instead of just letting Falcons use the blue as home base. Roas going for the bump and the classic. He doesn't link up with Killers this time, but TRK threatens the air dribble bump, finds the space, and Falcons find the first goal.
I respect it every single time. I mean, for sure Falcons were going to find their way in eventually. I will say, I feel like it took them a little longer than they would have hoped for. But they are on the board. Now, Twisted Minds, it is up to them to respond. This one left for Naupo. The challenge from Ruas gets past almost 2. Nice big clear here. This Killers was already up for it and anticipated to slow it down. Taking his time, one challenge after the other. 3:30 on the clock here, and Falcons just holding on to the 1-goal lead. It's Twisted Minds gonna try and take a shot on this one. TRK to slow him down. Follow up from Mosin is wide. This one could be a center, and it's it.
Mesho again, the last 3 goals for Twisted Minds have come from Mesho, and it's Mosin and Mesho link it up. Look at Napo, he's chilling back in his corner. He didn't have to do anything on that play. And Twisted Minds bringing it to Falcons right now. Or maybe the unlikelier sources, but Mesho continues to deliver value to the squad. I guess they're just saying, look, if you give it to me a space, I'm gonna dot that net. Give me a chance at it. Now Pope trying to give some space here to Twisted Minds. Mesho not the touch that he wanted, tried to recover.
Right now, I mean, Falcons are in a position that is unfamiliar to them. And they can't even get out of their half quite yet. Oh. Naupo didn't quite get the touch on it. I know he wanted that one to go backwards so badly. Instead, Falcons quick counter. You heard the demo in the back end, and this one goes through.
Elite cars score goals. That's the name of the game here for Olas. He is headhunting. Went for the air dribble bump for the first goal, and absolutely obliterates Twisted Minds for the second goal. And TRK, he is getting the benefits of that headhunting. Call him the hitman, as downfield Roas might add another one to the calling card. He really is just going for the bumps.
Yeah,
Killers letting it go.
I expected it, to be honest. I mean, the Falcons have a capability to be so disgustingly aggressive, right? But especially the fact that Twisted Minds have been able to hold Falcons back for so long, right? They've taken so many shots and they haven't been able to find their way through. Eventually, they're going to start getting deleted.
High ball. Decent catch here from Mawson. 50, not what they wanted. You saw Twisted Mind sitting right underneath that 50, hoping he could catch it on his nose. Instead, Nalpo's got to work for his food through the midfield, and it gets punted right back into the orange. And Falcons are swarming them now off the ceiling. They have the read. Shot underneath, but there is another layer helping for the save. Nalpo gets there. Mesho got to be careful with it. Throw back downfield. Falcons hold the midfield line. Twisted Minds look for a way out. Must have got the midfield boost, but the ball kicks away from him. Killers is there. On target, too light, and easily saved here from Twisted Minds.
And it's still going. It's Twisted Minds just making one save after the other, but not actually out of their half. You see the cheat up all the way downfield.
Whoa.
That was a dangerous attempt to make the touch to clear. A little too close there for the Falcons' comfort, but Twisted Minds might recognize that there's a opportunity to be taken. 1 minute left, though, before Falcons force Champions Field.
Just again, jump at the midfield line. They have the boost. They're always going to go. Killers. Where's the net? Defense? Defense?
Where'd you guys go? Oh, that's just a questionable touch.
He just gave up the ball. Apparently he thought his team was back too. I think he's asking the same question we were.
Well, I mean, 49 seconds to find 2 goals. It's not impossible, but it is going to be impossible if you got to find 3.
Oh boy. I was getting ugly now.
This
5 pounds.
is the Falcons.
Great read, TRK. Honestly, good goal, dude.
Pat on the back.
Good for you. 4-1, 43 seconds left. That's about what I expected coming in. We may be, I guess you could say that we might not be going to a game 5. I don't know what's happening anymore. You still got to get 2 here. But there's 41 left. And a fake kick. Wow. Fake kickoff executed perfectly. Okay. Okay, I respect it, Twisted Minds. Johnny is smiling, no doubt. I don't know if he's watch partying right now. I know sometimes he watches Saudi eLeague. Hi, Johnny, if you are watching. I sound really funny right now if he's not. He's probably watching the Arabic stream, which, to be fair, that's exactly the main broadcast. If you want the energies and sounds, definitely tune into that. Although we appreciate all of you English speakers tuning in with Jorby and Hercules to follow the Saudi eLeague action as Falcons are trying to force game number 5. And it looks like they just may, unless Twisted Minds pull out some crazy heroics here, and it does not look like they will. Maybe? Okay, maybe I should wait. I should never wait. Never mind. Mayshow, score with time? Nah, you ain't getting it. I thought they might have there at the end, but the shot was on the ground. Killers got the save, and they even almost added 1 more to their total. Falcons force game 5 and look to send Twisted Minds to lowers.
Oh, look. Baby Falcon either has a sister
They're
or
multiplying.
They're growing.
Yeah.
They said put the kids in the front row. Let them live.
That's right.
In all
Well,
honesty, I thought they were going to pull a vision in those last few moments.
What does that look like? What does pulling a vision look like?
I thought he was going to score off, once they got the kickoff.
Oh, the pass?
The fake, and then I thought we were going to
Yeah.
get something crazy, but no, it's just same old standard Falcons.
Twisted Minds, though, this is a unique situation in Saudi eLeague. Getting to game 5 against Falcons usually doesn't happen unless they're playing a best of 7. In fact, it's never happened in a best of 5 in Saudi eLeague in particular. I'm not looking at RLCS results right now for those regionals. Only Saudi eLeague, and Falcons the lone dominant factor, but this is the best Twisted Minds have played against them so far. That last game, though, has me a little worried for Twisted Minds. They kind of got shut down. There was some good moments for Twisted Minds, but you didn't have the same type of pressure. They couldn't hold on to the ball. There was the weird touch in the corner that gave Falcons a free goal. Roas was at the center of attention for me, while 3 assists. Yeah, he does get the playmaker. For a second, I thought that said 0, and I was like, that is absolutely incorrect. Roas was all over the place, and he gets the playmaker, and as a result, TRK gets a hat trick. Killers gets 1 goal for the road, and Falcons look like Falcons.
It's just, even when you think there is a chance that, in the quote-unquote, oh, is there a little bit of a fall-off happening here? No, in the last few moments, Falcons are just so consistent with being able to come up and say, you know what, sit down. We've played you enough times to understand what's going on here. And I mean, Twisted Minds, game number 1 was the one where I felt like they had the most potential to kind of be like, all right, this is the game plan moving forward to kind of shut down the Falcons. They had Napo really all over the place, and I feel like Falcons ended up doing like whack-a-mole with them. They shut Napo down, and then Mesha was like, all right, I'll take a turn at it, and they're like, absolutely not. And now it's up to Mosin next, and he hasn't had his opportunity to go individual crazy mode, but the Falcons are just shutting them down one at a time. And well, there's only 1 game left to figure out who gets to continue on through the upper bracket.
And we will be back with that Game 5 real shortly. Twisted Minds are calling a short time out, so we'll go to a quick break, but we will be back here in a minute. Game 5 about to start between Twisted Minds and Falcons. As we were on a short pause, we appreciate your guys' patience as we get it underway. Twisted Minds, their first time going the distance in an upper bracket final versus Falcons. They usually lose these 3-0 or 3-1. The only time Twisted Minds have beaten Falcons is in the first series of a grand final going through lowers, but they always lose the bracket reset. They could make this a little different though by taking Falcons down right here in Game 5.
This is what it all comes down to, and Twisted Minds are going to want to rewrite their story right here, right now, off the backboard. Follow-up is a little bit slow, and Falcons break out. TRK going to try and chip this shot onto the net, but instead, Nalpo is going to catch out the defense, and Twisted Minds are going to take that opening lead.
Rare that you see that aggressive of a third-man challenge against Nalpo, especially Falcons, who are so disciplined as a unit, and you take the risk there, you get burned. But I will say, if you're going to take the risk and be that aggressive as third man, best it happens in the first 18 seconds rather than later in the game. Now you know, maybe be a bit more modular with your aggression, but you'll absolutely take it. Twisted Minds are in a position now where they very well have that reality in hand that they could go to the grand finals through uppers.
And that is exactly what they want and need. Every time they've had to go back-to-back against the Falcons, they haven't found success. So giving yourself at least a day break before you potentially would have to see them again would be huge. But Ruas is going to make that dream a little bit more difficult to obtain. As this one bounced from the ceiling and down. TRK, just a clean setup all the way around and tied game.
Great position on the ball for Ruas, too. It was a very tight race to the ball, but he narrowly beats the defender in front of the box and places it to the right side of him. Stuff from Ruas. This time his aggression pays off instead of going into his own net. Granted, not a third-man challenge. Falcons sitting on their own half right now. Nalpo had started that scoring, but when Falcons are the ones kind of making their own nightmare, doesn't give you all the confidence for Twisted Minds. I'd like to see them put together a good possession here and actually force Falcons to play some extended defense. You haven't seen much of it. When Falcons are on blue, they're the ones playing around with the ball. They're not playing to Twisted Minds' rhythm. Twisted Minds got to pick the instrument up and they got to start playing.
Right now, they're forced back in their own half. Ruas flip reset over one. Kind of just going to bounce it around a little bit here. That's a great one from Killers. Almost stayed in his possession, and I expect a very aggressive Nalpo to disrupt a lot of these attempts here from the Falcons. Nice. Although boost is still in favor of the Falcons. It's one challenge after the other. And
where's Mawson going?
I don't know.
What did he see there? It was such a good setup from Mesho, and yeah, it was contested from Mawson, but I just don't know where he was going. Mesho will move the ball downfield again. But gets punted out, and like this thing, they had to start to a good possession there. Getting those consecutive touches, those consecutive 50s. Drop back down, and yeah, not much. They get stuck again. Midfield belongs to Falcons. They're first to the ball. Last out of the orange. Mesho gets his own boost. Got a teammate far down the field, but Falcons do not care. They have not relinquished control of the orange half. TRK just puts an easy shot on net. Easily saved in turn, but a demo and a bump gives a little bit of space to Twisted Minds. A miss. Everybody's missing. Mesho, dropper, shot denied. Killers is happy that there wasn't a shot sooner, as he might have been straight up dead had it come.
Oh my gosh, Twisted Minds are also making me a little nervous because you can feel the panic, and that respectfully is on both ends of the field right now, but holy shot, this one goes off of the post and out, and Falcons are going to still try to play off the momentum that they found a little bit here, but it continues to bounce out, and Twisted Minds all bunched up, just trying to cover every single zone of that net. They get out past one. This one just sealing down into the hands of Killers with full tank of boost to work with here. Just takes it down to the ground, playing the low game, trying to play it a little bit slower on it too, and Twisted Minds forced to make the saves and use their resources. With a minute 23 to go, this one, it's getting pinballed back closer and closer to this net. The backboard's open, there is no follow, not in.
Such a good fake from TRK. But the line held, Twisted Minds were ready for it. Now they get across the pitch, but can't put the ball on target. The dot not quite finding the paper. TRK coming back, Roas off the ceiling, leaves it for Killers. Ross has already rotated back, TRK behind, but they lose the battle, and the race goes to Twisted Minds with a late game lead.
I need to see this again. Oh my. That's a lot of speed on that, just for starters. But this position for Twisted Minds to be in is everything. And hopefully they don't panic out of it. 50 seconds on the clock. Mosin's gonna try and give them some insurance in this last minute. Napo up next. Great position, great follow. The shot taken away.
TRK was in an uncomfortable spot. Killers helping him out, but Falcons can't get control of the ball. It gets pushed out. Now Bo. Chain dash across, can't get back to it. Falcons may be sent to to lowers for the first time in 2024 Saudi eLeague, here at the championship no less. 30 seconds to get the equalizer. And Napo's got control of the ball. Maysho, excuse me. Wrong guy. Maysho looking like a mini Napo right now. Boas, 10 seconds. Flick denied. Killers though, he's got a chance at it. TRK harassing him in front. The dunk off the ramp. But there's no window, no opportunity, and the Birds are in trouble. Killers at 0 seconds, over 1. Where's the fake? There it is. Shot pass. What? Denied! Twisted Minds send Falcons to the lower bracket.
A whole new storyline has been written in the Saudi eLeague. Falcons are gonna have to make their way to a grand final through the lower bracket, and Twisted Minds do not have to face them in a back-to-back series. Instead, they're gonna get the night off, they're gonna have a breather, and they're gonna be waiting for them in the grand finals.
I can't tell if TRK is just happy for Twisted Minds, or
I think
if like
he
he's
is,
so stunned,
honestly.
he's like, we lost?
I'm gonna be so for real, I low-key feel like he might be a little happy for them, like, yo, we got some true competition up in here now.
He's like, you know what? Yeah, good job, guys. Good game, good game. It's not over, you know? Falcons, I gotta say, man, that's tough for R8. That's tough. It's like they've played Twisted Minds close a couple of times.
Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about that. Can
Maybe
you
I cursed
imagine?
them. It might be my fault because I've been saying the whole time, like, oh yeah, they're gonna play Twisted in lowers before this
You know
match
what?
actually
I was
happened.
gonna call you on that before. I was like, watch Twisted Minds pull it off because you've said it so many times into the
It's
universe.
definitely my fault. But you know whose fault it really is? Mesho. Mesho showed up big time in this series. Now, certainly a common fixture in this game, but Mesho closing down opportunities, becoming the striker that this team needed to take down Falcons. And now they have a very real shot of taking the championship here. They have beat Falcons in a single best of 7. And that first best of 7 grand final coming up through lowers, they win. They've won 2 out of 3 of those.
Oh, man.
But they always lose the bracket reset. Now the bracket reset is insurance for them for the first time, rather than them having to chew through the premium.
I can't even imagine what's like going through their minds right now to give yourself this good of a positioning for the first time. And of course, we're all gonna sit here and be like, realistically, right? Falcons, you know, they take down R8 and blah blah blah. R8, you got one night to try and pull
You guys
off
have the
something
chance
crazy.
to do the funniest thing.
Yeah, I need y'all to be the next Twisted Minds tomorrow, all right? And honestly, with the way that they've been playing, we felt like R8 could have taken down Twisted Minds. So what does that say about tomorrow?
I mean, I guess we'll find out, right? Twisted Minds, though, remember, this is probably the last time this roster is playing together. And so you just got to lay it out all on the line when it's your potential last LAN as a team, as a unit. And really impressive stuff from them in this series to take it, especially after Falcons in that game 4. We were thinking, okay, Falcons, they figured it out. They're going to take game 5. They'll be in the finals, but no, they get taken down. And that's huge. It hasn't happened at all this season. And, you know, Falcons fans can make any excuse that they want. You know, Rocket League tier list makers can make any kinds of suggestions as to why that result doesn't matter. But the reality is that has literally never happened this year. Falcons have been that dominant that result absolutely means something. And might throw a wrench through the whole thing. Who knows? Maybe they end up tumbling out and R8 beat them. Could that signal something happening in Saudi Arabia? Something happening in MENA, Hercules? Like Falcons' dominance for so long, all they've been doing is train the young guns up. The young boys are ready to play. Here they are.
Dude, that's literally what I've been saying for so long, and I feel like the best example of it is OCE, right? You play each other enough that eventually you kind of level out with the people that have gotten the experience at the top, and Falcons are the best of the best. They're not even having to go out into the world, gain experience, and bring it back to MENA. They are the experience that everybody wants to play against so much, right? And so they've done it. It's a small moment of leveling, but it is a moment that should be recognized.
And as always, shout out to Mo, our producer, who is always doing the live translating for us on the questions and answers as best as he can while hitting all of the buttons. So I appreciate the thanks for myself and Hercules, but also put a thank you, Mo, in chat. He's the whole reason that this whole production's running on the all-English stream anyway. But the first question Wajay asks is, how do you feel about reaching the grand final without losing for the first time?
I feel like he was very chill about it.
He's like, yeah, we win.
He was like,
Feels
yeah,
good.
yeah.
That's what it felt
Like,
like
it was
to
supposed
me.
to happen a long time ago.
Feels great. Without Senzo, we wouldn't have been able to pull it off. So giving credit to Coach Senzo.
Love it.
Clearly making a difference. Second question is, what made you lose those 2 games?
I am very curious about this one. I wonder if there were any like nerves involved, because it felt like you kind of saw a couple panic, like, oh my gosh, we're doing it.
Yeah,
And then they
yeah.
didn't.
We're still waiting for the answer to the second question. We'll get you guys. But the third question, or the second question, he said, Falcons are a strong team, very experienced, so it's only natural that they win some of those games. The timeout helped. And then question 3 is, you have a golden opportunity and a big advantage. What's your plan in the grand final?
He's gonna be like, I'm not saying anything.
Bro just said win. That was so short. I bet it's just win. And he says, whatever happens, we will be ready, bracket reset or not. We will be prepared and will not go easy on them. Well, they certainly didn't go easy on them in the upper bracket final for the Saudi eLeague Championship. It has something different than what has happened for 4 straight majors, which is Falcons going to grand finals through uppers, easy peasy. It's different this time. No peas in sight, only corn.
What? Only corn?
I've been doing this for way too long. All right, I'm running out of like analogies.
He's running out of analogies.
Running out of metaphors. I've used them all.
Yeah, that's why you got so excited when I said flush. He was like, "Oh, new word."
It's a great word that when you use it in that context.
Yeah,
you know, not like flushing a toilet. I don't really like that. Does nothing for me. Or like, you know, someone got like flushed, but like saying that, like, you know,
it doesn't hit the same.
Like when you put the round peg in the round hole and the round peg is flush with the round hole. That's how it feels. And that's kind of how I felt about Twisted Minds in this series, was the round peg going in the round hole. It just worked. It just slid right in, and that's exactly how Twisted Minds got it done. Mesho, to me, was the huge factor in terms of just finishing opportunities. Napo, yes, he's Napo. Absolutely. But without Mesho, I don't know if some of these goals go in. And so he was such a huge factor for that for me. Not saying MVP. I don't know if anyone on Twisted Minds played well enough to give anyone a sole MVP. I think they worked really well together, and it's a team win that beats the Falcons.
Oh, for sure. It's literally what I was talking about before. I mean, Twisted Minds in this series was basically just whack-a-mole for the Falcons, and the problem was at the end of it, they were just popping up too fast in their own, moments that they couldn't stop them. And like you said, Napo was involved in so many plays, but then you have to also deal with Mesho, right? And it's one of those moments where, Twisted Minds came in with a plan. I mean, they talked about it. They said credit to Senzo for, this win. They definitely had a plan coming into it. It was executed to the best of their ability. And, props to you. You're doing something new. And I mean, I feel like my favorite moment of it all, outside the replays, was TRK smiling even after the loss. Because it is one of those, like, almost disbelief moments of, oh, wow. Like, somebody had a plan, figured us out, and slowed us down. Like, that hasn't happened yet.
In their own region, no less.
In our own region.
Yeah. And it's like Falcons, it's not as if they've been completely indestructible throughout the years, and throughout the multiple iterations that TRK has been on. But the way that Twisted Minds did it, I think, sure, an opportunity here or there, maybe Falcons missed, but they made up for those in most of those situations. And maybe what happens tomorrow with R8? I'm curious. I mean, we all expect one thing to happen, but just with how R8 had looked yesterday, I don't think Twisted Minds did anything that crazier. If anything, Telem was doing similar things to Naupo today. And like, I don't feel like I saw anything from Twisted Minds that told me like, yeah, that R8 can't do that, or R8 has never done that. Like, that's not what I'm really thinking. And like, the fact that Twisted Minds held off so many of those fakes from Falcons, that's probably the one thing that R8 will have a lot of difficulty dealing with tomorrow, is that aerial fake attack that Falcons have perfected. I think that is going to be a difficult one for them to handle. But I am curious to see how that game one goes and to see how competitive they could be against this Falcon squad.
And, the good thing for R8 is they have the night to get to go and watch this VOD back and learn from what Twisted Minds had to do to the Falcons to take them down. And like you said, there's so many little nitpicky things that are going to set them apart because, I mean, nail on the head, Jorby, this R8 squad isn't that far off from what Twisted Minds provided out on the field. And, if they can get it together, if it takes turning off the nameplates of the Falcons to just, get the ego out of your mind that you are the underdog heading into it, they got to do whatever they can because it truly just became possible for them to find one of the craziest upsets ever in MENA tomorrow.
Absolutely. And it's been such a fun time running through the tournament. We only have 2 matches left. One of them could be a bracket reset. The only best of 7 is the grand finals. So best of 5 for the lower final tomorrow between R8 and Falcons. And then potentially 2 best of 7s if Falcons do force. Here's me cursing a team again, being like, oh, they're definitely going to win. I got to be careful. Or maybe I want to keep it going before I see R8 win. That would be crazy, wouldn't it?
That would be fun.
That would be nuts. But it's been a lot of fun running through the games with you, Hercules, and obviously shout out Mo in the back, and shout out to Saudi eLeague for running this alternate English stream and allowing Hercules and I to call the games for the English-speaking audience that want to watch these games. MENA and Saudi Arabia are an incredibly fun region to watch. I've certainly been entertained front to back. It's been a great time so far.
Oh yeah, this has been so much fun. And of course, if you guys don't have the mainstream tabbed open right now, there is a comms check going on. They do the couple listen-ins now afterwards, and those are always really fun. But shout out again, like Jorby said, to everybody who's been watching, not only in the stream, but I know some of the NA streamers are waking up and they're watching as well. So eyes all the way around the world right now on this event. And I mean, that was what I wanted, honestly. I wanted Twisted Minds to pull it off, and they did. So there's only one more team to try and pull off something crazy, but we won't get that till tomorrow.
Nope, we will not. The broadcast starts the same time as it has every single time. So make sure you are in your seats for that, because every game tomorrow, you're gonna be at least the first game tomorrow, you're going to be watching Falcons play. Very likely we'll be watching them play in the grand finals as well. Do they get revenge on Twisted Minds? Who knows? But we will take a look at some things before we sign off. we will take a look at the final look at how the bracket has gone. And taking a look at that bracket, it did start off with R8 beating GK, falling in a perfect sweep to Twisted Minds, and then beating Bravado. Obviously, they had that great series against Vision to get to that top 3 spot. GK and Bravado fall down early on. And then the biggest result so far, the Twisted Minds 3-2 over Falcons. And with 2 matches left to go tomorrow, that will be the end of the tournament.
This is a crazy shape up to the bracket as well, because there are moments where you're like, ooh, should this have happened or not happen? I mean, if you haven't been tuning in, it has been an incredible